Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter restored Camelot, the Arthurian warrior? The aftermath malaise. The lift doors opened and noise crashed into Harry before he even stepped out. Flashes lit the ministry corridor. Reporters shouted his name and tried to shove quills and enchanted cameras past the line of tired oars. The air smelled of ink, dust, and too many bodies pressed into one place. Harry kept his head down and pushed his fringe away from his glasses. Hermione had her wand out and her jaw set. Ron walked at Harry's other side like a tall, freckled shield, one hand hovering near his wand, the other clutching the strap of his bag. Move aside, one of the oars snapped. Let them through. Harry wanted to turn back into the lift, press the button, and vanish. Instead, he kept walking. Harry Potter, a reporter called. Do you support the ministry's new pardon list for former Death Eaters? Another voice cut over the first. Is it true the Wisengamot voted against full reparations for Muggle-born families? Harry felt Hermione's shoulders tense. That is not what the motion said. Hermione muttered under her breath. They twisted every word. Ron leaned closer to Harry. You all right? Harry did not answer. His tongue felt heavy. All the speeches from inside the chamber still rang in his skull. Calm voices, polite words, every single one of them dodging what had actually happened in the war. The oars pushed them through the crowd and into a side corridor where a charm muted the noise. Sound faded in a strange way, like someone had shut a door on a storm. Ron swore softly. Flaming circus out there. Harry let out a breath he had not noticed he was holding. His heart was thudding too fast. The scar on his forehead did not hurt anymore, had not hurt in months, but sometimes he still pressed his fingers against it out of habit. The skin there felt smooth and strange, as if it did not belong to him. Hermione tucked her wand into her sleeve and spun on her heel to face him. Well, she said, voice tight. That was a complete waste of time. Harry blinked. I thought Kingsley wanted the motion to pass. He does, Hermione said. The problem is that he does not control the Wisengamot. Half of them still think blood purity is a sensible tradition. The other half only care about their own seats. Did you hear, madam? Not she actually said that forcing old families to pay damages would be an insult to the sacrifices they made during the war. Ron rolled his eyes. Her lot backed you-know-who until the very end. Exactly, Hermione said. And now they are walking away with fines that amount to pocket money. Meanwhile, families who lost everyone are being told to be patient while committees study the budget. Harry rubbed the bridge of his nose. The corridor walls felt too close. So nothing changes, he said. Hermione hesitated, then nodded once. Not enough. Not fast enough. They brought us in today as decoration. The saviors who make everything look hopeful while they water down every proposal in the back rooms. Ron gave a strained laugh. At least they did not make you give another speech. I thought they were going to hang a plaque with your face on it in there. Maybe with a little sign that says please do not upset the hero by mentioning real problems. Harry tried to smile. Came out crooked. He had stood in that same chamber months ago while Kingsley and the Orus announced the end of the war and the fall of Voldemort. The crowd had cheered. People had cried. That night he had almost believed it was over. Now the benches were the same, the purple carpet the same, the carved symbols on the walls the same. The faces were different, but the feeling in the room had not changed as much as it should have. People still whispered and schemed and worried more about their public image than anything else. Harry glanced back toward the main corridor. The flashes were still going, tiny bursts of light under the arch. I just want to go home, he said quietly. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. Then let's go home. Hermione picked up the pace. Good idea. I have had enough of corrupt, elitist, completely incompetent bureaucrats for one day. That is a bit harsh, Ron said, though he did not sound like he meant it. Is it? Hermione shot back. They hid behind the statute of secrecy while Voldemort gained power. They ignored warnings because it was inconvenient. Now we have a chance to fix things, and every single reform is getting strangled by tradition and committee procedure. Harsh is the least of what they deserve. Harry watched her as they walked. There was a flush on her cheeks that had nothing to do with the warmth inside the ministry. Her eyes were bright, angry, and tired. She had been in more meetings than he had. She knew every detail of every proposed law and every trick the old guard used to stall. He admired that. He also felt completely detached from it. They reached the visitors' flue. An Auror opened the gate spells with a tired flick of his wand. Grimmauld Place, Hermione said. The green flame roared up. One by one they stepped in. Harry stumbled out into the kitchen at number 12 and caught himself on the edge of the table. Heat from the fire chased the chill of the ministry corridor from his clothes. The kitchen smelled of tea and dust and something faintly metallic from the old pots hanging on the walls. The house was quiet. Most of the Weasleys had gone back to the burrow a week ago. Creature kept out of sight unless called. For the first time in years, Grimmauld Place belonged mostly to Harry. Ron came out of the fireplace second, coughing as he brushed soot off his jacket. I hate by flew after the atrium, he said. I always feel like I am going to trip into another reporter. Hermione arrived last, landing with more control, though she wobbled and grabbed the back of a chair. Right, she said briskly. Tea first, then ranting. That was a rant, Ron said. I would hate to hear the full version. Oh, you will, Hermione replied. Sit. Ron flopped into a chair. Harry sat opposite him, his back to the old tapestry wall. Hermione moved around the kitchen, filling the kettle and lighting the stove with a silent spell. She did not waste movements. Every step was purposeful, sharp. It reminded Harry of the way she had looked on the run, planning and worrying and holding them together. He stared at the wood of the table while water began to simmer. You know, Ron said, I keep thinking it will feel different. We won. Voldemort is gone. No more Horcrux hunts, no more sleeping in tents. I thought that would mean, I do not know, that everything would stop being so much work. Hermione snorted as she rummaged in a cupboard for tea. That is not how anything works. Yeah, but it should, Ron insisted. He waved one hand. You save the world, you get a break. That is how stories go. Hermione glanced over her shoulder at Harry. Harry did not look up. He knew the script everyone expected. Brave smile. A joke about never wanting to see another cursed object. Something light and reassuring. Instead he said, I do not feel like we won. Silence dropped over the table. Ron looked up properly now. What do you mean you killed him? He is gone. People cheer when you walk into a room, mate. That is part of the problem, Harry said. He picked at a scratch in the table with his thumbnail. They cheer and then they go back to doing exactly what they did before. Hermione carried the teapot to the table and set out 3 chipped cups. She did not speak yet. She watched him with that focused look that said she was listening to every word. You saw them in there, Harry went on. They argued for an hour about how harsh a fine would look on the front page. Not about what people actually need. Not about the families who lost everything. Just about the way it will play to the pure blood seats. Ron shrugged one shoulder. Politics is nasty. It has always been nasty. Then what was the point, Harry asked. We fought to stop one monster and now we have a room full of people who are only slightly better because they pretend to be polite when they ignore injustice. The word hung there between them. Injustice. Tasted bitter. Hermione poured tea and pushed a cup into his hands. The heat soaked into his fingers. He realized they were shaking. He wrapped both hands around the cup until the tremor eased. It is not pointless, Hermione said softly. We stopped mass murder. That matters. It is just that the system underneath it all is still rotten. That takes time to fix. How much time? Harry asked. Another war. Hermione flinched. Ron rubbed a hand over his face. Can we not talk about another war? I barely survived the first one. Harry let out a breath that was almost a laugh and not very close. Sorry, he said. I just keep thinking I am supposed to want something now. Auror training. Proper job. Going back to Hogwarts. Normal things. Except when I try to picture any of it, it feels wrong. Like I am forcing myself into someone else's story. Ron frowned. What do you mean? Harry stirred his tea, though he had not put sugar in. When I was little, he said slowly, I thought if I could just get out of the cupboard, things would make sense. Then it was if I could just get away from the Dursleys. If I could just survive each school year. Defeat Voldemort. Every year there was one clear thing to do. And now, Hermione prompted. Now there is nothing, Harry said. The big thing is done. Everyone keeps saying I can finally live my life. He gave a small, helpless shrug. I do not know what that means. Ron snorted. It means you can sleep in, mate. Harry glanced at him. Ron raised his hands. What, I am serious. Sleep in, play chess, eat too much at the Burrow, maybe watch a Muggle match. Be normal for once. Hermione rolled her eyes. What you mean is that you want an excuse to avoid ministry meetings. Of course I do, Ron said. Have you seen those people? They make Professor Binns look lively. Harry smiled again, a bit more real this time, but the smile faded as quickly as it had come. It is not just boredom, he said. It is like something is missing. Like there was this huge, horrible thing in my life and I thought when we got rid of it there would be a space for something good. Instead there is just a space. He tapped his chest lightly. Empty. Hermione's brows drew together. Harry, I know it sounds dramatic, he said quickly. I am not saying I want another Dark Lord. He broke off and swallowed. The words felt clumsy. You both have some idea what you want to do. Hermione, you are already rewriting half the law code in your head. Ron, you talk about trying out for a team or helping George with the shop. You have pictures in your mind. I have none. Ron shifted in his chair, suddenly awkward. I do not have a real plan, he muttered. Just daydreams. Hermione ignored him and reached across the table to cover Harry's hand with hers. Her fingers were warm and steady. You do not have to have it figured out yet, she said. You spent your entire childhood surviving other people's choices. It is no wonder you feel adrift now. That does not mean you will stay that way. Harry looked at their joined hands. Something in his chest gave a slow, painful twist. It was not unpleasant. It felt like waking up a limb that had gone numb. He curled his fingers around hers for a second before letting go. You always sound like you have an answer, he said. I do not, Hermione said. I am just better at pretending. Ron huffed a laugh. That is not comforting. Hermione finally smiled. Tired but real. Good. I am not trying to be comforting. I am trying to be honest. They drank their tea in silence for a moment. The clock in the corner ticked. Pipes creaked somewhere in the walls. A faint rumble from upstairs suggested that Creature was dragging something heavy from one room to another. Ron cleared his throat. Look, he said. What if you try something that is just for you? No prophecy, no ministry, no demands. Just something that feels like yours. Harry frowned. Like what? Ron shrugged. I do not know. Quidditch coaching. Opening a joke shop rival to George. Going on holiday. Something that does not involve you sitting in that chamber while old purebloods argue about how many galleons they can spare. Harry tried to picture himself teaching kids to fly. For a second it almost felt right. The wind, the brooms, the simple joy of the game. Then he pictured the faces of the kids when they found out who he was. The whispers. The way parents would come with expectations. The way every mistake would turn into another front page. His stomach clenched. I would still be the symbol, he said. Whatever I do, they do not see me. They see the boy who lived. The one they can put on banners whenever they need people to feel better for 5 minutes. Hermione looked down at her cup. He was not wrong. I hate that name, she murmured. So do I, Harry said. Ron scratched the back of his neck. Maybe the problem is we stayed here. Hermione looked up. What do you mean? We are stuck in the middle of it, Ron said. The ministry, the papers, the war stories. Maybe we need to get away for a bit. Take a break before we try to fix everything. Hermione bit her lip. We cannot just abandon the reforms. I am not saying forever, Ron said. Just for a while. So we do not lose our minds. Harry thought about it. About leaving Britain even for a short time. Somewhere without magic or with magic but without the constant reminders. Beaches. Mountains. Any place that was not the same stone walls. The idea should have excited him. Instead it scraped over that same hollow place. Running away did not feel right either. He pushed his chair back and stood. I am going upstairs, he said. Hermione stood too. Harry, I am fine, he lied automatically. Just tired. She watched him for a second, clearly not believing him, then nodded. All right, try to rest. We can talk more later. Ron lifted his cup in a half salute. Shout if creature tries to feed you something alive. Harry managed a weak chuckle and headed out of the kitchen. The corridor outside was dim even with the lamps lit. Grimmauld Place still held shadows in its corners. No matter how many curtains Hermione ripped down or how many portraits she cleaned. He climbed the stairs slowly, hand trailing along the banister. Halfway up, a memory surfaced. His godfather laughing in this house. The smashed glass of the family tree. The way everything here had been twisted by old families who cared more about their bloodline than anything else. James Potter had hated this place, Sirius had said once. It did not really belong to Harry. Not in the way Godric Hollow had. He stopped on the landing. He had been avoiding Godric Hollow. The small cottage where his parents had died was his on parchment. Kingsley had said so in one of their first official meetings. There had been paperwork, keys, and awkward speech about restitution. Harry had gone once. Stood outside the rebuilt cottage. Looked at the memorial stone. Listened to the wind moving through the trees. He had not gone inside. Felt wrong. Felt like walking into a story that had ended without him. He realized now that he was doing exactly what Ron accused him of. Staying in the middle of the old war and refusing to step into anything new. His hand tightened on the banister. Maybe there was something there he had been afraid to see. He turned and went back down the stairs. Ron looked up in surprise when Harry reappeared in the kitchen doorway. That was quick, Ron said. Change of plan, Harry said. Do either of you have anything urgent this afternoon? Hermione set her cup down slowly. I want to go to Godric Hollow, Harry said. Properly this time. Not just to stare at the memorial. There are things of my parents there I never went through. Hermione's face softened. Of course I will come, she said at once. Ron hesitated for a heartbeat, then nodded. Yeah, I am in. Someone has to make sure you do not get all gloomy and brooding over the photo albums. Harry felt a small, genuine spark of something that might have been anticipation. All right, he said. Then let's go before I talk myself out of it. They gathered cloaks. Ron scribbled a quick note for his mother and tied it to an owl in the hallway, grumbling when the bird pecked his finger. Hermione checked that she had her beaded bag with the usual emergency supplies. Harry tucked his wand into his holster and tried not to think about the last time he had gone to Godric Hollow with no plan beyond survival. They took the flue again, this time to a small public fireplace near the village. The pub on the other side was quiet at this hour. The only sounds the clink of glasses and a wireless murmuring in the background. A bored bartender glanced at them and looked away. Outside, Godric Hollow was calm in the pale afternoon light. Snow had melted days ago, leaving damp patches in the grass and dark streaks on the stone walls. The war memorial statue in the square still stood, its stone figures of James, Lily, and baby Harry gazing out over the village. Harry looked away from it. He led the way down the lane toward the little cottage. Hermione walked beside him, arms folded tight against the chill. Ron trailed them by a step, hands buried in his pockets, eyes moving over every shadow out of habit. They stopped at the gate. The house looked ordinary from the front now. Repairs had mended the blasted walls. New tiles covered the roof. Someone had repainted the door. The only sign of what had happened here was the faint distortion in the air where old spells still clung to the stones. Harry reached out and pushed the gate open. His heart thudded faster as they walked up the short path. At the door he hesitated. Hermione stood close enough that he could feel the warmth of her shoulder near his. You do not have to do this today, she said quietly. I know, he said. I want to. His hand shook slightly as he turned the key. The lock clicked. The door swung inward. The air inside smelled faintly of dust and something floral that might have clung to the curtains. Sunlight streamed through the front windows, catching motes in the air. The front room was simple. Sofa, chairs, a small table, shelves with old books and knickknacks that someone, maybe Kingsley, had gathered and set out when they rebuilt the place. Harry walked in slowly. Every step felt like stepping into a photograph he had seen his whole life and never expected to visit. Ron stayed near the door, giving Harry space. Hermione moved with him, silent, ready to step in if he faltered but not pushing. Harry paused by the mantel. There was a framed photograph there of James and Lily waving at the camera, baby Harry in Lily's arms. He had seen the same image in Sirius Oldhouse, in Hagrid's photo album. It still hit him in the chest. "Hi," he said quietly. The photograph James grinned wider, as if hearing him. Lily shifted baby Harry to her hip and waved the tiny hand. Ron's breath caught behind him. They moved through the ground floor in a slow circuit. Kitchen. Small study. Nothing here felt like a sudden revelation. Just the ordinary details of a life interrupted. It was the boxes in the study that drew Hermione's eye. "These look like they were stored somewhere else," she said, crouching down. "See the labels, they were written by hand, not by the ministry. Probably original belongings from the cottage before the attack." Harry knelt beside her. There were 3 boxes stacked in the corner. The top one was marked with words that made his throat tighten. James' school stuff. The second read Lily books. The third had only his father's name. James. Harry touched the cardboard. "We can stop," Hermione said softly. "No," he said. "If I stop now, I will never open them." He pulled the top box toward him and lifted the lid. Inside were loose parchments, a few battered textbooks, and a Gryffindor scarf that smelled faintly of old smoke and something that might once have been aftershave. Harry pressed the wool between his fingers, then set it aside. Hermione reached for a stack of parchment. "Old essays," she said, scanning the neat, slightly messy handwriting. "Transfiguration, defense, charms." Professor McGonagall would have had a fit over those margins. Ron leaned over her shoulder. "Merlin, did your dad doodle in every corner?" Tiny broomsticks and stick-figure wizards swooped along the edges of the pages. Harry felt a strange, small warmth. These were normal things. His father worrying about exams, bored in class, drawing in the margins. They sorted through the first box slowly. Nothing but school life. Jokes. Notes about Quidditch matches. A scrap of parchment with a map sketch that made Harry think painfully of the Marauders map. The second box was full of Lily's handwriting, precise and neat. Letters. Potions notes. Carefully labeled recipes. Hermione handled each page with almost reverent care. Harry tried to read, but his eyes blurred. He let Hermione set aside a few that seemed important and closed the rest for now. That left the third box. He sat back on his heels and looked at the lid. "There is no label," Ron said. "Maybe it fell off," Hermione said, though she sounded doubtful. Harry lifted the lid. Inside were bound notebooks. Not school issue. The covers were worn leather, edges darkened by years of handling. No titles on the front. Journals, Hermione breathed. Harry picked up the top one. His hands were suddenly slick with sweat. He sat down on the floor with his back against the wall and opened the first page. The ink had faded a little but was still clear. The first entry started just after his father left Hogwarts. It talked about the shock of being out of school, the quiet of the cottage, the strange feeling of not having marauders around all the time. Harry read in silence for a few minutes. James wrote about job offers, about weddings, about how he could not quite take the idea of being a responsible adult seriously and yet was determined to protect his family. There were mentions of Dumbledore, of meetings, of rumors about war. Hermione sank down beside Harry, close enough that their shoulders touched. She read along, her eyes moving faster than his, occasionally pointing out a line. "He talks about you," she whispered at one point, finger on a paragraph where James wrote about holding newborn Harry for the first time. Harry swallowed hard and kept reading. Most of it was what he expected. Worries about Voldemort. And yet even here, James made jokes, swore at the ministry, complained about bureaucracy. "Half the people in charge have not left their safe chairs in decades," James had written in spiky script. "They will not listen until the war arrives at their door. Dumbledore says we have to work with them anyway. I am trying. Lily says I should not hex anyone in the meetings. She is probably right." Harry huffed a weak laugh through his nose. "Some things never change," Ron said from the doorway. Harry turned the page. The entries jumped ahead by weeks at a time. Plans. Notes about wards. Little comments about friends. There was a sense, reading them, of building pressure. Of someone trying very hard to keep panic under control. Then, Near the back of the first journal, the tone shifted. The handwriting grew more hurried. Hermione leaned closer. "Look," she said quietly. "That part there." Harry focused on the new paragraph. "Met with Dumbledore about the old legends again," James had written. "He is certain now. Potter is just a name on the surface. There is something older underneath it. Something he has been chasing for years. He would not tell me everything. Says it is safer that way until the wards are in place. Typical. All I know is that the blood in my veins is not just Peveril. There is another name coiled there. One that belongs to Britain in ways I do not think the Ministry would like to hear." A blot of ink had smudged the end of the sentence as if the quill had paused too long. Harry felt the hair on his arms stand up. "What legends?" Ron asked quietly. Hermione shook her head. "Not sure yet. Keep going." Harry turned the page. There were more fragments. "Dumbledore thinks the old line never truly died. That is why he wanted me as much as he wanted the child in the prophecy. And later, if he is right, it changes everything. The Ministry, the way magic is supposed to be governed. I do not know whether to be excited or terrified." The last entry in that journal trailed off mid-sentence. Harry lifted the next notebook. His fingers trembled now for reasons that had nothing to do with grief and everything to do with a sharp, sudden sense that the empty place in his chest was not empty at all. It had just been waiting. The second journal opened with a list of dates and short notes he could not quite follow. Ritual locations. Old place names he half recognized from History of Magic. Hermione made a small sound as she read over his shoulder. "Glastonbury," she murmured. "Tintagel. Avalon. These are not random places. These are Arthurian sites." Ron frowned. "Like King Arthur." Hermione shot him a look. "Yes, Ronald. Like King Arthur." Harry turned another page. This time the words were underlined, the ink darker, as if his father had pressed harder with each letter. Dumbledore finally said it out loud. The entry read, "Pendragon." The quill had dug so deep into the parchment on that last word that it had almost torn through. Harry read the name again. Pendragon. His pulse roared in his ears. The letters seemed to vibrate on the page. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. "Oh," she whispered. Ron stared. "That is a joke. Right, it has to be a joke." Harry could not speak. The tiny study felt smaller. The walls seemed to lean in. The dust in the air shimmered in the slanting light as if time had slowed. Somewhere very far away, a cart rattled down the lane outside. A dog barked. Normal sounds in a normal village. Inside the cottage, 3 teenagers knelt on a worn rug, hunched over old ink on yellowed parchment. Harry realized his hands were gripping the journal so hard his knuckles had gone white. He forced himself to breathe. Hermione lowered her hand and looked at him. "Harry," she said carefully, "do you know what that means?" Harry swallowed. His throat felt dry as ash. "It means my father thought our family was connected to King Arthur," he said slowly. "That is mad." "Is it?" Hermione asked. "Dumbledore knew a lot of things he never told us. And if he was studying this, if he told James that word, then he had a reason." Ron shook his head. "This is mental. You are telling me Harry might be some sort of lost royal." Harry let out a short, unsteady laugh. "I am already the boy who lived. I am not adding lost royal on top of that." But the joke did not land the way it should have. The word sat between them, heavy. Pendragon. Harry looked down at the ink again. The hollow space in his chest twisted, then flared with something new. Not comfort. Not exactly hope. Something sharper. A question that would not let go. For the first time since Voldemort died, Harry Potter felt the shape of a new path, faint and distant, like footprints in mist. His heart beat harder. He turned another page, eyes scanning for more. The next entry was dated only a few days later. "Dumbledore says the bloodlines are older than the Ministry, older than Hogwarts, older than the Statute of Secrecy. If the Pendragon heir ever claimed what is his, the current system would not know what to do with itself." Harry's mouth went dry. He could almost hear Dumbledore's calm voice speaking those words. Except now the old man's smile was edged with something else. Calculation. Expectation. Hermione reached out and touched the word Pendragon with the tip of one finger, very lightly, as if she was afraid it might burn her. "This is not nothing," she said. "This is a thread. Dumbledore knew. Your father knew. And now you know." Ron shifted his weight. His face had gone pale. "Mate," he said, "if this is true, then the ministry you hate so much might not be the biggest thing in your life after all." Harry closed the journal very slowly. The room seemed to hold its breath. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling a loose tile on the roof. Harry Potter sat on the floor of his parents' rebuilt cottage with his two best friends at his side and the first real clue to his own missing story in his hands. The void in his chest did not vanish, but for the first time it did not feel like empty air. It felt like space waiting to be filled, with something very old, and very dangerous. Harry tightened his grip on the leather cover. "Hermione," he said quietly. "Yes, find everything you can on that name." Hermione's eyes flashed with sudden, fierce purpose. "Already thinking about it," she said. Ron let out a low whistle. "Well," he said, "looks like you just found something bigger than another ministry meeting." Harry looked down at the closed journal. The word Pendragon seemed to echo in his mind, as if the house itself was repeating it. He did not know yet whether this was the answer to the hollow inside him or the start of another nightmare. He only knew one thing. He could not ignore it. Not anymore. Cold stone rushed up under Harry's feet. He staggered, wind knocked out of him, and grabbed for balance. His hand closed on Hermione's sleeve. "Easy," she said, breath coming a little fast as they steadied together. "We are in." Ron landed beside them with less grace, shoes scraping on the floor. "I hate that plunge," he muttered. "Every single time." Harry straightened and looked around. They stood in Dumbledore's old office. Not the version Harry knew from late nights and arguments, but an earlier one. The light was different. The desk was less cluttered. The silver instruments on the side tables were moving in slow, thoughtful patterns, not frantic spins. The real office far above Hogwarts was quiet and dim. The pensieve had been resting on the desk when they arrived, covered with a clean white cloth. McGonagall had left them alone with a stern look and a tight mouth. This memory, though, felt alive. Portraits snored in their frames. Fawkes sat on his perch, feathers bright, head tucked under one wing. The man behind the desk looked the same and not the same. Dumbledore wrote something on a parchment with slow strokes. His hair and beard were a little less wild than Harry remembered. His shoulders looked less bent. But the tired lines at the corners of his eyes were already there. Ron shifted closer to Harry. "He cannot see us, right?" Hermione shook her head. "Memory. This is fixed." Harry said nothing. His chest felt tight. He told himself it was the familiar strangeness of pensive travel. Nothing else. Dumbledore finished the line he was writing, set the quill down, and looked directly at them. Harry flinched. Hermione sucked in a breath. Ron whispered, "He cannot see us. You said he cannot see us." The old man smiled, gentle and sad. "This is a tailored memory," he said, voice clear in the office. "I am not aware of you in the normal sense, but I know that you are here if you are watching this." Hermione muttered. Of course he had to be special, even in the way he saved his thoughts. Dumbledore folded his hands on the desk. "Harry," he said, "if this works as I intended, you will be older when you see this than you are now in my time. Perhaps you will have defeated Tom already. Perhaps not. I have learned not to trust plans that try to force the future into one tidy shape." Harry swallowed. Hearing that name spoken so calmly from a time before the end made his stomach twist. Dumbledore glanced to the side, as if looking through the room. "You will not be alone when you watch," he went on. "Hermione, Ronald, I hope you are both there as well." Ron jolted. "He said my name." "He knows it is likely," Hermione whispered. "The three of us do everything together." Dumbledore continued, voice steady. "What I am about to share is the reason I held back certain truths. It is not an excuse. I suspect, knowing myself, that I will still make choices you may find unforgivable. I can only offer context." Hermione crossed her arms. "I am listening." Harry felt his jaw clench. Context was a polite word for secrets. Dumbledore reached under the desk and brought out a book. It was thick, bound in dark leather, edges worn with age. No title on the spine, no markings on the cover. When Harry saw it, The name in James' journal flared in his mind. Pendragon. This, Dumbledore said, is a copy of a memory. Ancient work by careful hands. It is not complete, but it was enough to show me that the Potter name was only the outer layer of a much older story. He opened the book. The pages were covered in tight script and curling symbols that made Harry's eyes blur just to look at them. The Potters, Dumbledore said, were never only Potters. Your line was a branch that grew from a tree that once held the power to shape all of magical Britain. A name that is equal parts myth and history. Ron muttered, "Please do not say it out loud. I will choke." Dumbledore drew a breath. Pendragon. Harry felt that same strange pull in his chest as when he had seen the word in ink at Godric Hollow. "I did not believe it at first," Dumbledore said. "It seemed like the worst sort of romantic nonsense. Wizards have always been fond of grand claims about their blood. Yet the more I studied, the more the pieces aligned. Old oaths, lost wards, a familiar lightning-shaped motif around certain ritual circles." His gaze slid down as if looking at his own hands. "When I met James Potter, I suspected, but I did not know. It was his raw magical talent that convinced me. He was strong even by the standards of the Order. Too strong for a simple line of wand crafters and aurors. When your mother joined him, the pattern became harder to ignore. She brought Muggle-born brilliance and a line of magic that refused to bow to tradition. Together they represented something very old. The power to build and the power to question." Hermione listened with a frown, nostrils flaring as she took in every word. "I told myself," Dumbledore went on, "that it was enough to defeat Tom. A potent bloodline and a powerful child shaped by it. The prophecy seemed to support that simple view. A boy who would be marked and would have power the Dark Lord knew not." He reached for another parchment on the desk. It was filled with sketches of symbols, circles, and notes. "But there was a deeper reading," he said softly. "The power the Dark Lord knew not was not merely love, though that was and remains central. It was also older, quieter magic. Foundational magic. The sort that shapes not only lives but nations." Harry's fingers curled at his sides. "So you knew," he muttered. "At least part of it." In the memory, Dumbledore lifted his eyes. For a moment Harry had the odd feeling the old man was looking right at him through time. "I suspected," Dumbledore said. "That is not the same as knowing. The danger, Harry, was that if I treated you only as a king in waiting, I might forget you were also a child." Ron made a small snort. "You did that anyway." Hermione elbowed him, though she did not exactly disagree. Dumbledore sighed. "The wizarding world is built on compromise and fear. The ministry as it exists now is a patchwork. It was never meant to carry the weight of an entire civilization. It exists to hide, not to grow. I have tried again and again to push it toward something better. Yet every time we gain ground, old habits swallow progress." His mouth tightened. "There is an older model in our history. One in which magic was not a secret but a foundation. Where power was tied to responsibility in ways that our present leaders cannot understand. The Age of Camelot is wrapped in legend, but under the stories there was a real structure. A binding between ruler, land, and people." Hermione whispered, "Foundational magic." "Exactly," Dumbledore said. He did not hear her, but the word fit. "When I realized that the Potter line might be the last thread of Pendragon, I saw a possibility. Terrible one." He looked tired now, even in the memory. If someone with that blood were to claim their full inheritance, the ministry would not know how to react. Kings do not submit to departments. Ancient oaths do not respect modern filing systems. The world would change, and likely with violence. Ron shifted, uneasy. "So you decided to do nothing," Hermione said under her breath. Dumbledore spread his hands on the desk. "I did what I have always done," he said. "I tried to balance. I told James enough to let him make certain choices. He knew the name. He knew that your family carried more than one legacy. He did not know the full map. I held back the details of the rituals, the locations, the true nature of Avalon. I told myself I did this to protect you and your mother." Harry thought of the ink in James' diary. The mix of excitement and fear. He could hear James' voice between the lines now. "If he is right, it changes everything." Dumbledore reached into a drawer and set a small vial on the desk. Silver memory swirled inside it. This, he said, is the part one did not tell your parents. This is what I have prepared for you. The memory. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. By the time you see this, Harry, I will likely be gone. Killed by my own foolishness, perhaps, or by the curse eating its way along my hand, or simply worn out. He smiled faintly at his own morbid humor. Regardless, I will not be there to guide you in person. That may be a blessing. I have guided too many people. Hermione let out a quiet breath at that. If you choose to pursue the path of Pendragon, Dumbledore said, you must understand that it is not a simple claim to a title. It is a call to rebuild a way of magic that was torn from this world for reasons that were not entirely unjustified. Camelot fell for human reasons. Pride, betrayal, narrow visions. Ron muttered, great, more cheerful news. Dumbledore went on, the weight in his voice growing. I believe our present world is moving toward collapse. The statute of secrecy is a crumbling wall. Our refusal to adapt has turned our society into a brittle shell. Sooner or later, something will break through. Perhaps a dark lord. Perhaps Muggle technology. Perhaps some forgotten force. If that happens, the people we call leaders will not know how to respond. Hermione looked down. She had seen enough of the Ministry to agree. There is another path, Dumbledore said. A return to foundational magic. A kingdom built on open bonds between magic and land. A place where the laws are rooted in oaths that cannot be easily twisted by politics. He paused. I am not arrogant enough to say that this path must be taken. I am vain enough to admit that I see it as a possibility worth preparing for. He picked up the memory vial and held it up to the light. In here is a map. Not a simple set of directions. More a collection of starting points. Old sites where the veils between our world and deeper layers of magic are thin. Notes on rituals that can reopen doors. Clues to the location of Avalon. None of this will be easy. Most of it will be dangerous. All of it will require more knowledge than I possess, and more discipline than I have ever shown. He set the vial down and looked straight ahead. That is where you come in, Hermione, he said. Hermione jerked. Harry blinked at her, then back at Dumbledore. You will be with Harry, Dumbledore explained in the memory. I have no doubt of that. Your mind is suited to building structures where others see only chaos. You will see the patterns in old runes and numbers where others see scribbles. If Harry chooses this path, you will be the one to make it possible. Hermione swallowed hard. Her cheeks flushed pink. He could not have known for sure, she whispered. He knew you, Ron said, without sarcasm this time. Dumbledore folded his hands again. Ronald, he added, and there was real warmth in his tone. If I am right, and if you remain by Harry's side, your role will be no less vital. You think in moves and counter moves. You feel the board as much as you see it. In any new order, there will be those who try to use it or break it or twist it. You will see lines of attack others miss. You will guard their blind spots. Ron stared at the memory, ears going red. He said that like it was obvious, he muttered. Because it is, Hermione said. Dumbledore took a slow breath. Harry, he said, I have kept many secrets from you. Some for what I believed were good reasons. Others, I fear, for reasons that had as much to do with my own fear of losing control as with your safety. I do not ask for forgiveness. I doubt you will ever hear this, let alone find this particular memory, unless you have already learned enough about me to decide for yourself what to think. Harry's throat was tight again. I ask only this, Dumbledore said. If you follow the Pendragon path, do not repeat my mistakes. Do not try to hold every string. Do not convince yourself that you alone must bear all knowledge, all burdens. Trust your friends. Share power. His eyes, sharp and blue, seemed to find Harry in the dim, pensive light. Kings who try to rule alone always fall. The office shimmered. Shelves blurred. The floor tilted. The memory dissolved. Harry stumbled as the pensive released them. His hands hit the real desk in McGonagall's office. His head throbbed. Cold sweat dampened the back of his neck. Hermione grabbed the edge of the desk beside him. Her chest rose and fell too fast. Strands of hair stuck to her forehead. Ron clung to the back of a chair, face pale. Brilliant, he said weakly. That was fun. The real office was dim, lit only by a small lamp on the desk. The portraits dozed on the walls, first headmistress muttering in her sleep. Dumbledore's portrait frame was empty. McGonagall had warned them that he occasionally wandered between frames. Harry looked down. The memory vial from the scene was there on the desk, resting beside the pensieve. Real glass, real silver contents. He reached for it with a shaking hand. Hermione caught his wrist gently. "Careful," she said. "I am not going to throw it," he muttered. "I know," she said. She loosened her grip but kept her fingers near his. "Just careful." He nodded and closed his hand around the vial. It was cool and smooth against his palm. "So," Ron said after a moment, "that old man just told us you might be a king from a story and the government is doomed. That about sum it up." Hermione winced. "That is a very blunt way to put it. But yes, he also told us," Harry said, "that he chose to keep all this from my parents and from me because he was afraid of what would happen." His voice came out flat. Hermione opened her mouth, then shut it again. Ron scratched his ear. "He trusted you to decide when to open it," he said. "That counts for something, does it not?" Harry gave him a look. Ron held up his hands. "I am not saying he was right. I am saying he is dead. We cannot yell at him properly, and if Hermione starts trying to argue with a portrait we will be here all night." Hermione sniffed. "I would at least win." Ron muttered, "Debatable." Harry straightened. His legs still felt unsteady, but there was a different kind of energy under his skin now. The hollow place in his chest had a frame around it. It hurt, but the pain came with shape. "We have a map," he said, looking at the vial. "We have a starting point," Hermione corrected. "Those sites he mentioned, the notes inside this vial. The book in his memory. We need all of it." Ron squinted at her. "You understood half of what he said about foundational magic." "Maybe 1/3, she admitted. "But that is enough to know what we need next. Ancient runes. Arithmancy. There is no way to pull off anything like this without building a serious framework. Modern spells will not cut it." Ron sighed. "This is a you thing, is it not?" Hermione turned to him. "It is a us thing," she said firmly. "It is just that the preliminary theory is going to be very dense." She looked apologetic for about a second before the excited light took over her eyes. "This is everything," she said under her breath. "Foundational binding. Oaths woven into stone. If the Pendragon line really was tied to the land, this is how it worked. Runes as a permanent chant, numbers as the rhythm." She started pacing, hands moving as she thought aloud. "We need access to the restricted sections of the library again. Old ritual texts, anything on pre-statute wards. There might be material at Godric Hollow too, if James started collecting. His journals could hold references." Harry felt his head spin. "Slow down," he said. Hermione stopped and looked at him. "Right. Sorry." She took a breath and drew it in deep, grounding herself. Harry glanced at Ron. His friend wore the familiar half-lost expression he got when discussions drifted into subjects outside his comfort. "We take this one step at a time," Harry said. "No rushing into rituals we do not understand." Hermione nodded. "Agreed. First we get the contents of that vial onto paper. Then we cross-reference everything with what we can find in the library." Ron groaned. "You want to copy it by hand? Do you want me to pour a volatile memory that contains directions to Avalon into my head?" she asked. Ron opened his mouth, then shut it. "Good point," he said. Harry looked down at the vial again. "You said runes are like a permanent chant," he said. "I remember something from our 3rd year, but we never did anything like this." Hermione's face softened. "What we learned at Hogwarts was like learning the alphabet," she said. "This is—" She trailed off, then caught herself before she used a metaphor. "This is building a system that can hold an entire city," she finished. Ron whistled. "So you would be the architect," he said. "Harry is the giant battery. I am the one who hits things and keeps you from falling over." "That is a crude way to put it," Hermione said, "but not entirely wrong." Harry snorted. "Helpful." Hermione stepped closer to him. "Jokes aside," she said, "this cannot work without both parts. The runes are nothing without power. Raw magic by itself just explodes. You would need a structure like this to direct it. We saw it when we were fighting Voldemort. Spells you cast without a wand did strange things, but they always bent toward protection and force. If we can put that same raw power into a framework that is anchored to the land, she looked almost dizzy with the thought. We could raise something permanent, she finished. Something the ministry cannot file away or ignore. Harry felt a chill that was not entirely fear. You want to bring Camelot back, he said. Hermione did not flinch from the word. Yes, she said. Or something like it. Something grounded in real ethics and not just stories. But I will not do it unless you want it. He met her gaze. Do you want it, he asked. Hermione hesitated. I want a world where the sort of injustice we saw today cannot hide behind polite rules, she said. Where the laws are not just words on parchment but something woven into the place itself. Foundational. Harder to twist. That is not a yes, Harry said. She smiled, small and wry. That is the closest I can get right now, she said. My mind wants to say yes because the challenge is incredible. My heart is more cautious. This is huge. It would change everything. Ron cleared his throat. And where exactly do I fit while you two build a kingdom in your heads? He asked, trying to sound light. Hermione turned at once. With us, she said. Always with us. Someone has to keep us from falling into our own ideas. And when this stops being theory and becomes actual walls and wards and politics, we will need you more than ever. Ron shrugged, but some tension in his shoulders eased. Right. Well, as long as there is some kind of night job in there, I am good. Hermione rolled her eyes. I am not putting that on a business card. Harry let the banter wash over him for a moment. Inside, his thoughts churned. Kingdom. A different way to live. A path that was not just patching a broken ministry. He thought of the hollow in his chest. He thought of Dumbledore warning him not to rule alone. He thought of his parents writing about a choice they never got to make. All right, he said slowly. Both of them looked at him at once. We follow this, he said. Carefully. No rushing. No doing anything that might cause another war by accident. But we follow it. We see where it leads. Hermione let out a breath that sounded like she had been holding it for hours. Okay, she said. Right. Then the first step is research. I will start outlining everything we know. Ron groaned again. Of course you will, he said. Harry squeezed the memory vial in his hand. Dumbledore had asked him not to repeat his mistakes. Harry did not know if he could promise that. But he knew one thing. He was not going to do this without Hermione and Ron. Not this time. They spent the next hours in the library. The Hogwarts library at night was a different place. Moonlight spilled through high windows. Dust floated in slow currents. The smell of old paper and ink hung heavy in the air. Madame Pants had grudgingly allowed them special access after Harry and Hermione presented McGonagall's written permission. Ron had watched her stare at the letter like it was a personal insult. Now the three of them sat at a heavy wooden table under one of the side windows. Scene roster for this moment in Harry's mind was simple. Himself, Hermione, Ron. No one else. Hermione had claimed the middle of the table. Open books formed a half-circle around her. Runes, arithmancy theory, obscure treatises on ancient wards. She had ink smudged on her fingers and a crease between her brows. Harry sat to her right, a stack of translated rune dictionaries at his elbow. His task was to cross-check symbols from Dumbledore's notes once Hermione got them down from the memory. Ron sat on her left with a simpler job. He had parchment and a quill and was drawing rough maps of Britain. His job was to mark locations as Hermione mentioned them, to see patterns. At least that was the theory. In practice, Ron had 2 maps half-finished and a sore wrist. Hermione, he said, you do realize you talk faster than my quill can handle. She did not look up from the book she was copying from. You can slow down the map work, she said. The locations are not going anywhere. Ron squinted at the names he had already written. Glastonbury Tor. Tintagel. A line of standing stones with a name he could not pronounce. Why is every ancient place either a ruin or a hill? He demanded. Hermione finally glanced at him. Because old magic likes dramatic landscapes, she said. Hills. Islands. Places where the land sticks up or out. It makes it easier to anchor layers of wards. Ron blinked. You just made that up. No, she said, returning to her notes. It is basic theory. Magical currents gather where physical geography changes. Harry rested his chin on his hand and watched them. Hermione was in her element. Her eyes flicked from page to page. Her quill moved as fast as he had ever seen it outside exams. Every so often she would pause, tap the feather against her lip, then jot a small note in the margin of her own parchment. He loved watching her when she was like this, focused, fierce, so deep in thought that everything else faded. He caught himself staring and looked back down at his own book, heat creeping up his neck. He traced a rune on the page with his finger. "This one," he said, "is tied to land, right?" Hermione looked over. Her chair creaked as she leaned toward him. Their shoulders brushed. "Yes," she said, voice dropping into that serious tone she used when teaching. "That one is binding. It ties a spell to a physical foundation so it cannot be easily dispelled. Combined with these two," she tapped others, "you get a structure that will stay active until the physical medium is destroyed. So if we carve that into stone," Harry said, "the spell stays as long as the stone does." "Exactly," she said. "Or until someone with permission shuts it down. That is key. We do not want unbreakable magic. That leads to disaster." Ron made a face. "Why would unbreakable magic be bad?" "Because nothing should be permanent," Hermione said. "Systems need room to adapt. That is part of what went wrong with the Ministry. Their laws are so rigid on paper that they had to twist them in practice. We cannot build that into Camelot." She stopped, blinked, and sighed. "Listen to me," she said, "talking like it already exists." Harry smiled faintly. "It helps to picture it," he said. Her eyes met his. For a second the busy library dropped away. It was just the two of them and a table full of possibilities. Ron shifted, the scrape of his chair jolting the moment. "So," he said loudly, "any spells in there for keeping nosy reporters away from the front gates once we have built this place?" Hermione cleared her throat and sat back. "There are ward sequences for discouraging entry from anyone without a direct connection," she said. "We could use that to filter out people who only want a headline." "Good," Ron said. "Because if I have to hear one more person call Harry the boy who's something, I am going to lose it." Harry huffed a laugh. Hermione flipped a page. "The main thing," she said, "is that runic arrays are not quick. You need lines upon lines. Imagine a chant that never stops. The runes are that chant written down. Each symbol is a word, each line a sentence. The whole array is like—" She stopped herself before another metaphor. "Is like a very long set of instructions," she said instead. "Once carved, it keeps telling the magic what to do. Forever if you are not careful. And you want to write those instructions for an entire kingdom," Ron said. Hermione closed one book and pulled another closer. "With help," she said. "I am not doing this alone." Harry watched her fingers. They trembled slightly when she reached for a fresh sheet of parchment. "You are shaking," he said. She blinked down at her hand. "I am fine," she said. "Just tired." He did not believe her. He reached across the table and took her hand for a second, squeezing gently. "You do not have to prove anything," he said. "If this gets too much, we stop." Hermione looked up, eyes suddenly glossy. She squeezed back, then pulled her hand free slowly, letting her fingers drag against his. "I am not doing this to prove anything," she said quietly. "I am doing it because if someone has to design the bones of a new world, I want it to be us, not some ministry committee." Ron watched the exchange, jaw tight. He looked back down at his maps and drew another line. Harry did not notice the way Ron's shoulders hunched. His eyes were on Hermione. "You sure you will not miss normal life?" he asked. "Books, exams, arguments about elf rights instead of constitutional runes." Hermione gave a tiny laugh. "Compared to this," she said, "everything else feels small." That was exactly how Harry felt about the difference between aura training and the idea of bringing back Camelot. He heard his own thoughts in hers and felt something warm and scared open between them. Ron pressed harder with his quill. The parchment tore. He swore under his breath. Hermione snapped out of the moment. "You pressing the map into the table does not help," she said. Ron threw the quill down. "Right," he said. "Since this has turned into Advanced Ancient Runes Club, I am going to get food. You two want anything?" Harry frowned. "We can take a break together," he said. "No, you stay," Ron said quickly. "You are finally listening to Hermione about runes. I am not wrecking that. I will bring sandwiches. Hermione hesitated. That would be nice, she said. Thank you, Ron. He shrugged like it was nothing and stood. His chair scraped back. Back in a bit, he said. Try not to resurrect any lost kingdoms before I return. He walked away without looking back. Harry watched him go, unsettled. He is fine, Hermione said, more to herself than to Harry. He does not look fine, Harry said. He is just tired, she said. They both knew Ron hated feeling out of his depth in academic things. Harry had seen that look on his friend's face before. During exam season, when Hermione and Harry talked Patronus theory and he could not follow. We should check on him later, Harry said. We will, Hermione replied. She tapped the memory vial now resting in a padded box beside her notes. For now, we need to finish extracting these locations. If there really is a path to Avalon, we must find it before someone else does. Harry nodded and forced his attention back to the page. They worked on in silence for a while. Hermione read and wrote and muttered to herself. Harry matched runes to translations, learning their shapes. Outside the tall windows the sky darkened. Torches flickered in their brackets along the shelves. Harry's eyes burned. His hand ached. But for the first time in months, his mind did not drift to empty space. It latched onto something. Pattern. Purpose. He pointed to a cluster of symbols on one of Dumbledore's copied diagrams. This sequence, he said. You have it at Glastonbury and at that other hill. It repeats. Hermione leaned in again. Their heads almost touched. You are right, she said softly. It is the same anchor line. That means both sites are part of the same network. The same ward web. She traced the path with her finger. If we map enough of these, we might be able to see where the center once was. Avalon, Harry said. They exchanged a look that was almost a dare. You ready for that? Hermione asked. No, he said honestly. But I am not ready for another ministry debate either. She smiled, small and fierce. Good, she said. Same. Her hand brushed his again as she reached for another book. She did not pull away quite as fast this time. Ron did not come back for a long time. When he finally slipped through the library doors, he carried a plate with wrapped sandwiches piled on it. The smell of bread and ham made Harry's stomach rumble. Where have you been? Hermione asked at once. Ron set the plate down with more force than was strictly needed. Kitchen was busy, he said. Harry glanced at him. Ron's hair was ruffled like he had been running a hand through it over and over. His eyes were a little bloodshot. You all right? Harry asked. Fine, Ron said. Just hungry. He shoved a sandwich at Harry, then one at Hermione. Eat. You both forget when you get like this. Hermione opened her mouth to argue, then realized she had not eaten since lunch. Thank you, she said more gently. They ate in a bubble of quiet. The library around them rustled and sighed. A student shelving cart rolled past the end of the aisle, pushed by a yawning younger student. Harry watched Ron from the corner of his eye. His friend chewed fast, gaze fixed on a random point on the wall. His shoulders were still tight. Hermione said after a moment, we will need someone to test the practical side of these wards once we actually build them. Ron looked at her. Practical side. She nodded. Yes. Someone who understands tactics. Strong points. Weak points. If this becomes a fortress, you are the one who will see where the gaps are. His mouth twitched. So you want me to break your shiny new defenses before anyone else can? He said. Exactly, she said. He seemed to relax a little at that. That I can do, he said. Happily. Harry smiled. Ron grinned back, some of the earlier strain fading. Good, Harry said. Because if we are really going to do this, we are not doing it with one brain and one wand. Hermione sniffed. Thank you. Harry rolled his eyes at her tone and bumped her shoulder lightly. You know what I mean, he said. She bumped him back. I do, she said. Ron looked between them, the flicker of tension returning for a heartbeat. He swallowed it down. Right, he said briskly. So what now? Now, Hermione said, sounding almost cheerful again, we finish the list of sites. Then we sleep. Tomorrow we start planning a trip. Ron blinked. Trip, to see at least one of these places in person, she said. There is only so much we can do on parchment. Harry felt a new rush of energy at that. Leaving Hogwarts. Leaving the ministry. following a map that had almost nothing to do with the world that had disappointed him and everything to do with something older. Yeah, he said. Let's do that. Ron scratched his head. You realize Mum is going to lose it when she hears we are going off to visit ancient cursed hills, he said. Hermione winced. We will frame it as a historical research trip, she said. Educational. Ron snorted. Good luck with that. They worked until Madame Pants chased them out. Later, back at Grimmauld Place, the house was quiet. Harry stood in the doorway of the small room Ron was using. Ron sat on the edge of the bed, shoes off, staring at the wall. You did not say much on the way back, Harry said. Ron shrugged. Just tired. Harry leaned against the doorframe. Sorry about tonight, he said. We both got carried away. Ron let out a short laugh. What, with the entire possible rebirth of Camelot, he said. Leave it, mate. You are allowed to get excited about something that is not paperwork. Still, Harry said. I do not want you feeling like the odd one out. Ron looked down at his hands. I am used to it, he said quietly. Harry's chest tightened. Ron, he began. Ron shook his head quickly. I did not mean it like that, he said. I am fine. Really. I am just not built for all those runes. My job is later, yeah. He forced a grin. You two figure out where Avalon is. I will make sure we live long enough to enjoy the view. Harry did not laugh. He crossed the room and sat beside Ron. You are not a side character in this, he said. You know that, right? Ron snorted. Sometimes it is hard to remember, he said. You and Hermione, you light up when you talk about this stuff. I just feel like the bloke in the back waiting for someone to point at a target. Harry answered without thinking. You are the one I follow in a fight, he said. When spells are flying and everything is chaos, I look at you to know where to stand. That is not nothing. Ron's throat bobbed. Yeah, well, he muttered. Do not say that in front of Hermione. She will demand sources. Harry finally smiled. She would, he agreed. They sat together in comfortable silence for a moment. After a while Harry stood. Try to sleep, he said. Tomorrow is probably going to be worse. Ron groaned into his hands. Looking forward to it, he said. Harry stepped out into the corridor and pulled the door mostly closed behind him. He lingered for a second, hand on the knob. From inside, he heard the bed springs creak as Ron lay down. No more words. Harry moved down the hall to his own room. Hermione was waiting by his door, arms folded, back against the wall. You talked to him, she said. He nodded. He says he is fine. Hermione sighed. He always says he is fine, she said. She hesitated, then asked, Do you think we are leaving him out? Harry thought of the way Ron's jaw had clenched in the library, the way his voice had sounded in the bedroom. Not on purpose, he said. But we need to be careful. This thing is already trying to pull us into roles we did not choose. I do not want any of us to get lost in them. Hermione stepped closer. The corridor was narrow. He could see the faint smudge of ink still on her cheek from where she had rubbed her face with an inky hand earlier. You know this is insane, right? She said. Completely, he said. We are talking about bringing back a legendary island and building a kingdom on it, she said. We should be terrified. I am, he said. You do not look like it. He shrugged. I have been terrified most of my life, he said. This feels... He searched for a word that was honest and simple. Feels like something I chose, he finished. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Her eyes were tired, but there was a bright line under the exhaustion now. I am with you, she said. He swallowed. I know, he said. He reached up without thinking and brushed the ink spot from her cheek with his thumb. Her breath hitched. Harry, she said softly. He realized how close they were. The air between them felt very thin. They had been through war together, shared tents and fear and grief. There had been moments before now, small ones, hands held in the dark, a hug that lasted longer than necessary, looks they both pretended not to see. Now they stood in a quiet corridor with a kingdom in their heads and a choice in front of them. He could pull back and joke. He could keep things simple. Or he could acknowledge what had been there for a long time. He did not overthink it. He leaned in and kissed her. It was not dramatic. There was no music, no flash of light. Her lips were warm and a little chapped from biting them while she read. She made a small surprised sound, then kissed him back, one hand fisting lightly in the front of his shirt. His heart hammered in his chest. His knees felt weak in a way that had nothing to do with runes or magic. After a moment he pulled back, breath unsteady. Hermione looked stunned. Her fingers still clutched his shirt. "I should have done that ages ago," he said, voice rough. "Probably," she said faintly. They both laughed, shaky and quiet. "This does not make anything simpler," she said after a second. "I know," he said. She rested her forehead against his. "We have too much to do," she whispered. "We will figure it out," he said. She drew back slowly, letting her hand drop from his shirt. "Good night, Harry," she said. "Good night," he said. She walked away down the corridor, shoulders tense, hand brushing the wall as if she needed the anchor. Harry watched her go, thoughts spinning. Behind one of the closed doors, Ron lay awake, staring at the ceiling. He had heard voices outside, low and close. He had not caught the words. He had heard the soft sound of a laugh. He shut his eyes and told himself it was fine. He was happy for them. Of course he was. His chest ached anyway. In his own room, Harry closed the door and leaned against it, heart still racing. On the small table by the bed, the box with the memory vial waited. Pendragon, Avalon, Camelot, and now something new and fragile with Hermione. He lay down without undressing fully, staring at the ceiling, mind buzzing. The path ahead was dark and crowded with unknowns. But for the first time it felt like a path he had chosen, with people he loved beside him. He drifted toward sleep with the old name echoing in his thoughts and the taste of Hermione's kiss still on his lips, unaware that in another room Ron turned on his side and bit back the feeling of being the odd one out in a story that was starting to move without him. The weight of Avalon. Mud sucked at Harry's boots as he hauled himself up the slope. The wind on the hill tried to push him back down. It smelled of wet grass and distant with smoke. His cloak snapped around his legs. Runes, copied on heavy parchment and wrapped in a protective charm, bumped against his ribs in the pocket of his jacket. Behind him Ron puffed like an old engine. "Whose idea," Ron said, voice strained, "was it to start our grand magical destiny with a climb that feels like punishment?" "Hermione." Harry said it without turning. Hermione, who was a few steps ahead, did not even sound out of breath. "If you want a ritual that ties into ancient land magic," she called back, "you go where the ancient land magic is strongest. That means hills, monuments, places the Muggles already know are odd." Ron muttered something about odd hills that Harry did not quite catch. He looked up. Glastonbury Tor rose above them, a clean line of grass and stone against a flat gray sky. At the top, the ruined tower of St. Michael's Church stood like a marker, a reminder of old faiths stacked on top of one another. They had apparat to the far side of the village and walked the rest of the way. Hermione had insisted. She wanted to feel the ground change under their feet, to sense the pull of the wards buried in the land. Harry did not feel anything that subtle. What he felt was a low hum under his skin that had started as soon as they stepped onto the slope. It was not painful. Not yet. It was more like the air on the day of a storm. Hermione stopped near the top, just below the tower. "Here," she said. "This is the place." Harry reached her side and turned in a slow circle. From this height he could see the village spread out below them, the fields beyond, lines of hedges and roads, a thin mist hanging over distant low land. The wind was sharper here, cold on his cheeks. It looked normal. His heart did not believe it. Hermione dropped her bag and knelt on the grass. Ron arrived a moment later and flopped down with a groan. "I am writing a law," he said, gasping, "that any future kingdom you build has lifts. Or at least a set of stairs." Hermione ignored him. She pulled out a roll of parchment and smoothed it on the ground. Runes and numbers covered the surface in tight lines. Some circled, some crossed, some linked with arrows. Harry crouched beside her. "This is the array," he said. "The first layer," she said. "Only the core. If we tried to bring the full pattern here today, we would be at it for months. This is just the anchor." Ron leaned on his elbows and peered at the parchment. "It looks like you attacked it with a very angry quill," he said. Hermione pushed her hair behind her ear. She had ink smudged on one cheek again. "We are creating a permanent chant," she said. "Every rune is a word, every line a phrase. Once we carve this into the ground, it keeps talking to the magic. We only get one chance to get this right." Harry looked at the pattern. The lines meant little to him on their own. He could not read them the way Hermione did. But he remembered the way she had explained it in the library. A set of instructions that would never stop running until they told it to. He felt the weight of that. "You sure this will not blow up the hill?" he asked. Hermione shot him a sharp look. "I am never sure about anything this big," she said. "But I have checked the calculations again and again. This will not explode. It will open." Ron swallowed. "Open what, exactly?" "The path," Hermione said. "If Dumbledore was right, these lines go back to Avalon. The Tor sits on top of a crossing point. Old stories say the hill was once an island, surrounded by water and mists." Harry looked down the slope. The fields did not look like water. Mist gathered lower down, though. Thin now, but thickening by the minute. "We do this in 3 stages, Hermione said. "First we draw the array in chalk to make sure it matches the plan. Then we fix it in place with runic carving and blood tie. Then Harry channels Pendragon magic through it and we try to call the Grail." Ron sat up straighter. "Hold on. Blood tie," Hermione nodded. "Old magic works on sacrifice," she said quietly. "Not always something huge. Sometimes just effort. Sometimes memory. Sometimes blood. If this is going to answer to Harry, his magic needs to be part of the base." Ron looked at Harry with open worry. "You did not mention that part," he said. Harry shrugged, trying to keep his voice steady. "How much?" he asked Hermione. "Not much," she said at once. "A small cut on your hand. A mark in the right place. The pain is not the problem. The channeling is." She held his gaze. "You do not have to go through with it today, Harry," she said. "We can take the notes back, rethink the pattern, adapt it, run checks." Harry looked at the hill, at the tower, at the mist creeping closer to the base. He thought of the ministry chamber and the empty speeches. He thought of the word in his father's journal. Pendragon. If he walked away now, he knew he would keep thinking about this until he came back. "If we put it off," he said, "it will hang over everything." Hermione did not argue. She nodded once. "All right," she said. "Then we do it with care. You tell me the moment it is too much. We stop. No heroic nonsense." Ron snorted. "You are saying that to the boy who always tries to die in a grand way," he said. Harry gave a crooked smile. "I am right here, Ron." Ron tapped the side of his own head. "Exactly," he said. "You get stubborn in there. So I am backing Hermione up. If either of us says stop, you stop." Harry breathed out slowly. "Fine," he said. Hermione pushed to her feet and pulled chalk from her bag. "Right," she said briskly. "Harry, help me mark the outer circle. Ron, you keep watch. Anyone heading up here, we need to know." Ron stood. "On duty," he said. "Knight in training, guarding the soon-to-be king and the soon-to-be court mage." Hermione glanced at him. "Do not give the hill ideas," she said. They set to work. Hermione paced out the circle with precise steps, counting under her breath. She drew marks on the grass with chalk where each rune would go. Harry followed, copying lines from the parchment, tongue between his teeth as he tried not to smear anything. Wind tugged at the parchment edges. His fingers were stiff with cold, but he worked on. Ron walked a slow ring around them, eyes on the path below. Now and then a Muggle hiker appeared on the lower slopes, bundled in coats and scarves, heads down against the wind. Hermione had woven a light notice ward around their working space that nudged people away from the top without causing alarm. Those who started up toward the tower turned aside for no clear reason and drifted to other paths. Harry liked that charm. It was simple and kind. A small piece of control that did not hurt anyone. By the time the chalk circle was complete, his knees ached and his hands were white with dust. Hermione stepped back and checked the pattern twice before nodding. "Good," she said. "Now the carving." She pulled out 3 rune carving tools. Thin-handled, metal at the tips, humming faintly with magic. "Runic knives," she said. "They shape the base for sigils. Ron, you take this third, but only for the outer support marks. No central symbols." Ron rolled his eyes. "Yes, Mum," he said, then took the tool with care. She showed them how deep to cut and how to angle the strokes. They knelt and started to work the chalk lines into shallow grooves in the packed earth. This part hurt in a simple way. Grass stained their hands. Stones dug into their knees. Harry's back burned from bending over. The rune lines were long and complex. They wrapped around the hilltop in careful paths, some branching, some curling back on themselves. At one point Harry straightened with a groan and stretched his shoulders. "How many more of these do we have?" he asked. Hermione checked her notes. 7 full sequences around the circle, she said. "We have done 4. The central cluster is still left. That one is all you and me." Ron looked up. "You are sure you do not want help there?" he asked. Hermione shook her head. "The central lines tie to Harry's blood," she said. "The fewer overlapping magical signatures there, the cleaner the bond. You are covering the outer anchors. Your work is just as important." Ron sniffed. "You say that," he said. "Does the hill agree?" Harry looked at him. "Ron," he said quietly, "I need you in this. If this place comes alive and we do not have you watching where danger can come from, we are done." Ron held his gaze for a moment. Then he gave a lopsided smile. "All right," he said. "But if this thing grows walls without a loo, I quit." Hermione made a helpless sound somewhere between a sigh and a laugh. They worked until the last lines were carved. By then the sky had shifted. The gray had deepened. The mist below the hill had thickened into a soft white sea that hid the lower paths. Only the top of the Tor and St. Michael's Tower stood above it. It felt like they were on an island. Hermione straightened slowly, rubbing her lower back. "All right," she said. "That is the groundwork done. Now comes the part one am not going to pretend is simple." Harry wiped sweat from his face with the back of his sleeve. "Tell me exactly what to do," he said. Hermione picked up a small silver knife. "Simple, clean, with no decoration. First," she said, "we fix the circle to you. A cut on your palm here." She pointed to one of the central runes, a knot of lines near the exact center. "You press your hand down and let a few drops of blood fall into that channel. I will activate the support runes at the same time." Ron shifted his weight, jaw tight. Then Hermione went on, "We move to the channel stage. You stand in the center over the knot. I stand at the outer line. Ron stands at the outer anchor opposite me. I shape the runic phrases. You push power into them." Harry swallowed. "And the Grail?" he asked. Hermione looked at the mist that hugged the lower slopes. "If the old legends are right," she said quietly, "the Grail is not buried under a church or locked in a vault. It is tied to the land, a focus of Avalon itself. If the Pendragon calls with the correct bond, it should answer." Ron frowned. "What does that mean, answer?" "It shows itself," Hermione said, "or sends guidance. Old stories say it tests those who seek it." "Tests how?" Harry asked. Hermione met his eyes. "Temptation," she said. "Power. Easy fixes that cost more than you want to pay. Things like that." Harry thought of the Mirror of Erist. He thought of the way Voldemort had offered him simple choices that were not really simple at all. "I am done with easy paths," he said. Hermione studied his face, then nodded. "All right," she said. "Give me your hand." He held it out. She took it gently, turned the palm up, and pressed the small knife against his skin. The cut was quick and clean. A sharp sting, a thin line of red. Harry hissed through his teeth but did not pull back. Hermione guided his hand down to the central rune. Blood dripped into the groove. It ran along the carved channel, splitting where lines forked, spreading through the pattern in a slow, steady path. Hermione murmured a binding phrase under her breath. The runes drank the blood and seemed to darken. Harry felt it at once. The hum under his skin, which had been low and steady, flared. A line of energy ran from his palm down his arm, through his chest into the ground. He swayed. Hermione gripped his wrist. "Breathe," she said. "Let it settle." He drew in air. It tasted of damp earth and metal. The rush of power smoothed a little, settling into a heavy pull instead of wild spikes. "All right," he said. Hermione let go and stepped back to the line where her part of the array began. Ron moved to his anchor point opposite her. He had his wand in his hand now, knuckles white around the handle. Harry stepped into the very center of the circle. The carved lines of the central knot crisscrossed under his feet. The wind sounded distant now, like something outside a wall. He closed his eyes for a moment. In his mind he saw the memory of Dumbledore's office. The book, the map, the vial. his father's handwriting. He opened his eyes and looked at Hermione. "Ready," he said. She raised her wand. "Array," she called, voice clear. "Wake." The runes along the outer circle flared faintly, not with light but with presence. Harry felt them like a series of small taps on his senses. One after another, in sequence, Hermione began to speak the runic phrases. She did not chant in a dramatic way. Her voice was steady, clipped, careful, each word shaped with precision. She spoke in the old tongue that they had only brushed in class. It sounded rough and solid, full of sharp edges. Harry felt each phrase land in the circle. He was the one standing in the center, so he felt every shift. Lines under his boots warmed. Air pressed against his skin. "Push gently at first," Hermione called. "Let it find you." He reached for his magic the way he did for a Patronus. Except this time he did not send it outward in a burst. He let it flow down. Down into the runes, into the earth, into the chalk and carved lines. Pain hit him. It was not the bright spike of a curse. It was deep. His bones ached as if they were being asked to carry weight they were not built for. His heart thudded unevenly. Sweat broke out along his back and face in an instant. Ron swore softly under his breath from the edge of the circle. "You all right?" he called. Harry clenched his jaw. "Fine," he said. Hermione did not stop speaking. The runes around the circle answered her words. They pulsed in time with her voice. The pattern of energy grew more complex. Harry tried to match her rhythm. He pushed more power down, following the lines he could feel. Some channels took his magic easily, like rivers with wide beds. Others strained and tugged, fighting the flow. His vision blurred. Hermione reached a point in the sequence and switched languages. The sound of the words changed. It became lower, almost a growl. Harry felt something shift under the tor. The hill itself seemed to lean, not physically but in a deeper way. The bond between his blood and the circle tightened. It was as if a hand had closed around his heart and was squeezing, not to crush but to test its strength. He gasped. Hermione glanced up, eyes wide. "Harry, I have it," he forced out. "Keep going." She hesitated for one heartbeat, then nodded. She pushed on, words coming faster now, still precise. Ron braced his feet wide, wand held up, eyes scanning the edges for any sign of misfire. Now and then he flicked his wand to redirect a stray spark of magic that tried to leap from the circle to the tower stones. The wind died completely. The air around the hill went still and heavy. Below them, the mist rose. It climbed the sides of the tor like slow water. In minutes, the lower slope was gone from sight. Then the middle. From above, the hill now stood alone in a white sea. Harry's knees shook. His breath came in harsh pants. Every muscle in his body trembled with the effort of holding the connection. Hermione reached the final set of phrases. "Last sequence," she called. "When I say the name, you give it everything you can for 3 breaths, then stop. Even if nothing happens." "Understood." He nodded once. His vision fuzzed at the edges. The tower, the sky, Hermione's face, all swam. Hermione lifted her wand high. "By the line of the land," she shouted. "By the blood in the stone. By the oath that never found its end." The runes roared without sound. Harry felt pressure in his skull, as if the whole hill was trying to push into his mind. Hermione's voice rose. "By the right of the Pendragon." The word struck him like a blow. Magic surged through him, dragging a cry from his throat. He forced power down anyway. He pushed everything he could reach. All the raw energy that had always been there under his spells but never fully touched. The part of him that had broken wands, shredded chambers, thrown Voldemort himself back in a flash of green and red, poured through his blood into the runes. His body screamed in protest. Pain lanced up his spine and across his ribs. His heart stuttered and raced. His teeth ached. His skin felt too tight. He tasted iron. Some part of him counted breaths. 1, 2, 3. "Stop!" Hermione shouted. Now, he tried to cut the flow. It did not stop at once. It ripped from him in one last burst, like a final wave crashing on stone. Then it broke. The connection snapped. Harry dropped to his knees. The world tilted sideways. He fell forward, hands hitting the carved lines. His palms burned. His chest heaved. Hermione's footsteps thudded across the grass. She dropped beside him, hands on his shoulders. Harry, Harry, breathe. Look at me. He forced his eyes open. Her face swam into focus. Her cheeks were streaked with sweat. Her hair clung to her temples. Ron knelt on his other side, eyes wide with fear. Say something, Ron said. Anything. Harry took in air in rough gulps. That hurt, he rasped. Ron barked a short laugh that sounded half wild. Good, he said. If you can complain, you are still with us. Hermione did not laugh. Her fingers dug into Harry's cloak. I should have stopped you sooner, she said, voice shaking. I felt the strain. I pushed anyway. I thought we needed that much power. Harry tried to shake his head and gave up. We needed it, he said. He lifted his gaze past her shoulder. The mist that had climbed the hill now lay almost level with the top. It was no longer thin. It was thick, white, and still. Hermione followed his eyes. The three of them turned as one. The world beyond the circle had changed. Where the plain had been, there was now water. Not real, not in any normal sense. The fields had not flooded. The roads had not vanished. The lake that stretched out beyond the tor was something else. A sheet of silver gray that did not reflect the sky. It lay in a perfect ring around the hill. No ripples, no waves. In the far distance, rising out of that strange water, stood an island. It had not been there before. Harry knew because he would have seen anything that large. Dark trees lined its edges. Towers rose above them, shapes half hidden in light and mist. A pale glow hung over the whole land, not bright, but steady. Hermione took a sharp breath. Avalon, she whispered. Ron's hand tightened on Harry's shoulder. You did it, he said. Harry did not answer. The weight on his chest had changed. It was still heavy, but now it felt like something specific. A cloak he had put on rather than a stone dropped on him. From the center of the circle, from the carved knot under his knees, a new presence flowed. It did not come from outside. It rose from the lines themselves. A point of light appeared in the air before him. It grew, slowly, unfolding like a drop of water pushed into a sphere. It was not bright white. It was more like the color of old gold and deep water mixed. Hermione froze. Ron lifted his wand. The light took shape. It stretched into a narrow shape, then widened at the top. In moments it was a cup, simple, without jewels or engravings. Its surface shimmered, shifting between metal, stone, and something that looked like it was made of liquid itself. The Grail. Harry could feel it, not with his eyes, but with the same sense that had told him where Voldemort was during the war. Pull, direct and confident. The cup hung in the air at the level of his chest. He reached for it without thinking. Hermione grabbed his wrist. Wait, she said, voice low. He stopped. The Grail pulsed once. Harry felt something slide into his mind. It was not a voice. Not exactly. It was more like a series of pictures and feelings pressed into his thoughts. For a moment he saw a world with no war, no dark lords, no corrupt deputies in the ministry, no Muggle leaders with their own weapons. A calm, bright world where magic and ordinary life flowed together. No hiding, no fear, no hunger. It looked perfect. Then the picture shifted. He saw the same world, but closer. Faces that smiled, then faded when they thought no one was looking. People whose memories had gaps like missing teeth. Whole histories smoothed over. The Grail did not speak, but Harry understood. This was an offer. He could use this power to reshape everything. To erase old scars in one act. To pull the world into a state where no one would ever suffer what he had suffered. All it would cost was truth. Choice. The next picture showed him people who had never lost anyone. They moved through clean streets, worked in safe jobs, raised children who never heard the word war. They also never knew why certain names were forbidden. They never understood what had been taken from them. History had been cut away, neatened. The Grail pushed another feeling into him. Ease. The sense that all the messy effort of real change could vanish. That with one act he could do what lawmakers and activists and teachers would take generations to attempt. It would be so simple. He only had to let the Grail drink everything that did not fit. Every broken memory. Every unjust law. every pain that lingered, they would all sink into that silver gray. He heard Hermione shouting his name. Her voice sounded far away. Ron was saying something too, loud and urgent. Harry realized his hand had lifted toward the cup again. He forced his fingers to curl into a fist. No, he said inside his own head. The Grail pulsed. It did not push words. Pushed more images. He saw his parents alive. Not as ghosts or echoes but real. James laughing in the kitchen. Lily stirring a pot with a wand in one hand and baby Harry on her hip. He saw Sirius walking through the door, whole and grinning. He saw Fred at the joke shop, George beside him. Remus and Tonks, hand in hand, standing at a dinner table in Grimmauld Place that was full, loud, alive. He saw them all. They were so close he could hear the scrape of chairs on the floor, the clink of cups. If you take the easy path, the Grail seemed to say, you can have this. All of it. He wanted it so much that his chest hurt. Tears blurred his vision. He felt like a small child again, standing in front of the mirror of Ariste. Back then he had wanted the picture to be real more than anything. He remembered Dumbledore's voice telling him that the mirror did not give knowledge or truth, only dreams. This was worse. The Grail did not just show dreams. It paired them with the ability to make them partly real at a price. He saw the cost now. In the edge of the vision, parts of the world faded. Names vanished from textbooks. Entire families never learned why their parents woke from nightmares sweating and gasping. Children grew up without any idea that people had once fought for their safety. It is not your job to make this choice for everyone. Something in him whispered. He thought again of what Dumbledore had said in the memory. Kings who try to rule alone always fall. He was kneeling in a circle, shaking with exhaustion. Hermione had cut her voice raw calling his name. Ron had stayed at his post even when the power made the air hard to breathe. He was not alone. He dragged his eyes away from the images. He looked at Hermione. She stood just outside the circle, wand raised, face tight with fear. There were tear tracks on her cheeks. Her other hand was stretched toward him, fingers trembling. Ron was ready to jump in front of him if anything went wrong. Eyes locked on the cup with open distrust. They were the reason he was here. They were the reason any kingdom would exist. Not for some neat, wiped clean plan. For real people. Flawed, angry, grieving, stubborn people. Pain was the price of memory. He straightened as much as his tired body allowed. No, he said out loud. The Grail pulsed again. Sharp. Harry spoke clearer, forcing each word. No, I will not erase what people lived through. I will not cut away their choices to make it easier for me. If we build something new, it will have to stand on truth. The pictures faltered. The kitchen faded. The family table went dim. Fred's grin hung in the air for a second longer than the rest, then slipped into gray. The ache in Harry's chest did not fade with them. The Grail pulled back from his mind. The weight of its attention lifted. His shoulders sagged. The cup hung in the air, still. Then it tilted. A single drop of liquid formed at its rim. It was colorless. Not water, not wine, not blood. Something else. It fell. The drop hit the carved knot in the center of the circle. The runes flared with a deep, quiet force. The hill shuddered. Out beyond the Tor, the island brightened. Lights along its towers flickered and then steadied. A bridge of mist formed between the hill and Avalon. A narrow path of denser white that stretched from the edge of the circle out over the gray water. It did not look solid, but it felt solid to Harry's magic sense. The Grail dimmed, then it vanished. Harry swayed and would have fallen if Hermione had not caught him. She pulled his arm over her shoulders and braced her feet. Ron grabbed his other side. We have you, Ron said. Harry let them hold him. His legs had all the strength of damp cloth. Hermione pressed her forehead briefly against his temple. You did it, she whispered. You said no. Harry let out a harsh breath that might have been a laugh. I wanted to say yes, he said. That is why it was a test, she said. Ron looked past them at the bridge and the island beyond. So, he said slowly, does this mean we passed? Hermione followed his gaze. Her grip on Harry tightened. No, she said. This means the test has started. Harry forced his eyes open fully. The path of mist waited, quiet and still. Avalon rose beyond it, It did not look grand in a storybook way. Its walls were scarred. Some towers leaned. The glow around it felt tired. That made it feel more real. It was not a prize on a shelf. It was a place that had been hurt and abandoned. A place asking what they would do with it. Harry felt the weight settle fully now. Not a curse. Not a prophecy handed to him for the first time. A responsibility he had reached for. His chest hurt. His limbs shook. His mind still echoed with images the Grail had shown him. He looked at Hermione and Ron. "Ready?" he asked, voice rough. Ron swallowed. "Not even a little," he said. Hermione gave a small, scared smile. "We are going anyway," she said. They took one step together toward the edge of the circle. The bridge of mist did not move. It waited. So did Avalon. The first step. The mist bridge did not feel like mist. Harry expected his boots to sink or slip. Instead, the surface under his feet felt firm, like packed earth with a thin layer of cold. Each step sent a small shiver up his legs. Not pain, just a reminder that this path was not meant for ordinary walking. Hermione walked at his right, wand in hand, eyes scanning the strange water on either side. Ron took the left, a pace behind, watching their backs as if an ambush might come from the white air itself. Behind them, the top of Glastonbury Tor was already small. The carved circle was a dark ring on the hill, half hidden by mist. Ahead, Avalon waited. As they walked, the island seemed both near and far. For a few steps it looked close enough to touch. Then, without any sense of distance changing, it looked distant again. Trees blurred. Towers slid half out of sight. Harry tried not to stare at the water. There were shapes down there, far below the surface. Not fish. More like shadows of other places. A street he half recognized. A flash of Hogwarts stone. The outline of the Ministry atrium. Each image slid away the moment he noticed it. Hermione spoke without looking at him. "Do not focus on what is under us," she said quietly. "It is probably layered memories. The land remembers places that used to be tied into this network. The bridge is trying to distract you." Ron snorted. "Brilliant," he said under his breath. "Ancient magic that nags like a bored portrait." Harry kept his eyes on the island. With every step, the pull in his chest grew stronger. Not the painful drag from the ritual. This felt more like a steady hand on his shoulder, guiding rather than yanking. After what felt like both a long time and no time at all, his boot hit solid ground again. He stepped off the bridge and onto the shore of Avalon. The change was instant. The air was warmer here. Not hot, just comfortable like early summer. The wind was gentler. The smell of damp grass and earth was stronger, mixed with something he could not name. Old stone, maybe. Old spells. He looked back. The bridge was still there, a pale line stretching out over the gray water to the hidden hill. Ron stepped off the bridge behind him and let out a breath. "That was unpleasant," he said. Hermione joined them, eyes wide as she took in the island. "We did it," she said. "We actually did it." They stood in silence for a moment. The shore was narrow and rocky, with a strip of short grass beyond. A worn path led up from the water toward the tree line. The trees were dense, trunks close together, branches tangled. Beyond the trees, Harry could see the tops of towers and walls. He glanced at Hermione. "Lead on," he said. She nodded, swallowed, and stepped onto the path. Ron muttered something about cursed forests and followed. Harry took the middle this time, wand ready. The trees closed around them as they climbed. The light changed. It was not darker exactly, but it felt filtered. Less like sunlight, more like the steady glow of an old charm. The air was still. No birdsong. No rustle of animals in undergrowth. Just their own footsteps and breathing. Hermione ran her fingers lightly over the bark of one tree as they passed. "These are not ordinary trees," she murmured. "No rings. No moss. They feel like solidified wards." Ron eyed a trunk warily. "So if I kick one, will it kick back?" he asked. "Please do not experiment on the foundational magic of an entire island," Hermione said. He lifted both hands in surrender. "Fine. No tree kicking." The path wound left and right. Twice Harry was sure they had passed the same split in the roots of a large oak. Hermione frowned. "It is looping us," she said. Trying to keep us out? Ron asked. Not exactly, Hermione said. Old places like this use paths as a test. If you get impatient and cut through the woods, you end up lost. If you trust the route, it eventually lets you through. Harry felt eyes on his back. He stopped and turned. There was no one there. Just trees and the faint line of the path behind them. Still, the sensation remained. Something or someone was watching. Welcome, a voice said. It was not spoken aloud. The sound was inside his head, clear and calm. Harry flinched. Hermione grabbed his arm. What is it? She whispered. You did not hear that? He asked. Ron glanced around, wand half raised. Hear what? The voice spoke again. You took the hard road. That is noted. This is not funny, Harry thought, not sure if the thought would go anywhere. The presence answered. If I wished to play games, I would have arranged illusions that played on your guilts. The Grail has already done that. I have no need to repeat it. Hermione looked up sharply. Harry, she said quietly. Someone is addressing the pathway. I can see the runes shifting. Who is there? Harry asked aloud. The answer came with a faint pulse in the air. You may call me the Warden, the voice said. The original bindings left a mind here, a set of responses to speak for the island when no human could. I am only that. Ron muttered, so we are talking to a very fancy security system. That is one narrow way to name it, the Warden replied. Hermione stared at the trees. You are sentient, she said. I am a pattern, the Warden answered. Sentience is a large claim. I recall what Avalon was and what it was meant to be. I can judge whether those who seek to claim it would repeat the same errors. Hermione straightened. Then you know why we are here, she said. Yes, the Warden said. That is why you are still walking. Many who tried to reach this place did not pass the first gate. Ron swallowed. So the bridge was the first gate, he said. Correct, the Warden replied. The Grail tested the heart of your focus. It offered you the comforting lie. You refused. Harry thought of the vision of his parents, of Fred, of peace that was not real. His chest tightened again. I wanted it, he said to the empty air. Wanting does not condemn, the Warden said. Yielding without thought would. Hermione squeezed his arm once, then let go. So what now? She asked. Now you reach the hall, the Warden said. And we speak properly. The path shifted. Not in a way Harry could see. One step it was the same dirt track between trees. The next step they emerged into open space. The trees simply stopped. They stood at the edge of a wide courtyard. Stone paving stretched out before them in a rough square. Grass had forced its way up between some slabs, not wild yet, but creeping in. At the far side, a broad set of steps rose to a grand hall. The hall was made of heavy pale stone. It had no glittering banners, no polished windows. The walls were plain. The roof sloped gently. At the front, 2 tall doors stood shut. Above the doors, carved into the stone, was a symbol Harry recognized from James' journal and from Dumbledore's notes. A dragon and a lion twined around a sword. No crown. Just those 3 shapes. Harry moved forward slowly. His steps echoed softly on the stone. Ron and Hermione walked beside him. The weight of being watched thickened. He could not see anyone in the courtyard. No guards, no servants. Yet the sense of eyes on him was stronger now than on the path. He stopped at the base of the steps and looked up at the symbol. Pendragon, the Warden said in his mind. The name you have refused and cannot avoid. Harry flinched. I have not refused, he said. I am trying to understand what it means. A fair answer, the Warden said. Hermione stepped forward until she was level with Harry. We are not here to seize a crown for the sake of power, she said, speaking to the empty air. Ron added, we are here because the system we have is broken. We have seen it. We lived through its failures. The Warden was silent for a breath that felt very long. Then, you speak with anger and pain, it said. That is honest. Many who came before covered their hunger with polite words. Harry looked up at the doors again. They were tall enough to let a giant pass. No handle was visible. He climbed the steps. His legs were still tired from the ritual, but he made it to the top. He stood right in front of the doors. He remembered Dumbledore's warning. Share power. He reached out, took Hermione and Ron's hands, and lifted them with his. Together, they placed their palms flat against the stone. The doors vibrated under their hands. Lines appeared under their palms, glowing faintly, mapping their fingers and palms, then running up their arms in a faint hum before fading. Identity confirmed, the warden said. Potter blood. Granger mind. Weasley heart. The stone shuddered. The doors swung inward. A breath of warm air washed over them. The Hall of Avalon was not empty. It was waiting. They stepped inside. The space was long and high, supported by thick stone pillars. Runes crawled over the pillars and along the floor in quiet patterns. The ceiling was ribbed with lines of old magic that hummed gently against Harry's senses. There were no banners here either. No gaudy colors. No portraits of kings. At the far end of the hall stood a raised platform with a single chair. Not a spiked throne. Not a glittering seat. A plain chair, carved from dark wood, wide enough to suggest someone might sit there for hours and need real support. Its arms were worn smooth. In front of the platform was a wide circle marked into the floor with silver metal. Around its edge 12 chairs were arranged. Each one different in small ways, some with higher backs, some lower, some narrower, some broader. They faced inward. Hermione drew in a quiet breath. The round table, she said. Ron stared. Those are chairs, he said. The table is the floor, Hermione replied. The circle. No head, no foot. Only rolls. He blinked. That feels complicated for a room, he said. Harry walked forward. His footsteps echoed softly. He stopped at the edge of the silver circle. The warden spoke again. In the first days, it said, this hall held rulers who thought themselves legends while they still breathed. Some tried to use the power of Avalon to shine. Some tried to hide their flaws in its light. They fell. Hermione looked around, eyes tracing the runes on the pillars. You saw all of that, she murmured. I remember, the warden said. That is my function. To remember and to compare. Ron frowned. Compare to what? He asked. To you, the warden replied simply. Harry felt a chill. We are not them, he said, looking at the empty chair on the platform. You are not, the warden said. That is clear. You are tired. You are unsure. You are not eager to sit. That is a good start. Hermione gave Harry a look. I told you, she muttered. Obvious. Harry felt his lips twitch despite everything. He stepped into the circle. Nothing happened for a moment. He took another step, then another, until he stood in the very center. A soft vibration rose under his feet, then spread up through his body. Not pain, not even strain, just awareness. He felt the hall. He felt the courtyard, the trees, the bridge, the strange water, the tor beyond. The lines of magic that linked them pressed into his mind in a rough pattern. This is what your line can do, the warden said. Not control. Sense and anchor. Harry closed his eyes and let the sense pass through him. The power did not feel like it belonged to him. It felt like something he was being asked to stand in, like a stream he could direct but not own. He opened his eyes again. His friends watched him from the edge. Hermione had one hand pressed to her chest, the other at her side. Ron stood with his arms slightly away from his body, ready to move in any direction. Without thinking, Harry lifted his hand toward Hermione. Come here, he said. She stepped into the circle without hesitation. Ron followed a heartbeat later. The sensation shifted. With the three of them inside, the awareness spread. Now he felt more. Hermione was a clear line in the pattern, a point where symbols snapped into place. Runes clustered around her in his perception. Numbers, logic, structure. Ron was a line of motion in the pattern. Paths of approach and retreat traced themselves around where he stood. Weak points and strong points flashed into focus. The warden observed silently for a moment. 3 at the center, it said at last. Unexpected. Hermione raised her chin. We do not do this alone, she said. That should be the point. Ron added, if one of us tries to run off and play solo king, the others will hex him. Harry felt the circle accept that. The metal ring at their feet warmed. For a second, faint light traced symbols along it. Then the light faded. It is possible, the warden said slowly, that this place will accept a council rather than a single ruler. The foundations are old, but they can adapt. Hermione looked relieved. Good, she said. That sounded less like myth and more like work. Ron stared at one of the side chairs. So who actually sits in what? He asked. The warden replied, assigning seats is a matter for you, not for me. I can note patterns. I can state that the hall itself will recognize certain roles. But I will not choose your hierarchy. That would repeat an old mistake. Harry looked at the lone chair on the platform again. The pull toward it was there, but it was not a smug call. It felt like an empty place waiting to be filled. I will not sit there yet, he said. Hermione nodded quickly. I agree, she said. We are not ready to claim anything. We barely know how the runes on these pillars work. Ron added, and the moment someone sees you sitting there, the ministry will lose its mind. Harry thought of Kingsley trying to hold together a government made of fear and habit. We have to tell him, he said. We do, Hermione agreed. Quietly at first. Then we choose how to present this. Ron scratched the back of his neck. We do not exactly have a lot of time, he said. The hill is still there. The bridge is still open. At some point someone else will notice something odd. Hermione turned slowly, eyes on the hall. The bridge is only solid for those who were accepted by the Grail, she said. I think. I hope. You hope, Ron repeated. There is a limit to how much even I can know after a day, Hermione shot back. Harry stepped out of the circle. The hum in his bones faded. He felt empty for a second, then normal. The chair on the platform remained empty. The island did not crumble. The warden spoke again, tone almost dry. This is unprecedented, it said. Most claimants rush to claim the high seat. You are leaving it empty. Harry looked at the chair. If we decide to rebuild anything, he said, the seat should mean work done, not work promised. I am not sitting there until this place actually serves the people we say we care about. There was a pause. At last, the warden said, that is noted. Hermione smiled, small and proud. Harry walked back to his friends. We will come back, he told the air. Soon. The hall did not answer in words. Instead the pillars pulsed once, the runes on them brightening and dimming with a soundless thrum. Hermione interpreted it without being told. I think that is as close as we get to approval, she said. Ron rubbed his arms. Right, he said. Now can we go home before my head explodes? Harry glanced at the open doors. The courtyard waited beyond. The path through the trees and the mist bridge lay past that. He knew that once they stepped off the island, the sense of the place would fade. It was already less sharp now that he had left the circle. But it did not feel like goodbye. It felt like leaving a house you had only just seen where your name was already carved into the frame. He nodded. Come on, he said. We have to tell Kingsley that the map he did not know existed has a destination. Ron groaned quietly. You know he is going to ask for a meeting, he said. Hermione sighed. Of course he is, she said. That is what ministers do. They left the hall together. The doors swung closed behind them without a sound. The meeting room in the ministry was small, windowless, and heavily warded. Harry had always hated it. Now, after Avalon, the walls felt closer than ever. The air was still, but not in the clean way of the island. It was stale, with a faint smell of dust and old coffee. Kingsley sat at the head of the table, cloak draped over the back of his chair, sleeves rolled up. There were lines around his eyes that had not been there before the war. McGonagall sat at his right, back straight, hands folded on the table. On his left, a goblin Harry knew as Sharptolon watched the trio with a hard, unreadable gaze. Harry, Hermione, and Ron took the seats opposite. Only 6 people in the room. No reporters, no aides, no hangers-on. Harry was grateful. Kingsley looked at each of them in turn. You asked for a private audience, he said. His voice was calm, but Harry heard the edge of strain under it. You said it was urgent. Harry glanced at Hermione, then back at the minister. It is, he said. But it is also something that will sound mad before it makes sense. Ron muttered, you say that like we do not live in a world where a diary tried to kill you. Sharptolon's mouth twitched in what might have been a brief smile. McGonagall tilted her head. As I understand it, she said, this concerns certain materials you found in Godric Hollow and a memory in the headmaster office. Hermione nodded. Yes, Professor, she said. Kingsley laced his fingers together. Perhaps you should start there, he said. Harry took a breath. You know my parents were in the Order, he said. You know Dumbledore had his plans. Kingsley gave a small nod. I am painfully aware, he said. Harry told them. Not every detail. Not the smaller moments in Godric Hollow. Not the feel of his father's handwriting under his fingers. But he laid out the important pieces. James' journals and the word Pendragon. The tailored memory in the pensieve where Dumbledore spoke directly to them about foundational magic and the possibility of restoring a different kind of power. The map in the memory vial. The sites marked with old runes. Finally, the ritual on Glastonbury Tor. He did not soften the risk. He described the pain, the test, the grail, the temptation to rewrite everything in one act. McGonagall listened with a face that revealed nothing. Sharptolon watched Harry's hands more than his eyes. Kingsley's expression went from disbelief to shock to something quieter and heavier. When Harry finished, the room was silent. Ron shifted in his seat. You can check, he said to Kingsley. You can go to the Tor yourself. The hill is the same, but it will feel different if you step on the circle. Kingsley rubbed his forehead. I believe you, he said. He gestured to Hermione. Your explanation of the runes in the letter was very detailed. I asked 2 curse-breakers to read it without telling them who wrote it. They both came back pale and interested. Hermione blinked. You verified my work, she said. Of course, he replied. If 3 teenagers tell me they have found a legendary island and the foundation of a new political order, I will at least ask for a second opinion. Sharptolon spoke for the first time. They did not tell us, he said. We read the patterns from the outside. The structure is there. Something old has stirred. McGonagall cleared her throat. You are telling us, she said, that you have made contact with Avalon. Yes, Harry said. Hermione added, and that Avalon has a central hall and infrastructure that could be used as the base for a new sort of magical governance. Kingsley leaned back in his chair. And you, Harry, he said slowly, have been told that your family line is tied to a title that would give you authority over that place. Harry held his gaze. Yes, he said. Kingsley let out a breath through his nose. Well, he said, that is certainly one way to make my job more interesting. Ron made a small choked sound that might have been a laugh. McGonagall's mouth flattened. I trust you understand, she said to Harry, that this cannot be announced without thought. Harry nodded at once. We know, he said. That is why we are here before we do anything else. Hermione added, we do not want to tear the world apart. We want to give it another option. One that is older and more stable than the Ministry, but less prone to the sort of collapse Camelot suffered the first time. Sharptolon tapped one claw lightly on the table. You speak of stability, he said, but from where I sit, this looks like the beginning of another claim to power. Hermione met his gaze. That depends on how we build it, she said. Sharptolon tilted his head. Our people remember the last time wizards claimed land in the name of destiny, he said. It did not end well for anyone. Harry felt that hit. He thought of goblin rebellions in history of magic and how they had been presented. Neat phrases, little detail, all the blame dumped on the non-human side. He suspected the truth had been less simple. I am not going to build a kingdom that treats goblins as lesser, he said. Sharptolon looked at him for a long moment. Words are easy, he said at last. Every treaty promise starts with fine sentences. What matters is what you do with your walls and your laws. He folded his arms. Why should my people trust this Avalon of yours? Harry did not answer at once. He thought about the Grail and the images it had shown him. A world with no scars. A world without Fred's death. Without Remus and Tonks. Without his parents' grave. It had been tempting because it removed pain. But pain was part of truth. He thought of building something that did not erase history, even the shameful parts. He thought of rooms in Avalon set aside for goblins, for centaurs, for any magical being that wanted a seat at the circle. Not as guests, as part of the structure. He spoke slowly. Because if we do this, he said, the hall will not be for humans alone. The circle is already there. 12 chairs. It was not built to be 1 king and 11 servants. It was meant to hold different strengths. We want goblins there. We want you there. Hermione added, this is not a ministry department with a goblin liaison slapped on the side. This is the heart of the system. If we fail at including you at the root, we fail entirely. Sharptolon watched them with that steady, weighing gaze that goblins had. You would invite us into the core of your power, he said. It is not our power, Hermione said. Harry nodded. Avalon does not belong to me, he said. It belongs to the land, to the people who live on it. Wizards, witches, goblins, everyone. I am a conduit. That is it. Kingsley raised his eyebrows a fraction. That is not how most people would describe a throne, he said quietly. Harry looked at him. That is why we are trying to do it differently, he said. The minister studied him. You could keep this to yourself, he said. Explore Avalon in secret. Build wards. Gather loyal followers. By the time anyone noticed, it would be too late for me to do anything but accept it or start a civil war. Harry felt a cold knot form in his stomach. The fact that Kingsley could lay that out so calmly drove home how much the man had thought through the worst possibilities. That is not what we are doing, Harry said. Kingsley nodded slowly. I know, he said. If it were, you would not be sitting in this room. McGonagall finally spoke again. What exactly are you asking from us? She asked. Hermione sat up straighter. First, she said, we need time. Even just weeks. Space to work on the structure of the wards and the legal framework without every newspaper screaming about kings and prophecies. Ron muttered, they will scream anyway once they hear. Second, Hermione went on, we need access. To old records, to anything the ministry has on pre-statute law, to the full set of treaties with other beings. Everything you have buried in storage because it is awkward. Sharptolon made a low sound that might have been agreement. Third, Harry said, we need you not to panic. Kingsley gave a thin smile. That may be the hardest part, he said. Harry pressed on. When we are ready, we want to announce this not as a coup but as an offer. Parallel structure. A place that will handle things the ministry cannot or will not while still talking to you. No secret wars. No sudden declarations. McGonagall frowned. You know that many will still see it as a threat, she said. Harry nodded. Yes, he said. Which is why we are telling you now. So you can prepare. So you can help us frame it in a way that does the least damage. Kingsley looked from Harry to Hermione and Ron, then back. What about Hogwarts? He asked. Hermione's expression softened. Hogwarts can be a bridge, she said. A place where students learn that Avalon exists and that power is tied to responsibility. Not just spells and grades, but actual governance. We can build exchange programs, internships, all of that. McGonagall gave her a sharp look. My school is not a training ground for politicians, she said. Hermione held up both hands. It already is, she said. Most of the people in the Wisengamot went there. Most Aurors. Most department heads. I am saying we make that influence honest. We teach them how to do better, not how to repeat the same mistakes. The headmistress' mouth thinned. I will not have recruitment posters for Camelot in my corridors, she said. Hermione smiled faintly. I would not ask, she said. But I would ask for room to hold lectures, to build a curriculum that talks openly about foundational magic and responsibility. McGonagall hesitated. In principle, she said, I have no objection to more rigorous education. I have a strong objection to children being used as political tools. Hermione nodded. Agreed, she said. That is the last thing I want. Kingsley cleared his throat softly. If we agree to give you time and access, he said, what do you give me in return? Harry thought about it. I will not use Avalon to undermine you behind your back, he said. If I disagree with a policy, I will come to you first. I will not recruit your Aurors or staff in secret. I will not move against the ministry as long as you are acting in good faith. Sharptolon raised a brow. That is a lot of trust to ask for, he said. It goes both ways, Harry replied. Kingsley met his eyes. If I am forced into a position where keeping the peace means standing against you, he said, I will do it. Harry did not look away. If that happens, he said, it means one of us has made a serious mistake. The point of Avalon is to stop things getting that bad again. The minister exhaled slowly. Very well, he said. He looked at McGonagall. Any firm objections? She pursed her lips. Only personal ones, she said. I do not like the idea of my former student becoming a symbol all over again. I had hoped that part of your life was over. Harry felt his throat tighten. So had I, he said quietly. McGonagall held his gaze. Then make sure, she said, that this symbol serves the people who died to give you a chance at a future. Not just the ones who cheer your name. He nodded. I will, he said. Sharptalon tapped the table once more. I will report to my people, he said. They will not decide quickly. We are slow to trust. He leaned forward slightly. If you build this place with us in the circle, Potter, it will be the first time in centuries that humans invited us into the Foundation instead of keeping us as tools. If you fail to honor that, the cost will be high. Harry swallowed. I understand, he said. The goblin stood. We will watch, he said. We will see. He left the room without another word. Kingsley rubbed his temples. My head hurts, he said frankly. Ron gave a humorless grin. Welcome to our week, he said. McGonagall rose more slowly. Keep me informed, she said to Harry and Hermione. If you require library access or staff assistance, you will go through me. Do not use the younger students for errands. We will not, Hermione said at once. McGonagall gave her a long, measuring look, then nodded once and left. That left Kingsley with the three of them. He looked tired. I am not going to pretend I am happy about this, he said. The last thing I need is another shift under my feet. But I am also not arrogant enough to tell the land itself to sit down and be quiet. Harry almost smiled at that. Thank you, he said. The minister shook his head. Do not thank me yet, he said. Do the work. Build something worth the trouble. He stood. I will arrange discreet channels for you to request documents, he said to Hermione. Nothing that leaves a paper trail the public can interpret as favoritism. The howlers would never stop. Hermione grimaced. Understood, she said. Kingsley paused at the door. One more thing, he said without turning. Yes, Harry asked. The public story, Kingsley said. When the time comes, do not let anyone else tell it first. You saw what gossip did during the war. If the prophet or some gossip sheet breaks the word Pendragon before you speak on it, you will be chasing lies for years. Harry thought of Rita Skeeter and felt a flash of old anger. We have an idea for that, he said. Kingsley glanced over his shoulder. I had a feeling you might, he said. He left. The door closed behind him with a soft click. Back at Grimmauld Place that night, the kitchen felt small again. Maps and parchments covered the table. Hermione had ink in her hair. Ron had a bruise on his forearm from where a stack of books had fallen on him in the ministry archives. Harry sat with a mug of tea between his hands, staring at a blank page. We need a way to tell people that is not just a press conference, Hermione said. Ron nodded. If you let the prophet run it, he said, they will turn it into a romance story about Harry Potter and his secret royal bloodline. Hermione made a face. Or worse, she said. They will frame it as a return to pure blood rule. Harry shuddered. No, he said. We are not handing them that. He looked at Hermione. What about Hogwarts, he asked. She frowned. McGonagall was clear, she said. No recruitment in the corridors. Harry shook his head. I do not mean that, he said. I mean the Great Hall. Not a school assembly. A gathering. Representatives from different groups. Students can be there, but as witnesses, not targets. Ron scratched his head. So you want to stand up in front of the entire school and a bunch of invited guests and announce that you have a magic island, he said. When you say it like that, Harry said, it sounds ridiculous. Hermione thought about it. It has one advantage, she said slowly. Hogwarts is neutral. People trust it more than they trust the ministry. Announcing something that affects the whole magical world inside those walls sends a message about who this is for. Ron pointed at her. And we can control who reports on it, he said. Invite some foreign journalists, not just profit hacks. Make it harder for the locals to twist it. Hermione nodded. We will still get nonsense headlines, she said. But at least the original speech will be clear. Harry looked down at the blank page again. I hate speeches, he said. Ron grinned. You have had practice, he said. Remember the cleanup of the rubble after the battle. Hermione smirked. You did manage not to swear into the microphone, she said. Harry groaned. The difference, he said, is that back then I was just trying to get everyone through one day. This is asking them to accept something huge. He looked up at the two of them. I do not want this to become about me, he said. Hermione held his gaze. It is about you, she said softly. It always will be, to some extent. You are the one with the blood tie. You are the face people know. Ron added, but we can make sure it is also clearly about the three of us, and about everyone we bring into that circle. You do not stand alone on some dramatic platform. We stand together. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Together, he said. He tried the word on. Felt better than king. Hermione reached for a fresh piece of parchment. I will help you draft it, she said. No ancient runes, please, Ron muttered. She smiled. Just simple things, she said. The truth. Harry thought of what he wanted people to hear. That he was tired of being used as a symbol for other people's agendas. That he was tired of a system that put pretty words over justice. That he had found something older that could be a way forward, but only if everyone treated it as shared work rather than a prize. He started to speak, not in polished sentences, just in fragments. Hermione wrote as he talked, head tilted, brow furrowed. She did not change his words much. She shifted a phrase here, smoothed a rough edge there, but left the core. Ron threw in lines now and then, small touches that would land with ordinary people. Reminders that this was not about ancient blood but about safer lives. After an hour, the first draft of the speech sat on the table, ink still drying. Harry read it through once, lips moving. It was simple. He introduced Avalon as a place that had always been part of their hidden world, now reopened. He acknowledged the fears. He named his own line not as a boast, but as a fact tied to responsibility. He promised, in front of everyone, that no law in Avalon would be made without seats for non-human beings. He promised that the seat on the platform would stay empty until the hall had proved itself a service, not a throne. He hated that so much of it was about him. He also knew there was no way to avoid that. He put the parchment down. All right, he said. We do it. At Hogwarts. Hermione looked at him with something like relief and pride mixed together. Ron nodded. First the hall, then the politics, he said. Then, if we are still alive, maybe a holiday. Hermione snorted. You and your holidays, she said. Ron spread his hands. What is the point of building a kingdom if you never get a day off, he asked. Harry smiled. He reached under the table and found Hermione's hand. She squeezed back, quick and warm, before letting go. Ron saw eyes flicking down and up. The smile on his face did not change. But Harry noticed how he suddenly found something very interesting to look at on the opposite wall. Later, when they broke for the night, Harry walked Hermione to her room. The corridor outside was dim. The house creaked around them in its usual way. Hermione stood with her back to the door, fingers curled in the fabric of her jumper. Big day, she said. He nodded. Bigger ones ahead, he said. They looked at each other for a moment, all the words they did not have time for sitting between them. He leaned in and kissed her again. Slow, careful, a promise more than anything else. She kissed him back, hands resting lightly on his shoulders rather than clutching. They parted with their foreheads touching and their breathing a little uneven. This does not get to break us, she said quietly. Avalon, you mean, he asked. All of it, she said. Power, politics, old magic. We do this and we still stay ourselves. He thought of the Grail and the kingly visions it had offered. We will, he said. She studied his face, as if memorizing it in this ordinary hallway with no island. No crowd, no crown. Good night, Harry, she said. Good night, he replied. He watched her go inside, then turned away. Farther down the corridor, he saw a door move a fraction. Ron stepped out. They looked at each other. Did you hear any of that? Harry asked. No, Ron said too quickly. Then he grimaced. Yes, a bit. Harry moved closer. I do not want this to hurt you, Harry said. Ron gave a thin smile. Too late for that, he said, honest and rough. But I will live. He rubbed the back of his neck. I had my chance, he said quietly. Back in 4th year. I was an idiot. Hermione is not a prize. She chose. So did you. Harry's chest ached. I do not want you to feel pushed out, he said. Not from this. Not from us. Ron blew out a breath. Look, he said. This whole Avalon thing terrifies me. I already feel like the least clever person in every room we walk into now. Half the time you two are talking runes and foundational theory and I am just trying to remember how to breathe. He met Harry's gaze. But I am not walking away, he said. You are my best mate. She is my best friend. We beat a Dark Lord together. I am not going to let some ancient island and a few kisses knock that down. Harry swallowed. He nodded. All right, he said. Ron clapped a hand on his shoulder. Just do me a favor, he said. Name it, Harry replied. When you are king of the legendary hall or whatever people decide to call you, do not forget who taught you chess. Harry huffed a laugh. Never, he said. Ron smiled. For real then. Good, he said. Now go to bed before Hermione comes out and catches us talking about feelings. Harry gave a small salute and went to his own room. He lay awake for a long time. His mind kept replaying the bridge, the hall, the look on Kingsley's face, Sharptolon's warning, McGonagall's worry, Hermione's ink-smudged smile, Ron's forced jokes. The weight on his shoulders was heavy, but it was not the crushing, directionless weight he had carried after the war. It was the weight of something he had chosen, with eyes open, with people beside him. In the darkness, he whispered the old name once. Pendragon. The room did not shake. No dramatic light filled the air. Somewhere far away, on an island that had waited a long time, runes on stone shifted slightly. The Hall of Avalon prepared itself. Echoes on stone. Harry woke to the sound of old pipes rattling and someone banging a cupboard in the grim old kitchen below. For a second he forgot about Avalon. His mind pulled up the usual list of things to do. Letters. Meetings. A visit to the Orr office that he was half meant to make and half meant to dodge. Then he remembered the bridge of mist and the hall with its empty seat. His chest tightened in the familiar way. He swung his legs off the bed and sat for a moment with his feet on the cold floorboards. His muscles still complained from the ritual on the tour. The ache had settled into a deep tired feeling around his ribs and shoulders, the sort that never quite let him forget that he had pushed his magic hard. He stood, dressed, and headed downstairs. Hermione was already at the kitchen table with a mug of tea and 3 piles of parchment. Her hair was pulled back into a rough knot. Ink stains dotted her fingers. Ron sat opposite her, eating toast and writing notes on a folded bit of parchment. The smell of burnt bread hung in the air. The roster in Harry's head clicked into place. Hermione, Ron. Just the 3 of them here. Morning, Harry said. Hermione looked up and smiled. Tired but real. Morning, she said. Ron lifted his mug in greeting. There he is, Ron said. The king who is not a king and still has to make his own breakfast. Harry made a face as he poured tea. Do not start, he said. It is too early. It is not early, Hermione said. She checked the clock on the wall. It is nearly 10. Harry took the seat beside her. What are those? He asked, nodding at the parchment piles. Hermione pushed one across to him. Runic notes from Avalon, she said. I spent half the night writing down everything I could remember from the pillars in the hall and cross-checking them with the diagrams from Dumbledore's vial. Harry glanced at the tight lines of symbols and numbers. You did all this last night? He asked. She shrugged. I could not sleep, she said. My head would not stop. Better to get it out on paper before it turns into noise. Ron swallowed his mouthful and added, she also has a plan for today. Of course. Hermione ignored that. We need to go back, she said. Not just to stand in the circle again. We need to start cleaning and stabilizing. Some of those ward lines are old and strained. The warden hinted that parts of the network are fraying. If anything collapses while we are linked to it, the backlash could hit the mainland. Harry set his mug down. What does that mean exactly? He asked. Hermione tapped the nearest parchment. It means there are echoes running under the island, she said. Old spells that have been looping for centuries. Some of them are probably harmless, like recorded messages or practice wards. Others might be half-broken defense systems. We need to find them and either shut them down or tie them into a new structure. Ron frowned. You think the warden will just let us start poking at its insides? He asked. Hermione looked thoughtful. It let us into the hall, she said. It watched Harry refuse the Grail's first offer. It listened to us talk about councils and shared power. I do not think it wants Avalon to rot. Harry rubbed his thumb along the edge of his mug. It also said its job is to compare us to past mistakes, he said. Ron snorted. So we get judged by an enchanted building, he said. Brilliant. Hermione pushed her hair back. Look, she said. We can guess or we can ask. The warden responded when you spoke on the path. It responded in the hall. If we go back and ask directly, it may show us what needs fixing first. Harry nodded slowly. So today, he said, we go back to Avalon and start the boring part. Maintenance. I would not call it boring, Hermione said. Ron looked at her. You get excited over footnotes, he reminded her. She gave him a flat look. Footnotes are where people hide the truth, she said. Harry smiled into his tea. Right, he said. He set the mug aside. When do we go? Hermione glanced at the clock again. We can be at the tour by noon if we leave within the hour, she said. Government people tend to be in meetings then. Fewer eyes. Ron finished his toast and stood. Fine, he said. I will get my cloak. Someone has to test your shiny new wards. He left the kitchen. Hermione watched him go, then looked at Harry. He is still raw, she said quietly. I know, Harry said. He hesitated, then added, he told me last night that he is not walking away. But that does not mean this is easy. Hermione rubbed her thumb along the rim of her mug. We have to keep him in the center of this, she said. Not as an afterthought. Not as the one who just runs in and gets knocked about. He has instincts we do not. Harry nodded. We will, he said. He reached for parchment and started to help Hermione sort the notes into smaller stacks. Outside, the day was gray but dry. Good travel weather. Avalon waited. They would not keep it waiting too long. The climb up Glastonbury tour felt shorter the second time. Maybe because Harry's legs had some idea what they were in for. Maybe because his head was full of other things. The circle was still there at the top. The carved lines were faint but solid, cut into the ground. Mist gathered lower down again, thick but not as high as before. Hermione checked the runes around the circle carefully. No sign of tampering, she said. Ron circled the outer edge, wand in hand. No obvious tracks, he said. No burnt grass or scorch marks. If anyone did wander up here, they did not poke anything. Harry stepped into the center. That same subtle pull rose up under his feet. The bond from the blood ritual was still in place. He let out a slow breath. We are back, he said. The warden answered at once. I am aware, it said. The voice was clearer here than it had been on the bridge. You came sooner than I expected, it added. Hermione stepped to the circle line. We cannot leave a partly awakened island unattended, she said. That would be irresponsible. There was the faint sense of a dry huff. Correct, the warden said. Enter. The mist thickened around the edges of the hill, rising again. The bridge formed out over the strange water. They walked it in silence this time. Harry kept his eyes on the island. Hermione moved at his right, focused. Ron at his left, watchful. The bridge stayed steady. No shifting distance. No distracting images in the water. Either the warden was being polite or it had decided the first test was complete. They stepped onto Avalon's shore. The air warmed again. The familiar path through the trees opened ahead. The warden spoke as they walked. You wish to examine the inner wards, it said. Yes, Hermione replied. Some of your arrays are under strain. We saw the patterns from the hall. There was a pause. You are not wrong, the warden said. The binding of Avalon to the wider network has been frayed since the fall of the last regime. Ron frowned. What does that mean, he asked. The warden replied, when Camelot fell, the founders cut the island loose from many of its ties to the mainland. They hoped to prevent further abuse of the system. They did not close all channels. That would have destroyed the place. They left a few thin threads, enough for a new claim to find its way. The result is not stable. Hermione nodded slowly. You have power without full grounding, she said. That is dangerous. Energy builds where it cannot flow. It either stagnates or bursts out in random ways. Correct again, the warden said. Harry thought of the shapes under the mist water. Streets and halls sliding by under the surface. Is that why the images are down there, he asked. Partly, the warden said. Those are places that were once linked to Avalon. They echo along the cuts. Imagine scars that never healed cleanly. Hermione muttered, always with the subtle understatement. The path opened into the courtyard. The hall waited solid and plain. The symbol of dragon, lion, and sword watched from above the doors. The doors opened before they reached them this time. That made Harry jump. You may come and go, the warden said. You have not claimed the high seat, but you have bled for the circle and passed the grail. That grants access. They stepped inside. The hall felt different. The pillars hummed more strongly. The runes along the stone glowed faintly now, a steady dull shine rather than sudden flashes. Hermione turned in a slow circle, eyes bright. "It is awake," she said. "Not fully," the warden said. "Awake enough to respond." Harry looked up at the ceiling. "How do we see the damaged parts?" he asked. A low tone rolled through the hall. The silver circle at their feet flickered with traces of light. Lines radiated outward, not physically but as faint paths along the floor. They ran toward the walls, then down into the stone. The warden continued, "The hall knows the state of its bones. Stand at the center and I can show you what needs attention first." Harry hesitated. Last time he had stood in the center, the awareness had almost knocked him over. Hermione glanced at him. "I can go instead," she offered. He shook his head. "No," he said. "The bond is through my blood. It will be clearer if I stand there." Ron said at once, "Then we stand with you." Harry smiled a little. "Of course," he said. They moved into the silver circle together. This time Harry braced for the rush. Even so, the shift in his senses made him sway. The hall slid into focus in his mind. He felt the pillars and the roof and the stone under his boots. He felt the trees outside, the courtyard, the bridge, the water, the tor. Then the warden narrowed his view. Lines lit up in his perception. Some were steady. Some flickered like candle flames in a draft. Hermione reached for his hand without looking at him. He gripped her fingers and anchored himself. Ron rested a hand on his shoulder. "Right," Ron muttered. "Show us the worst of it." The warden obliged. In Harry's mind, the view sank. He felt himself move down through stone and earth until he reached a level where the air was tight and hot. "Array core," the warden said. Harry saw, with his inner sense, a cluster of runes carved into something that felt older than Hogwarts itself. The lines were dense and bright. They pulsed in a rhythm he could not put words to. Some of those lines were clear. Others had black cracks creeping from their edges. Those cracks linked to the ghostly images of other places. "This is where Avalon once met other sites," the warden explained. "Camelot had lines to the old druid circles, to deep wells, to dragon nests, to cities. When the founders severed those ties, they did it quickly. Too quickly. The cuts were rough." Hermione squeezed Harry's hand. "Can you show us where the strain is worst?" she asked. The warden sharpened the view. 3 main points glowed a worrying red. One under the hall, one under the forest, one near the shore. "That one," the warden said, "touches your world most clearly. It feeds into a line that once ran to what you now call London. The strain there could break through as uncontrolled surges." Hermione frowned. "Surges of what?" she asked. "Magic," the warden said. "Spikes of uncontrolled energy. They might register as odd weather to muggles or as strange flares on your spell sensors. With the right trigger, they could be worse." Harry swore under his breath. "So we fix that first," he said. "The shore point," the warden agreed. "You will need to go to the chamber that holds that part of the array," it said. "You cannot mend this from the surface." Ron breathed out slowly. "Of course there is a chamber," he said. "Why can nothing old ever be simple?" Hermione asked, "How do we get there?" The floor under their feet shivered. One of the stone slabs inside the silver circle glowed faintly. Then it slid aside, revealing a narrow staircase heading down into darkness. Harry stared at it. "We were standing on that," he said. The warden replied, "The hall does not offer access to depths until it decides that someone is ready. It would have been unwise to send you below before the first test." Ron peered down the stairs. "Any nasty surprises?" he asked. The warden answered, "There are no creatures. Only echoes." Ron grimaced. "I do not like the sound of that," he muttered. Hermione stepped toward the stairs. "We need light," she said. Harry flicked his wand. Lumos. Simple, clear light filled the top of the stairwell. He led the way down, Hermione close behind, Ron bringing up the rear. They walked carefully. The steps were narrow and uneven. The air grew cooler at first, then warmer as they descended. The stairway opened into a low chamber lit by a soft golden glow with no clear source. The roster in Harry's mind updated. Harry at the front, wand raised. Hermione at his left, slightly behind him. Ron at his right, a pace back. No one else. The chamber walls were covered in carved runes. They were deeper than the ones on the tor, These had been cut into stone that felt almost alive under Harry's senses. In the center of the floor lay a disc of metal. It was the same silver as the circle above but smaller. 3 cracks ran through it, meeting in the middle. Each crack glowed with faint red light. Hermione let out a low breath. "This is it," she said. "One of the main junctions." Ron looked at the cracks. "Which bit is about to blow?" he asked. Hermione walked the edge of the disc, studying the carvings on its rim. "Not explode in pieces," she said. "More a pressure point. Imagine a pipe with too much flow and a blockage near the end. Energy piles up." Harry shifted his grip on his wand. "Can we relieve it?" he asked. Hermione nodded slowly. "Yes," she said. "We can draw some of the charge into a controlled sink. Then we can lay new lines that ground it into Avalon instead of leaving it half-tied to the old London Channel. But it will hurt." She looked up at him. "You will have to stand in the center and anchor again." Harry's stomach flipped. More channeling. His body still remembered the strain of the ritual on the tour. Ron saw his expression. "We can come back later," Ron said. "Get more rest first." Harry shook his head. "If this blows onto London," he said, "we could be looking at storms in the middle of streets, spells going wrong in people's houses, worse. We cannot leave it." Hermione pressed her lips together. "All right," she said. "Then we do this carefully." She pointed at the rim of the disc. "These runes here are control points," she said. "They were used to adjust how much energy flowed along each branch. I can open 3 small vents into Avalon's own circuits and close the external line. While I do that, you stand in the center and give the array something stable to grab onto." Ron frowned. "And me?" he asked. Hermione considered. "You watch for echo events," she said. Ron stared. "In English," he said. She took a breath. "The warden said there are echoes," she reminded him. "Pieces of old spells, old memories, stuck in the system. When we start moving power around, some of those might flare. They could take the shape of people or events. You need to be ready to tell what is illusion and what is not." Ron grimaced. "You mean I need to see which bits are just old stories and which bits can actually hurt us?" he said. "Yes," Hermione said. He nodded. "All right," he said. "That I can do." Harry stepped onto the disc. The metal under his boots hummed. He moved to the center where the cracks met. The air felt heavy there. His skin prickled. Hermione took her position at one side of the rim. Ron stood opposite her, wand out, eyes sweeping the room. Harry closed his eyes for a moment and drew in a slow breath. Then he opened them and nodded to Hermione. "Ready," he said. She lifted her wand. "Array," she said in a clear voice. "Local junction, Shore Gate. Respond." The red light along the cracks brightened. Harry felt pressure rise from below. It was like standing on a lid that something pushed against from underneath. Hermione traced a pattern over the runes nearest her. "Here," she muttered. "This line goes to the old city path. I am going to shut it. Be ready." She spoke 3 short phrases in the old tongue and twisted her wrist. The crack nearest her flared white for a second, then went dark. Harry gasped. The pressure shifted sideways. His chest felt tight. His heart hammered. The strain moved to the other 2 cracks. Hermione winced. "Sorry," she said. "I should have warned you." He managed, "Keep going." She moved to the second vent point. As she worked, the air in the chamber warped. Ron took a step back and swore. Harry forced his eyes to stay on the disc. Out of the side of his vision, the stone wall rippled. A row of figures appeared, half-transparent. Men and women in old armor. Cloaks, swords at their sides. One stepped forward. His hair was dark. His face was lined with age and worry. A familiar symbol was woven at his chest. Dragon and lion around a sword. "Arthur," the warden said quietly in Harry's mind. "Avalon Archon." The echo looked at Harry, but his gaze slid a little as if he saw someone behind him. "We cannot hold," the echo said. His voice was rough with exhaustion. "The wards are tearing." Another figure stepped up beside him. Older, with a beard and sharp eyes. "We cut the mainland lines," that older man said. "We leave the island on standby. It will be dangerous, but less dangerous than letting the current council use it as a weapon." Hermione froze, wand halfway through a stroke. "Merlin," she whispered. Ron swallowed. "Echoes," he reminded her. The Arthur echo glared at the older man. You are the one who built the bindings, Arthur said. You told me Avalon would hold. Merlin snapped back. I told you it would hold if the council stayed honest. They did not. He waved a hand and the chamber filled with the faint outline of a map. Old lines connecting sites that Harry dimly recognized as ancient names for modern places. We have two choices, Merlin said. Either we let them keep using this place until the cracks turn into a collapse that kills thousands, or we take the power back. Arthur looked torn. There is a third choice, another echo voice said. A woman stepped forward. Armorless. She wore simple robes. Her hair was braided back. Her eyes were calm. The warden supplied, Rowena. Harry flinched at the familiar name. Rowena took a breath. We do not get to keep clean hands, she said. Not after letting this go so far. We cannot undo what has been done. But we can limit where the damage falls. She pointed at the map. Cut the outer lines. Leave a few thin ties so that if someone honest enough and stubborn enough comes along later, they can reconnect the parts that should never have been severed. She glanced at Arthur with a faint, tired smile. You are not the first Pendragon, she said. You will not be the last. Hermione blinked hard. Harry felt the pressure under his boot spike. Hermione, he said through gritted teeth. She snapped out of it. Right, she said. Second vent. She finished the rune moves and closed the second crack. The red light there went out. All the strain poured into the final line under Harry's feet. For a moment he could not breathe. His legs shook. Sweat poured down his back. Ron swore again. Harry, he called. Talk to us. Working on it, Harry managed. His vision blurred. The echoes in the chamber flickered. The old council members started to argue. Their voices rose and overlapped. We cannot hold this much power in one place, someone shouted. If we let it leak, people will die, another argued. We have already let people die, Rowena's voice cut through. The question is where the rest of it lands. Arthur looked at the core disk in their version of the chamber. We close the gates, he said at last. We trust that someone later can build something better on top of our mistakes. He looked straight through Harry. If they do not, then perhaps Avalon should sleep forever. The echoes flickered again and went dim. Hermione's voice pulled Harry back to now. Last one, she called. I am opening the sink into Avalon's circuits. When I give the word, you let some of that pressure move. Not all at once. Slow as you can. Harry nodded once, jaw clenched. His magic thrashed inside his chest. The old crack under his feet felt like a line ready to burst. Hermione spoke a long string of runic phrases. Her voice steady despite the strain on her face. She slashed her wand down in a short, sharp move. Now, she said. Harry opened the bond of fraction. Power drained from under his feet into the island. He felt it move out through the old foundation stones and into new paths that Hermione had marked. It ran under the forest, under the shore, up into the hall pillars. The pressure eased a little. His lungs expanded. His heart steadied. He waited, counted breaths, then opened another small channel. More energy moved. Hermione shouted, that is enough. Close it. He cut the flow. The last crack under his boots faded from red to a dull ember, then to nothing. The disk under him cooled. He swayed. The chamber tilted. Ron lunged and grabbed him around the waist before he fell. Got you, Ron said, voice tight. Hermione rushed in from the rim and took Harry's arm. Easy, she said. Breathe. Harry sucked in air. His hands shook. His vision wavered, then cleared. The echoes were gone. No Arthur. No Merlin. No Rowena. Only the carved walls and the cool disk. The warden spoke, quieter this time. Shore junction stabilized, it said. You drew off enough pressure to avoid a break. Hermione sagged with relief. Good, she said. Ron kept one arm around Harry until he was sure Harry could stand on his own. You all right, he asked. Harry nodded. Not my favorite thing, he said, voice rough, but I will live. Hermione glanced at the disk. We still need to check the other two major junctions, she said. The one under the hall and the one under the forest. Ron stared at her. Not today, he said firmly. She opened her mouth to argue. He cut in, no. Look at him. Look at yourself. You have dark circles under your eyes and ink in your hair again. He can barely stand. I am not dragging you both back up those stairs so you can pass out in the courtyard. Harry almost laughed. He leaned on Ron for a second and said, "For once, I agree with the tactical assessment." Hermione pressed her lips together, then let out a breath. "Fine," she said. "We stop. For today." The warden added that would be wise. The hall is not in immediate danger now. They made their way back up the narrow stairs at a slower pace. In the hall, the air felt lighter than before. The hum of the pillars had shifted. It sounded less strained. Hermione checked a few of the runes on the nearest pillar. "The lines are cleaner," she said. "The stress marks have faded." Ron eased Harry down onto one of the plain chairs near the wall. "Sit," Ron said. "That is an order." Harry sank into the chair. His limbs still shook, but the feeling of something about to crack was gone. The warden said, "You saw some of the last council." Harry nodded. "Arthur, Merlin, Rowena, others. They failed," the warden said. Hermione looked around the hall. "You do not sound pleased about that," she said. A pause. "No," the warden said. "I do not. They tried. They built structures that held for a time. They made mistakes. Some out of arrogance. Some out of fear. Some out of simple exhaustion." Ron sat on the next chair along. "Are we going to keep getting their greatest hits every time we fix a knot?" he asked. The warden replied, "You will see more echoes as you move deeper. They are not visions by design. They are trapped impressions. They may teach you if you listen. They may mislead you if you try to copy them." Hermione folded her arms. "We will not copy them," she said. Harry added, "But we will not pretend they never existed either." The warden gave a sense of slow approval. "Remember that," it said. "Your world likes to tidy its stories." Harry thought of history books at Hogwarts. "We will not let them tidy this," he said. Hermione checked her watch. "We should go," she said. "Kingsley will expect a report at some point, even if it is vague. And we have another conversation to arrange." Ron groaned. "You mean Sharptalon," he said. Hermione nodded. "If we are going to invite goblins into the circle, we need to do more than talk in a ministry room," she said. "We need to show them Avalon. At least the hall." Harry pushed himself to his feet. "One thing at a time," he said. "We have made sure London will not get hit by some random surge. That is a start." They left the hall together. The doors swung closed behind them as they stepped out into the courtyard. The path through the trees seemed shorter this time. The bridge formed. They walked back to the Tor in a silence that was not empty. Each step felt like a deliberate move away from one task and toward the next one waiting. Gringotts always made Harry feel watched. Even before the war, the high marble hall and the rows of goblin tellers gave the impression that every coin and every secret was weighed and recorded. After the war, with old scars and new agreements, the feeling had only sharpened. They stepped through the doors into the main hall. The roster in Harry's head now read Harry, Hermione, Ron at his sides, goblins at the counters, wizards in the queues, a few witches in business cloaks at the far end. Hermione straightened her shoulders. "We asked Sharptalon for a meeting this morning," she murmured. "He agreed to see us in one of the side rooms." Ron muttered, "That sounded less like agreement and more like curiosity." They approached an assistant at one of the lower desks and gave their names. The goblin checked a slate, then nodded. "Sharptalon waits," the goblin said. "Door 3. Door 3 led off the main hall into a narrower corridor. The room beyond was small but well lit. A table sat in the center with 3 chairs on one side and a single chair on the other. Sharptalon occupied the single chair. His dark eyes flicked over them as they entered. "Potter, Granger, Weasley," he said. His gaze rested on Harry a fraction longer. "You look worn," he observed. Harry did not pretend otherwise. "We have been working," he said. Sharptalon gestured to the chairs. "Sit," he said. They did. Hermione in the middle, Harry at her right, Ron at her left. Sharptalon folded his hands on the table. "You asked to speak about Avalon," he said. Hermione inclined her head. "Yes," she said. "We wanted to follow up on what we discussed with you and Kingsley." Sharptalon said nothing, waiting. Harry spoke plainly. "We went back," he said. "The island is awake. Parts of the network are unstable. We have started repairs." Sharptalon's brows rose slightly. "Repairs," he repeated. Hermione nodded. "There are junctions where the old lines were cut in a hurry," she said. "We saw an echo of the founders doing it. They meant well. They still left a mess. We relieved one pressure point today. Sharptalon watched her face, then Harry's. And you did not collapse the place, he said. Ron said, not yet. Hermione shot Ron a look but did not deny it. We are careful, she said. We do not touch anything we do not understand. Sharptalon tilted his head. You are here to brag, he said. You could have sent a note. Harry shook his head. We are here to invite you, he said. Sharptalon was very still. Invite me where, he asked. To see it, Hermione said. She held his gaze. To stand in the hall. To feel what we are talking about. Words are one thing. Stone and wards are another. Sharptalon looked between them. You would take a goblin onto Avalon, he said slowly. Yes, Harry said. No disguise, no trick, Sharptalon added. As yourself. With your blood tied to the place. Yes, Harry said again. Sharptalon's eyes narrowed. Do you understand what that would look like to my people, he asked. Hermione nodded. We know it is huge, she said. Goblins have centuries of reasons not to trust wizard offers. If we want you at the circle at the root, we cannot expect you to accept that on our word alone. Ron leaned forward slightly. You told us at the ministry that words are easy, he said. That treaties start with good sentences and end with broken promises. So we are saying, come and see the thing we are building from the inside. Judge it yourself. Sharptalon tapped one claw on the tabletop. You realize, he said, that if I step through whatever gate you have made, I will be stepping into something you control. That is not a comfortable position for any goblin. Harry met his gaze. I understand, he said. I also know there is no way to make this risk-free. Sharptalon considered him for a long moment. You could send sketches, the goblin said. Plans. Diagrams. Runic maps. Hermione responded at once, we will send those as well. But there is a difference between ink on parchment and the feeling of a ward system under your feet. You know that as well as I do. Sharptalon almost smiled. You have spent time in our vaults, he said. Hermione did not look away. I have, she said. The way you anchor your security wards to the stone is elegant. I recognized a few similar principles under Avalon. Ron blinked at her. You did not mention that, he said. She shrugged. It seemed obvious, she said. Harry tried not to grin. Sharptalon drummed his fingers once. If I accept this, he said, I will not come alone. Harry nodded. We expected that, he said. Sharptalon continued, you will not choose who stands with me. I will. You will not demand oaths I have not agreed to in advance. Hermione said, of course. Sharptalon looked at each of them again. Name your conditions for security, he said. Ron said, there is only one. No one goes near the core arrays without Hermione letting them. We are not having someone trip a set of runes that could blow the island. Sharptalon snorted. I have no desire to die in an explosion because one of my cousins poked something interesting, he said. Hermione added, the hall itself will judge intent. The warden is not on our side or yours. It is on Avalon's side. If someone comes in thinking of loot or control, it will react. Sharptalon's expression sharpened. The warden, he repeated. Harry nodded. A mind shaped by old bindings, he said. It speaks. It remembers. Tests. Sharptalon looked thoughtful now. A neutral judge, he said. That is rare. He sat in silence for a long moment. Finally he said, very well. Hermione drew in a breath. You will come, she asked. Sharptalon nodded once. I will bring 2 others from my clan, he said. One with ward expertise. One with law training. We will step onto your island. We will stand in your hall. We will listen to what it has to say. He leaned forward. Understand this, Harry Potter, he said. If I smell even a hint that this is another way to put goblins under a wizard thumb, I will withdraw. And I will warn every clan that Avalon is just another trap. Harry held his gaze. Fair, he said. Sharptalon showed teeth in a brief, sharp smile. Good, he said. Hermione asked when. Sharptalon thought for a moment. 3 days, he said. That gives me time to prepare and gives you time to make sure your gate is stable. Ron muttered, no terrifying ritual attempts in between. Then, Sharptalon stood. Do not make any more large changes before we see it, he said. I want to meet the place as it is now, not after you have polished it to impress me. Hermione smiled faintly. You think we have time for polishing, she said. Sharptolon inclined his head. We shall see, he said. He left the room, leaving them alone. Ron let out a long breath. That went better than I thought, he said. Hermione sagged back in her chair. Better is a strong word, she said. But it is a start. Harry rubbed his face with both hands. 3 days, he repeated. Hermione nodded. 3 days to stabilize at least one more junction, to prepare the hall, and to plan how we present everything, she said. Ron groaned. And to write a safety guide so no one licks the walls, he said. Hermione stared at him. Who on earth would lick the walls, she demanded. Ron shrugged. You would be surprised what some people do when they see ancient magic, he said. Harry laughed. Tired and real. He let it fade and said, we also need to talk to Kingsley and McGonagall. They will not like the idea of goblins walking into a legendary hall without notice. Hermione nodded. We tell them this afternoon, she said. Ron stretched his legs. Good, he said. I needed more tense meetings today. Hermione bumped his shoulder with hers. You could always go back to the burrow and pretend you spent the day playing chess, she said. Ron snorted. Mum would see through that in a heartbeat, he said. Harry stood. Come on, he said. One thing at a time. The kitchen at Grimmauld that evening was quieter than usual. Creature clattered pots in the background, muttering about new rulers and old ones. Hermione sat at the table with yet another parchment, this time a list of things they needed to check in the hall before Sharptolon's visit. Ron dealt cards for a lazy game of exploding snap with half his attention. Harry watched the cards and thought about the echoes under Avalon. Arthur forced to cut lines. Merlin angry at misuse. Rowena suggesting a future they would never see. Hermione set the quill down. We should get some sleep soon, she said. Ron yawned. That is the first sensible thing anyone has said all day, he said. He scooped up the cards before they burned another hole in the table and put them away. Hermione stood and stretched, wincing as her back clicked. I will write to McGonagall in the morning, she said. Let her know we will need the Great Hall in a few weeks. Harry blinked. Already, he asked. She nodded. If we are bringing goblins to Avalon, it will become known sooner or later, she said. I would rather have our speech ready. Hogwarts is the right place for it. Ron groaned. More speeches, he muttered. Hermione gave him a small smile. You can stand there and look brave, she said. He snorted. I can stand there and try not to faint, he said. Harry followed them up the stairs. At the landing, Ron paused. Night, he said. Night, Harry replied. Hermione added, sleep, both of you. That is an order. She walked to her room. Ron watched her go, then glanced at Harry. You are not getting out of the next training session, Ron said. Training, Harry asked. Ron nodded. If you are going to keep standing in the middle of dangerous circles and letting ancient magic pull at your insides, you need to get better at grounding, he said. Mental drills. Focus work. Hermione will handle the runes, he added. I will handle making sure you do not pass out as soon as someone shouts an old word. Harry gave him a look. You are turning this into homework, he said. Ron grinned. Someone has to, he said. Harry smiled back. All right, he said. Whenever you are ready. Ron lifted a hand in a half-wave and disappeared into his room. Harry walked on to his own door. He paused with his hand on the knob. His head buzzed with plans and risks and faces. Arthur. Merlin. Rowena. Kingsley. McGonagall. Sharptolon. Hermione and her ink-stained fingers. Ron and his forced jokes that were growing less forced again. He went inside and shut the door. Sleep did not come quickly. When it finally did, it came with the echo of a hall that waded across water, an empty chair on a raised platform, a circle of seats that still needed to be filled, and a sense that the next time he stepped into that circle it would not be only the warden watching. Ron was already soaked and swearing by the time the Afank broke the surface. The lake that used to be a quiet stretch of water in North Wales was now a churning mess. Waves slammed into the shore. Mud and reeds ripped free. A half-sunk boat spun in circles like a toy. Ron flew low over the water on his broom, wind and spray hitting his face. 2 of his knights flanked him, wands out, cloaks plastered to their backs. To his left, Seamus shouted over the roar, "That thing is bigger than the last picture, mate." On the right, Dean yelled, "Less talking, more not dying." Ron squinted through the spray. The Afank hauled more of its body out of the lake, all dark scaled hide and jagged ridges. Its eyes glowed a sick red. Water streamed off its flanks in sheets. It roared. The sound slammed into him like a physical shove. His ears rang. His teeth hurt. Hold formation, Ron shouted. He forced his broom higher for a better angle. His hands were wet on the handle. His heart thumped so loud he could feel it in his throat. They had come in fast because there was no other choice. The ministry response teams had already tried and failed. Harry had arrived minutes ago with a short, grim report and a request that was not really a request. Ron, Kingsley said, "We need your knights." So here they were. The Afank thrashed again, sending a wave toward the shore. A group of oarers on the bank scrambled back, boots slipping in the mud. A few muggles stood behind a hastily raised barrier, faces white. Someone screamed. Ron pointed his wand at the monster. "Chain fire," he shouted. Seamus and Dean did not need more detail. They had drilled this. All three launched the same spell with the same word at almost the same moment. Incendio. 3 lines of fire shot toward the Afank, braided together in the air. They wrapped around its neck like a burning rope. The thing shrieked. Steam exploded off its skin. Ron hauled his broom sideways as the Afank snapped at them. A spray of water hit his back like being slapped with cold stones. His cloak dragged him downward for a second before he adjusted. "Keep the line tight," he shouted. Seamus, left flank. Dean watched the mouth. He felt the strain in the shared spell. Hermione had worked out the runes that let their magic lock together when cast in rhythm. Ron just had to trust his sense of timing and his teammates. The fire did not hurt the creature as much as he hoped, but it did make it turn. Good, Ron thought. Turn away from the shore. Turn away from the screaming people on the bank. He saw another wave building from the Afank body. "Drop," he yelled. They dropped. The wave rolled over their heads and crashed past them. Spray hammered his back again. His teeth clicked together. A voice crackled in his ear. "Ron Weasley, report." Kingsley. The spell Hermione had set up for them carried sound through a thin line of magic. No metal, no devices, just a direct link. Working on it, Ron snapped. "Tell your oars to stay back. Fire is not doing much." He heard Kingsley curse under his breath. "We have Muggle cameras everywhere," Kingsley said. "They are broadcasting this live." Of course they were. The statue was hanging by a thread even before Avalon woke. Now there was no thread. Only a monster in a lake and 3 wizards on brooms. Ron forced his mind back to the one thing that mattered. Keep the beast in the water. Keep it away from the people. Another roar. The Afank lunged upward. It was aiming for him this time. He yanked his broom sideways. Its jaws snapped shut where he had been a heartbeat before. The sound of teeth clashing together made his stomach lurch. Dean shouted, "Too close, Ron." "Yeah," Ron said. "I noticed." He could feel the old rush in his veins now. That sharp, almost pleasant edge that came only when he was right where he was supposed to be. On a broom, with his friends, facing something that wanted them all dead. The Afank twisted. Their shared fire line slipped down its neck and started to sputter. "Let it go," Ron shouted. "Switch. Target the eyes." He dropped the fire altogether and switched to a freezing spell. Glacius. Ice spread over the surface of one glowing eye. Not enough to blind it, but enough to make it jerk back. Seamus copied him on the other side. The thing roared again, thrashing in pain and confusion. More waves crashed outward. On the shore, Ron saw oars raising shields. A few fell. One did not get up right away. Rage flared in his chest. Focus. He took a breath, steady despite the chaos. "We are not going to kill this thing by nibbling at it," he said. "No," Hermione said in his ear. Her voice was tight. "Because you cannot kill it at all." Ron gritted his teeth. She had warned them before they left. The Afank was linked to some of the old druid wards. Killing it outright might tear something open that none of them wanted to see. "We need to drive it back down," Hermione said. "Force it into a deep sleep again. The binding points are under the lake bed. I can nudge them, but it will fight." "How long?" Ron demanded. There was a brief pause. "As long as you can give me," she said. "Of course." Ron shouted to his knights, "New plan. Keep it angry at us. Away from the bank. Make noise. Make it want to chew us first." Seamus swore, but in a way that meant he was in. Dean just said, "Got it." They split and started circling the monster, casting bright, loud spells that hit like stings instead of knives. Sparks, noise, blinding flashes. The Afank followed them, jaws snapping, claws raking at the water. Each time it turned toward the shore, one of them sent a sting at its face to pull its attention back. Ron fell into a strange rhythm. Dive, cast, climb, pull away. Hear the roar behind him. Feel the edge of fear in his stomach, sharp and useful. His arms burned from holding the broom steady against the wind. His fingers ached. The muscles in his legs cramped from gripping the handle. He did not care. Hermione sounded distant and focused in his ear, muttering old words and numbers, directing energy under the surface. Harry was silent, which meant he was somewhere close, probably acting as her power source again. Time blurred. He had no idea how long they had been at it when Hermione finally shouted, "Now, push it." Ron did not need the full explanation. He aimed straight at the Afank head and cast the strongest blasting curse he could manage without breaking his wand. Red light hit the creature between the eyes. Seamus and Dean hit at the same moment from different sides. The Afank reared back and plunged under the surface with a roar that shook the air. For a second, the water whipped into a whirlpool. Then it began to calm. Waves shrank from rolling walls to choppy swells, then to rough ripples. Ron hovered above the lake, chest heaving, legs shaking. His throat tasted like smoke and lake water. Hermione panted in his ear, "It is sinking. The bindings are wrapping it again." Harry's voice followed, hoarse, "That is one." Ron took in the sight. The Aurors on shore had pulled their injured back. Some of the Muggles were still filming, because of course they were. More were being herded away by grim-faced ministry staff. Seamus flew up beside him. "Is it done?" Seamus asked. "For now," Hermione said. Dean let out a long breath. "I am going to feel that in my arms for days," he said. Ron swallowed and managed circle once. "Make sure nothing else is waking up." They flew a slow loop over the lake. There was nothing else surfacing. No glowing eyes below the water. No sudden swell. He finally lowered his broom toward the shore. His legs almost gave out when he jumped down. He had to put a hand on his knee for a second to steady himself. His heart was still racing. His clothes were plastered to him. Kingsley Shacklebolt was already waiting near the waterline. Robes soaked, expression grave and tired. Ron straightened, forcing his shoulders back. "Report," Kingsley said. Ron wiped water from his eyes. "We pushed it back under and bound it again," he said. "Hermione can give you the runic details, but it is not going to come up on its own anytime soon." Kingsley glanced at the lake. "And if someone pokes at it?" he asked. Ron snorted. "Then they are an idiot," he said. Kingsley huffed out a breath that might have been the start of a laugh if he was less exhausted. "Thanks," he said. Seamus and Dean landed behind Ron, boots squelching in the mud. "We done here?" Seamus asked. "For now," Kingsley said. "The cameras have enough material for the next 10 years. He looked up at the ridge where Muggle vans and equipment were clustered. Even from here Ron could see reporters talking into microphones, pointing at the lake. Ron's stomach clenched. He knew what those pictures would show. 3 wizards flying over a monster while ministry staff flailed on the shore. Not a good look for the ministry. Very convenient for Camelot. Kingsley caught his eye. "There will be statements," Kingsley said quietly. "You know that?" Ron nodded. "Yeah," he said. He was already tired of the word statements. Kingsley squeezed his shoulder once, then moved off to bark orders at his oars. Hermione appeared a few meters away with a pop of displaced air, looking pale and damp with sweat. Her hair was frizzed out in every direction. Harry was beside her, face drawn, the faint shimmer of fading magic still around him. Ron walked over to them. "You all right?" he asked. Harry nodded, still catching his breath. "Yeah," he said. "Just tired." That was a lot of power to guide. Hermione rubbed a hand across her forehead. "You did well," she said. Ron gave a short, sharp laugh. "We all did," he said. "That thing was not exactly friendly." Hermione gave him a quick once-over. "You are shaking," she said. "That is because I am cold and my body hates me," Ron said. She rolled her eyes and stepped in close to press her forehead briefly against his chest. "Idiot," she muttered. He let out a breath he had not noticed he was holding. His arms came up around her almost on their own. She was warm and solid. She smelled like ink and sweat and smoke. Harry looked away for a second, giving them a sliver of privacy without leaving. Hermione stepped back and poked Ron in the ribs. "Next time," she said, "maybe warn us before you dive straight at the monster face." Ron shrugged. "Next time," he said, "maybe make the rune patterns faster so I do not have to." She narrowed her eyes at him, but there was a hint of a smile there. Harry cut in, "We do not have much time to catch our breath. Kingsley says this is not the only incident." Ron blinked. "You are kidding," he said. "I wish," Harry said. Hermione pulled a folded parchment from inside her cloak. She flicked it open with a small gesture. Lines of ink shifted and rearranged themselves. "3 reports since dawn," she said. "Kelpies in Scotland that are no longer staying in their locks. Something that might be a giant moving in the north. Strange weather over a standing stone circle." Ron rubbed his face. "Brilliant," he said. "So this was the warm-up." Harry gave a grim smile. "Something like that," he said. Hermione folded the parchment again. "The raw energy from Avalon is stirring anything tied to the old magic," she said. "We knew it might happen. We hoped it would be slower." Ron muttered, "Of course it is all at once." Harry looked toward the Muggle cameras again. "We cannot hide this," he said quietly. Hermione followed his gaze. "We were never going to," she said. "The question was only whether the first images would be of a city appearing or a disaster we failed to stop." Ron snorted. "Good thing we stopped this one, then," he said. Kingsley walked back toward them, several ministry aides trailing him with clipboards and harried faces. Harry straightened. Kingsley looked older than he had that morning. "There will be a press event in an hour," Kingsley said. "Muggle and Wizard. I have already had calls from other ministries." He looked at Harry. "Camelot will need to speak." Hermione stepped slightly to the side, leaving Harry clearly in Kingsley's line of sight. Harry's jaw tightened. "Of course," Harry said. Kingsley nodded. "This is bigger than the ministry now," he said. "People saw you 3 out there. They are already asking why the king is doing what the ministry should be doing." Ron bit back a comment. Kingsley added, "And they are not wrong." Harry looked tired. "We will come to the ministry once we have changed," Harry said. Kingsley gave a brief nod. "There is one more thing," he said. He glanced at Ron. "You will stand beside him," Kingsley added. Ron blinked. "What?" he asked. Kingsley said, "The world just watched you lead a fight that saved lives. They need to see your face when Harry talks about who this new army belongs to." Ron's stomach twisted. Part of him liked the idea. Part of him hated how staged it sounded. Hermione looked at him as if she could see both sides. "We will stand with you," she said softly. Ron nodded, because what else could he do? Kingsley left them to it, already talking quietly with his aides about secure rooms and camera angles. Ron watched him go, then blew out a breath. "You know," he said, "I used to think the worst part of fighting was the actual fighting." Harry said, "And now?" Ron grimaced. "Now I am not sure," he said. "The talking afterwards is right up there." The ministry press room had been hastily expanded by magic to handle both journalists and camera crews. Ron stood on a raised platform with Harry and Hermione, the bright glare of Muggle lights in his eyes. He could feel the weight of every gaze on him. Wizards, witches, Muggle reporters with microphones, camera operators, oars at the edges of the room. His damp hair itched under the drying charm. His shoulders hurt. He wanted nothing more than a hot shower and a quiet room. Instead he stood straight, hands at his sides, while Harry spoke. "We did not cause these creatures to exist," Harry said. His voice carried steady and clear. "They were always part of Britain's magical landscape. The difference now is that we are not hiding from them or pretending they are someone else's problem." Ron glanced sideways. Harry looked every inch the king the papers had painted him as. Simple dark robes with subtle embroidery that echoed the old Pendragon symbols. Nothing flashy. Tired eyes. Firm jaw. Real. Harry continued. "Today, the Knights of Camelot responded at the request of the ministry to an incident in North Wales. Commander Ronald Weasley led that response. He and his team held the line and prevented what could have been a catastrophe. Ron kept his face neutral as the cameras flicked toward him. He heard the clicking of Muggle shutters, the soft hum of magical recording quills. Harry went on, "The Knights are not a private army. They serve the people of Britain, magical and non-magical. They answer when lives are at risk. They work with the Ministry, not against it." Kingsley stood off to the side, arms folded, listening. Hermione scanned the crowd with sharp eyes. Ron stood between them, feeling like a prop. He knew why Harry was doing it. The world needed a story that was not panic. They needed a visible hero in armor beside the king, someone to pin their fear and gratitude on. And if that hero happened to be Ron, the nice middle child from a family everyone already felt like they knew, then the message went down easier. The thought tasted sour. A reporter in the front row raised a hand. Harry nodded at her. "Minister Potter," she began. Ron saw Harry flinch almost imperceptibly at the title. "You speak of partnership with the Ministry," she said. "Yet it was your knights who handled the Afank while Aurors fell back. Are we seeing the start of Camelot replacing Ministry forces?" Harry replied, "The Aurors on the ground did exactly what they should have done when they realized this was beyond their training. They protected civilians and called for backup from those with the right experience. That is not a failure. That is responsibility." Ron almost smiled. That answer sounded like McGonagall and Kingsley wrapped into one. Another reporter called out, "Commander Weasley, how did it feel to fight a creature of legend like that?" Ron bit back the honest answer, which involved a lot of swearing and terror. He said, wet, loud, "I will sleep for a week once Hermione lets me." A ripple of laughter cut the tension in the room. Hermione muttered, "Language," and nudged his boot with hers. He rolled his eyes slightly. He added, "Jokes aside, it was dangerous. People could have died. That is why we are doing this. Not for fun, not for glory. Because someone has to stand between those things and everyone else." The cameras flashed again. Harry angled the conversation back to policy and cooperation. Hermione fielded questions about magical theory when someone asked why the Afank had surfaced now. Kingsley stepped in to reassure both magical and Muggle press that there would be coordination across departments. Ron answered 2 more questions, then shut his mouth. By the time it ended, his head hurt. They stepped down from the platform and into a side corridor. Security spells muffled the noise from the main room. Hermione sagged against the wall for a moment. "That was a mess," she said. Harry rubbed at his forehead. "It was necessary," he said. Ron shrugged, eyes fixed on the floor. "You did a good job," Harry said, looking at him. Ron gave a tight nod. "Sure," he said. "I stood there and did not fall over." Hermione frowned. "Ron," she began. He cut in, "I am fine." Her eyes narrowed. "You are not," she said. Harry looked between them. "We do not have time for a full therapy session," he said quietly. "There are other crises waiting. But this matters, so I am going to say it now." Ron forced himself to meet his eyes. Harry said, "You led that fight. I was not on that broom. I could not have done what you did out there. That is not spin. That is a fact." The words landed somewhere deep and sore. Ron wanted to believe them. He really did. But he also heard what Harry had said earlier, in front of all those cameras. The Knights serve the people. They work with the Ministry. All true. All carefully crafted. All part of the story they were building together. He heard Morgana absent in those lines, unknown but already pressing at the edge of the narrative like a shadow. He shook his head once. "We can talk about it later," he said. "Right now I could eat a mountain and then sleep on top of it." Hermione sighed, but she stepped forward and kissed him quick on the mouth. Her hand lingered against his cheek for a moment. "Come back to Grimmauld with us," she said. "We will regroup there." He nodded. "Yeah," he said. "All right." They walked away from the press room together. The corridor swallowed the noise. Night came down on Britain and did not bring much rest. Every hour, more reports arrived. Strange shapes near coastal villages. Horses with 2 bright eyes in Scottish waters. Rumbling in the hills that might be giants waking under old earth. Harry, Hermione, and Ron worked in shifts with Kingsley and the small staff that now sat between the Ministry and Camelot. They tried to prioritize to respond where the risk was highest. At dawn, they were back in Camelot proper. The city was not full yet. It was still more stone and potential than crowds. But the central hall on Avalon was linked now to the visible streets and walls that had risen when Harry first called Camelot back. Ron stood in a courtyard inside those new walls, facing a group of witches and wizards in light armor. His knights, some had been Aurors. Some had fought in the last war as teenagers and had never quite settled back into normal life. Neville Longbottom, solid and steady, checked the strap on his arm guard. Lavender Brown tightened the fastening on a padded vest, jaw set. The scars from Fenrir Greyback bites still marked her throat, but she held her wand with a grip that did not shake now. Seamus and Dean stood to Ron left and right, already geared. Hermione watched from the edge of the courtyard with a notebook in hand, hair up, quill tucked behind one ear. Harry stood beside her, cloak pulled tight against the morning chill, eyes moving from face to face. Ron took a breath. "All right," he said. "You know the basics. Giants in the north, kelpies in some of the deeper lakes, a list of other things Hermione swears were supposed to stay mythical. The Ministry cannot handle this alone. That is where we come in." Seamus raised an eyebrow. "I thought that was obvious when a sea monster tried to eat us," he said. Norman, a former Auror with a thick beard and tired eyes, snorted. Lavender glanced toward the distant walls. "What about Muggles?" she asked. Hermione answered, "We work with the Ministry to keep them as safe as possible. We do not memory charm entire towns. That is over. People have seen too much already. We focus on damage control and clear information." Neville said quietly, "We will be the first thing they see when they think of magic." Harry nodded. "That is why we do not forget who we are," he said. "We are not gods. We are people with wands and a city of stone at our backs. We protect where we can and admit limits where we cannot." Ron felt a flicker of warmth at that. He looked at his friends and at the others who had chosen to follow him into this new kind of war. "We will move in teams," he said. "No one goes alone. Giants are not dementors. You do not hide. You move. You coordinate. You use the land. Kelpies will try to drag you under. Use ropes. Use conjured barriers. Use your heads." Hermione scribbled something down, probably a note to refine the standard tactics sheet later. Ron finished, "Remember this. It is not about looking impressive. It is about making sure every person you can reach goes home. That is it." The knights nodded. Harry stepped forward. He placed a hand on Ron's shoulder for a second. "You lead," Harry said quietly. "We will handle the rest." Ron swallowed. "Right," he said. The team split and moved out, some through portkeys, some through the linked paths Hermione had anchored to old standing stones. Ron's own team was bound for the north, where reports of something that shook the ground had been coming in all night. He traveled with Neville, Seamus, and Lavender. Hermione stayed behind for this one, tied to a web of maps and runes. Harry remained at Camelot for now to act as anchor and symbol, and to handle whatever political storm came next. The jump from Camelot courtyard to a cold hillside in the far north was abrupt. One moment, stone and sun. The next, gray sky, thin wind, and the smell of damp peat. Ron stumbled slightly as they landed, then found his footing. Neville set his boots firmly in the peat and looked around with the careful expression of someone who knew plants could kill as easily as beasts. Seamus muttered, "Lovely spot for a morning walk." Lavender pulled her cloak tighter. "Where is our friend?" she asked. The roar answered her. It rolled over the hills like thunder. Birds exploded out of the heather and took off in a frantic dark cloud. Ron felt the sound in his chest. He drew his wand. "Right," he said. "That way." They moved across rough ground, boots slipping on wet stones. The wind carried the smell of something old and heavy. As they crested the next rise, they saw it. The giant was hauling itself free from a shallow valley, massive hands gripping the earth. The skin looked like gray stone. Clumps of grass and moss clung to its legs, as if it had been part of the hillside until an hour ago. Its eyes opened slowly, each blink like a door being pushed wide. Neville whispered, "That feels wrong." Ron agreed. He knew Professor Hagrid had always insisted that giants were more complicated than their reputation suggested. That they were a people, not just monsters. This thing did not look like that. This looked like a hill that had decided to stand up. Hermione's voice crackled faint in his ear. "That is not a normal giant," she said. It is an earthbound construct. Old magic tied to the land. You probably cannot reason with it. Ron rolled his shoulders. So we hid it, he said. Carefully, Hermione said at once. If you shatter it completely, you could cause a landslide that takes out half the valley. He blew out a breath. Of course, he said under his breath. The giant turned its head. It saw them. It roared again, quieter now but still enough to make Ron's teeth buzz. Then it started to move toward them, each step shaking the ground. Ron shouted, "Spread." They split in 4 directions, creating a loose circle. Seamus took the left flank. Neville angled right. Lavender moved straight back to give herself space. Ron stayed where he was, facing the giant head-on. He could feel his heart pounding, but his thoughts were sharp. It is made of earth. Earth can crack. Earth can be softened. Earth can be bound. Hermione must have been thinking the same thing. Try softening the ground in front of it, she said. Make it sink. Ron jabbed his wand at the earth before the giant. The soil turned to thick mud in a stretch like a long pit. The giant stepped into it without realizing. Its front foot sank almost to the knee. It stumbled. Neville hit it with a binding spell to the chest. Lavender targeted one leg with a cutting hex that sent a spray of stone chips flying. Seamus chose the obvious and most Seamus option. Bombarda, he shouted. The explosion hit the giant's shoulder, blowing off a chunk of stone. The noise echoed off the hills. The giant roared and flailed. Bits of rock rained down. One grazed Ron's arm. Pain flared. Warm wetness started to soak his sleeve. He ignored it. If it falls the wrong way, Hermione said, you will have a rock slide. Guide it. Ron shouted, focus on the right side. Take out that arm. Make it fall away from the valley. They hammered its right shoulder and leg with coordinated spells. Neville's rhythm was steady and precise, each binding spell placed with care. Lavender mixed cutting and bludgeoning curses. Seamus alternated blasts with a fire spell that did more in terms of distraction than damage. Ron watched the way the giant swayed, feeling its balance like he was reading the board in a chess match. He waited for the exact moment when its weight shifted. Now he yelled. He poured magic into a final blasting curse to the already weakened right knee. The leg cracked. The entire massive body tilted. For one breath it seemed to hang in the air. Then it went down exactly where he wanted it. The impact shook the hill. Ron lost his footing and went down on one knee, hand slamming into the ground to steady himself. Dust and small stones flew up in a choking cloud. When it cleared, the giant lay on its side, half embedded in the hill. His eyes were closed. Its body was already stiffening, stone turning back to still hill. Ron breathed hard. Hermione's voice came through, thin with distance. You did it, she said. Ron managed a rough laugh. Told you, he said. Giants are just big, slow blokes who fall over if you push them right. Neville coughed on dust. You sound like Professor McGonagall with that tone, he said. Lavender sat down on a boulder and wiped her forehead. My arms hate me, she said. Seamus flopped onto the grass. Remind me to never complain about Weasley training again, he said. Ron checked his team with a quick glance. Neville had a scrape on his cheek. Lavender had a torn sleeve. Seamus seemed mostly covered in dust and pleased about it. Ron's own arm stung, but it was nothing serious. Hermione said, Leave it where it is. The magic is settling. I will make sure the bindings hold. Ron let himself sit down on the grass for a moment. The ground was still trembling faintly as the earth magic settled. The sky was still gray. The air smelled like dust and ancient stone and sweat. He felt alive in a way he had not felt sitting in endless meetings. This he understood. Monsters. Friends. Clear goals. After a short rest, they checked the surrounding land for cracks or signs of more movement. There was nothing. They returned to Camelot tired, dirty, and very aware that this was only the beginning. The praise started before Ron had even changed his torn sleeve. Reports of the giant and the Afank fight spread fast. Muggle news channels ran shaky footage of a huge figure collapsing into a hill and a monster dropping back into a lake. Wizarding papers sent owls that nearly collided with each other over Camelot walls. By afternoon, a crowd had gathered outside the main gate. Witches, wizards, some muggles who had managed to find their way here with a mix of fear and awe. They chanted his name when he walked past. Not Harry, Ron. It hit him in the chest. He lifted a hand in a brief wave because anything else would have looked odd. The sound swelled, then faded as they were ushered to a balcony overlooking one of the inner courtyards. The balcony stones were cool under his boots. The sky above Camelot was clearer here than it had been over the hills. The city looked almost peaceful. Harry stood at the front of the balcony with him, Hermione to Harry right, Ron to Harry left. Knights lined up behind them as a show of strength. Neville among them, jaw set in a line of quiet pride. The crowd below filled the courtyard. The noise rose and fell like waves. Harry lifted his hands slightly. Silence spread, uneven but growing. When it was quiet enough that Ron could hear his own breathing, Harry spoke. Today, he said, we saw what happens when old magic wakes up in a world that pretended it had buried it. Giants rising from hills. Beasts breaking the surface of lakes. Fear in the faces of people who had never seen such things. Ron watched his profile. Harry went on, we also saw what happens when courage meets that fear. The ministry did not turn away. They called for help. The Knights of Camelot answered. Commander Weasley and his team faced down creatures out of legend and protected lives. A cheer rose, loud and fierce. Harry waited for it to die down a little. He continued, this is not my victory. This is theirs. He stepped half a pace back and gestured toward Ron. Ron felt every eye on him again. He managed a short nod to the crowd. The cheers got even louder. Some part of him glowed at that. The boy who had stood in his brother's shadows and his best friend's shadow could not help it. Another part of him noticed the way Harry had framed it. Not my victory. There's a clean line drawn between king and knights, just enough to make people feel like they belonged to something bigger without questioning who was really in charge. He knew Harry did not mean it that way. Harry did not think like that, not naturally. But the story they were building demanded a shape, and that shape had a throne at the center whether they liked it or not. After the speech, they retreated inside. Ron barely had time to drink a glass of water before people started coming up to him. Knights clapped him on the shoulder. Old members of the Order of the Phoenix gave him nods full of memory and quiet respect. You did Arthur proud today, someone said. He smiled, said thanks, meant it, and still felt the praise slide over the surface of something empty inside him. Later, when the sun was dipping and the corridors were quieter, Ron finally escaped to one of the side battlements. The stone under his hands was rough and cool. The air smelled of distant smoke and the river that wound near Camelot walls. He leaned on the parapet and let the wind hit his face. For a few blessed minutes, no one called his name. He thought about the monster in the lake, the giant on the hill, the way his heart had pounded with fear and something like joy. He thought about Harry saying, this is their victory. He thought about Hermione fussing over the tear in his sleeve and then getting distracted by a new line of runes. He knew they loved him. He knew that. It did not stop the little voice in his head that whispered, you are still the second choice. The one who fills the space between king and scholar. He made a face at the empty air. That voice sounded annoyingly like his own. You know you are being stupid, he muttered. A soft, unfamiliar laugh answered him. I would not call it stupid, a woman said. Honest, perhaps. Ron spun, wand in his hand so fast that his fingers cramped. No one should have been up here without him noticing. The battlement was a quiet stretch, away from the main paths. He had chosen it for that reason. A woman stood near the far arch. He was sure she had not been there a moment ago. She wore a dress that looked like it had been made from shadows and old velvet, dark green and black. Her hair was long and dark, braided in a style he had seen only in old tapestries. Her eyes were a strange clear gray. Every instinct screamed danger. She smiled at his raised wand. Relax, Commander, she said. If I meant you harm, you would not have heard my voice before it happened. Ron did not lower his wand. Who are you? He demanded. She lifted her hands slightly as if in surrender. Names have power, she said. You know that. You have walked halls where every stone is engraved with them. He narrowed his eyes. You are avoiding the question, he said. She tilted her head. Then I will be polite, she said. I am Morgana. His grip on his wand tightened so much that his knuckles hurt. He had heard that name in Hermione lectures about Avalon. In the echoes under the island, they had not seen her, but they had heard enough from the warden and the old records to know she had been one of the most powerful figures in the old story. "Morgana, you are dead," he said before he could stop himself. She smiled, slow and amused. "People keep saying that," she said. "Yet here we are." He forced his spine straight. "How did you get into Camelot?" he asked. Her eyes flicked to the walls, the towers, the faint shimmer of wards in the air. "This place remembers me," she said. "Avalon bones and Camelot stones carry the mark of my work as much as anyone. Wards are like old friends. They grumble, but they let you in if you talk to them nicely." Ron's jaw clenched. "If the warden finds you here," he began. She cut in. "The warden knows. It is not as simple as your modern lines of enemy and ally. I am not here to tear the walls down. Not today." His heart pounded. "What do you want?" he asked. She walked closer, unhurried. He kept his wand trained on her, tracking each step. She stopped a short distance away, close enough that he could see faint lines at the corners of her eyes, but not close enough to touch. "I watched you fight the beasts," she said. He snorted in spite of himself. "From where?" he asked. "The cheap seats." Her mouth twitched. "From every stone your boots touched," she said. "From the ripples in the old magic you stirred. Power leaves echoes. Movement leaves traces. A person like you is hard to miss when he throws himself at a creature that was sleeping under the world." His ears burned. "You were spying on us," he said. "Observing," she replied. "There is a difference." He frowned. "You have breaking wards and stirring monsters, and your first interest is watching me," he said. Her gaze sharpened. "Yes," she said simply. He did not like the way that made his stomach twist. "I am not the king," he said. She laughed softly. "No," she said. "You are something rarer." He bristled. "What is that supposed to mean?" he asked. She took another small step closer. "Did you enjoy it?" she asked quietly. He blinked. "What?" he said. She held his gaze. "The fight," she said. "The timing. The split second when you saw how the giant would fall and made it happen. The moment when you knew that if you moved 10 breaths slower, people would die. Did you enjoy being the one who decided where the world cracked and where it held?" He opened his mouth to deny it. He closed it again. She saw it. "You did," Morgana said. "That is not shameful. That is what commanders are. People who see the lines no one else can." He swallowed. "You talk like you know me," he said. She shrugged one shoulder. "I know types," she said. "There was a man once who thought his place was at the side of a king. He thought he was just there to hold up the edges. He was wrong. The king could not have won a single field without him." "Lancelot," Ron said, the name coming out before he could stop it. Her smile deepened. "So you have studied after all," she said. He felt a flush of irritation. "Hermione makes us all study," he said. Morgana considered that. "Hermione is your Nimue," she said. "Clever, tireless, dangerous without meaning to be. Then there is Harry, your Arthur, the one with the crown that ate his childhood." She stepped to the side and looked over the battlement at the city below. "You are not them," she said. "You never will be. Thank the old powers for that." His jaw tightened. "Is this supposed to be flattering?" he asked. She looked back at him. "It is supposed to be honest," she said. "You fight their monsters, Commander. You take their orders. You stand on balconies while they use your victories as proof that their system works." He flinched. She did not miss it. "The praise is loud," she went on. "The words are pretty. But when the doors close, where do they put you? At the head of the table? Or at the side?" He thought of long meetings where Hermione drew diagrams and Harry and Kingsley argued about policy. Thought of the times his suggestions were heard and used, and the times they slid past while everyone focused on rune structures and speeches. "Mostly the side," he muttered. Morgana nodded once. "Exactly," she said. He forced himself to glare at her. "You do not know us," he said. "Harry would die for me. Hermione would." Her eyes softened, oddly. "I never said they would not," she said. "Love is not the issue. Structure is." He frowned. "That sounds like Hermione," he said. She smiled briefly. "Then she is already halfway to where I was," Morgana said. He did not like that. He said, "If you came here to badmouth my friends, you are wasting your time." She shook her head. "I am not here to tear you away from them," she said. "Not with lies. That never works." I am here to say the thing no one else will say to your face. She stepped close enough now that he could see faint lines of silver in her eyes, like old magic caught there. You are the one who will keep this place alive, she said softly. Harry burns too bright. He will exhaust himself on ideals and self-sacrifice. Hermione will wrap herself in ethics and equations until she cannot see past them. When they falter, who stands in the gap? He wanted to say Kingsley, McGonagall, a dozen other names. None of them felt right. She continued, you are the one who looks at monsters and sees where to strike. A people and sees where the cracks are. You are the one who can move in the spaces between high talk and cold stone. Her voice dropped even lower. You deserve more than to be a symbol on a balcony. His chest ached. Stop, he said, harsher than he meant. She studied him. Does it hurt? She asked quietly. When the cheers fade and you realize that the only time everyone looks at you is when you have swung the sword for them. He almost laughed. Bitter. I do not use swords, he said. Her eyes flicked to his wand. You do, she said, just in a different shape. He wanted to argue, to push her away. He also wanted to hear what she would say next. She knew it. You crave something they cannot give you, Morgana said. Not because they do not love you, but because they do not understand the kind of power you are made for. He ground his teeth. What? He asked. You do. She looked at the city again. I understand what it means to stand beside a king and watch him make beautiful speeches while you do the ugly work that holds his world together, she said. I understand the anger that creeps in when you realize he will be remembered as the savior while you are remembered as a footnote at best and a villain at worst. Her mouth twisted. Trust me, she added. History is not kind to people like us. Ron gave a short, disbelieving laugh. You are Morgana, he said. You tried to break the old Camelot. Her gaze met his and did not flinch. Because it was rotten, she said simply. Because a system that pretends to be pure while grinding people under its will deserves to crack. He thought of the old ministry, of Umbridge, of Death Eaters walking away with fines and connections. He thought of how easily they had slipped into helping Kingsley patch that system rather than replace it. He hated that some part of him understood her. What are you offering? He asked. Morgana smiled. Finally, she said. The right question. She lifted a hand. He tensed, wand ready, but she did not attack. Instead, light gathered between her fingers. It shaped itself into a small band of metal. Not gold, not silver. Something older, the color of river stones after rain. Runes glimmered faint on the surface. She held it out. This is not a curse, she said. It will not bind your mind. I have no interest in puppets. This is a key. He did not move to take it. A key to what? He asked. To places in this magic that your king has not noticed yet, she said. To paths of power that run under Camelot and Avalon, older than your ministry and your school. You could walk them with me. Learn how to shape them. Be more than the one who cleans up after other people's decisions. He shook his head. At the cost of what? He demanded. She considered. At the cost of seeing the truth, she said. Once you know how much more you could do, going back to waiting for orders will feel like choking. Her honesty was almost worse than lies would have been. He swallowed. If I take that, Hermione will know, he said. Harry will. Morgana's eyes softened again. If you take it, you can keep it hidden if you choose, she said. Or you can put it in their hands and watch what they do. That might be more revealing than anything I can say. He stared at the little band. His hand itched to reach out. He could almost feel the hum of power from here, like the sensation he got standing in the center of a complicated ward net. You are trying to turn me against them, he said. She shook her head once. I am trying to turn you toward yourself, she said. Whether that brings you closer to them or farther will not be my doing. Silence stretched. He could hear the faint sound of the city below. People talking. Distant laughter. The low hum of runic wards. He thought of his mom, who had always told him he was just as important as his brothers even when he did not see how. He thought of Hermione saying they needed him in the center, not as an afterthought. He thought of Harry saying he could not have done what Ron did on that broom. He thought of the crowd chanting his name because he had been the one they saw with the monster, while also knowing that without Harry and Hermione he would never have been there at all. His hand moved almost without his permission. He took the band from Morgana's fingers. The metal was warm. It pulsed once against his skin, like a heartbeat. He half expected a rush of foreign thoughts or a trap snapping shut. Nothing happened. It just sat there on his palm, looking plain and old and heavy. He let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Morgana watched him with that same steady, unsettling gaze. "I am not asking for vows," she said. "Not yet. I am asking you to think about what you want your life to be. A series of battles someone else names, or a line of choices you carve yourself." He closed his fingers around the band. "If I say no," he asked, "will you go away?" "For a time," she said. "Not forever. There is too much at stake for that. But I will not force you. Forced loyalty breaks at the worst moments. I prefer choices." He snorted. "That sounds like something Hermione would say," he admitted. Morgana smiled, small and real. "Of course it does," she said. "The clever ones always think they discovered these truths first." He did not know whether to laugh or scream. Instead he said, "You should go." She inclined her head. "As you wish, Commander," she said. She turned toward the arch. He almost called after her, to ask a dozen questions he had no business asking. He stayed silent. She paused at the edge of the battlement. "One more thing," she said without turning. He waited. "There will come a day," Morgana said, "when Harry must choose between the kingdom and the people he loves. When he hesitates, the world will look to you. Ask yourself now what your answer will be when that time comes." His throat felt tight. Before he could reply, she stepped through the arch. He rushed forward, wand raised. There was no one there, no swirl of cloak, no flash of magic. Only empty stone and the faint smell of something like rain on old earth. He stood in the archway, breathing hard. His palm was clenched so tight that the little band dug into his skin. He uncurled his fingers slowly. The ring sat there, innocent and heavy and full of possibilities he did not understand yet. Below, someone called his name, faintly. Harry's voice, from somewhere inside the hall. "Ron, you up there?" Ron stared at the ring. He could tuck it into his pocket and lie. He could walk down the stairs and hand it to Harry and Hermione and watch their faces change. Both choices felt like stepping off a cliff, just in different directions. He closed his fist around the ring again. "Coming," he shouted back. His voice sounded almost normal. He turned away from the empty arch and started down the stairs, the weight of the metal in his hand heavier than any sword he had ever lifted. Wind pushed at Harry's cloak as he climbed the last stretch of the tour. The sky was pale and sharp. The stones under his boots were damp but not slick. Hermione was a few steps ahead of him, already scanning the carved circle at the summit. Her scarf had come loose so it trailed behind her like a stubborn banner. Ink stains marked her fingers again. Ron followed just behind Harry, shoulders tense. His cloak was open at the throat as if he had dressed in a hurry. Kingsley stood at the edge of the circle, hands clasped behind his back, expression calm in a way that told Harry he was anything but. Two Aurors waited a little further off, wands out, watching the paths. Harry took in the scene as a roster, the way he had started to do ever since Avalon had woken. Hermione at the circle, Ron at his right, Kingsley at the northern edge, Aurors at the approaches. No one else. He walked to the center. Hermione looked up from the lines carved into the earth. "No scorch marks," she said at once. "No tampering. The channel is steady." Kingsley nodded. "Good," he said. "The last thing we need is for your guests to arrive on unstable ground." Ron snorted softly. "Guests," he muttered. "That is one word for goblins walking into a myth." Harry glanced back at him. "You all right?" he asked. Ron gave a quick shrug. "Fine," he said. "Just wishing I had slept more and fought fewer giants this week." Hermione frowned at him for a second, as if she could see that was only half the truth. Harry felt the same knot of worry he had carried since the battlement. Ron had been quiet since then in a way that did not match the cheering crowds and the long day of drills. He answered questions, gave orders, made jokes. But there was a distance in his eyes sometimes, as if part of him stood slightly to the side of every scene. Harry pushed the thought aside for now. They had company to greet. He stepped into the center of the carved circle. The familiar pull rose through his boots. "We are ready," he told the space around them. The warden answered at once, voice clearer than air. I am aware, it said. 3 goblins are approaching from a secure vault path. I have thinned the veil for them. Kingsley raised an eyebrow. Vault path, he repeated. Hermione said, Gringotts anchor their deepest tunnels to old lines under the country. It was the easiest way for them to reach here without operating onto the tor in front of tourists. Ron muttered, also less chance of anyone splinching themselves and arriving in front of the king in parts. Kingsley did not smile, but the corner of his mouth twitched. Light shimmered at the edge of the circle, near the top of the hill. At first it looked like heat over stone. Then it deepened to a faint outline of an arch in the air. A dark tunnel mouth formed inside that outline. 3 figures stepped out onto the grass. Sharptalon first, in deep green robes trimmed with steel thread. His hair was braided back, small rings glinting through it. His eyes went at once to the carved lines under hairy feet. Behind him came a shorter goblin with silver spectacles and long fingers stained dark at the tips. The air around him hummed faintly the way it did around Hermione when she had been working runes for hours. The third was taller, with a narrow face and a thick sheaf of parchment tucked under one arm. His nails were neatly trimmed. His gaze went straight to Kingsley and Harry and stayed there, weighing. The oars shifted but held their place. Sharptalon looked around the top of the tor, then back at Harry. You do like your hills, he said. Harry gave a small, tired smile. I did not pick the site, he said. The old magic did. Sharptalon's eyes dropped again to the circle. This is your gate, he said. Hermione stepped nearer. It is our gate, she said. Anchored through Harry, but keyed for more than just one bloodline. Sharptalon's gaze flicked to her, then back to the carved runes. Introduce your companions, please, Kingsley said, gentle but formal. Sharptalon indicated the goblin with the stained fingers first. This is Ironbur, he said. Ward artisan. Knows more about stress lines in stone than most wizards know about their own faces. Ironbur nodded once, already half distracted by the circle. Sharptalon nodded toward the goblin with parchment. This is Ledgerclaw, he said. Advocate. It is his unpleasant task to make sure I do not sign anything that would leave my people holding the short end of your legendary sword. Ledgerclaw gave a shallow bow. Harry inclined his head in return. Harry, he said. This is Hermione Granger. Ronald Weasley. You know Kingsley. Hermione added, there is also a mind in the hall that you will want to meet. We call it the Warden. Ironbur let out a low, interested sound. A shaped intelligence in the ward structure, he said. Rare. Risky. Hermione said, that is why we want you to see it. Sharptalon studied Harry for a long moment. You understand that once we step through the circle, we are in your power, he said. Harry held his gaze. I understand that you are walking into a place that could hurt you if we misused it, he said. Yes. Sharptalon's teeth flashed. And you still invite us, he said. Harry answered, if I did not, this whole project would be a lie. Silence stretched for a beat. Then Sharptalon said, very well. Show us your island. Harry looked at Hermione. She nodded and moved to the edge of the circle, checking key symbols and muttering under her breath. Ron took up position on the far side, wand in hand. Kingsley stepped closer but stayed outside the carved lines, watching with that focused stillness that had once made him feared as an Auror and now kept entire departments from panicking. Harry drew in a breath and spoke to the air. We are coming back, he said. All of us. The mist gathered as if it had only been resting just below the surface, waiting. It thickened along the slopes of the hill, then rose in a slow, steady swell. The bridge formed out across the unseen water, silver and stone and something older than either. Sharptalon's eyes narrowed. He stepped closer to the edge of the circle, near Hermione. Is this safe for someone who has never bound themselves to the island, he asked. The warden answered this time, voice rolling out from the air around them. The path will hold if your intent is clear, it said. State it. Ironbur actually jumped a little, then frowned in interest. Sharptalon lifted his chin a fraction. My intent, he said, is to judge whether this place can be trusted with goblin lives and goblin craft. The warden was silent for a moment. That is an honest answer, it said. You may enter. Ledgerclaw cleared his throat. My intent, he said, is to record every word that matters and every promise that might later be twisted. Another pause. Also honest, the warden said. You may enter. Ironbur folded his hands behind his back. My intent is to look for cracks, he said. In stone, in wards, in people. The warden gave a faint sense of dry humor at that. Welcome, it said. Ron muttered, cheery lot. Hermione shot him a warning look, though her eyes were amused. Harry stepped onto the bridge first. The surface rose under his boots, solid and sure. Mist rolled out around them, hiding the drop. He heard Sharptalon steps behind him, light and careful. The faint scrape of Ironbur nails on stone. Ledgerclaw softer tread. Hermione was at his right, Ron at his left. Kingsley and the Aurors waited behind. This part was not for them. The bridge felt different from the first time he had crossed it. The weight of the island presence was familiar now. There were no shifting images in the water below, no attempts to distract or test. You already know the way, the warden said in his head. I do not need to play. Harry was grateful. He had enough on his mind. He kept his eyes forward. The island rose through the mist. Avalon. The shore stones glistened. Trees stood in ordered lines that looked natural until you noticed the rhythm hidden in the trunks and branches. The air was warmer than the Tor. It smelled of green leaves and old dust. Sharptalon stepped off the bridge and onto the island itself. He inhaled once, a short, sharp breath. Ironbur stopped just beside him, then took 2 slow steps and dropped to one knee. He pressed his palm flat against the ground. The hum in the air shifted. His eyes closed. Stone remembers, he murmured. Hermione watched him, curious and a little wary. What does it say? She asked. Ironbur opened his eyes. Says you woke it up, he said. He stood and dusted his palm on his robe. It also says it has been cut and patched so many times it does not know which version of itself to listen to, he added. Harry winced. Hermione grimaced. That is why we wanted you here, she said. Sharptalon took a slow look around at the path and the trees. Where does the real heart sit? He asked. Harry nodded toward the familiar path. In the hall, he said. They walked. The trees did not rustle much. The air seemed to hold its breath. Ron kept half an eye on their surroundings and half on Sharptalon posture. His own hand stayed near his wand without gripping it, more habit than threat. Against his palm, hidden inside his right sleeve, the small band of metal Morgana had given him rested against his skin. He had not put it on. He had also not been able to leave it behind. He told himself that was practical. Dangerous artifacts were safest where he could keep track of them. That was all. He did not quite believe himself. The path opened into the courtyard. The hall stood ahead, solid and square, its symbol of dragon and lion and sword gleaming dully above the doors. Sharptalon stopped just inside the courtyard and looked up at it. So this is where your ghosts live, he said. Hermione gave a small, crooked smile. Some of them, she said. The doors opened before they reached them. The warden said, enter. Inside, the hall felt more awake than the last time. The pillars glowed faintly along their carved lines. The air vibrated with a quiet hum that settled into the bones if you stood still long enough. The silver circle in the center of the floor was intact. No cracks, no scorch marks. Sharptalon gaze swept up to the high ceiling, then down to the floor, then along the line of pillars. Ironbur moved straight to the nearest pillar and touched the stone. His fingers hovered over the runes without quite making contact. Ledgerclaw stayed closer to Sharptalon, eyes sharp. The warden voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Goblins in the hall, it said. That has not happened in a long time. Sharptalon tilted his head. Last time went badly, he said. The warden answered, last time, your people were invited in only to be blamed when the system you warned them about collapsed. Ironbur snorted. Sounds familiar, he said. Harry said, it will not be like that this time. The warden said nothing, which Harry decided to take as cautious interest rather than disbelief. Hermione stepped into the circle and turned to face the others. This is where we anchor the council, she said. Not just the king. The circle will be the central binding for every seat we set. Sharptalon's eyes went to the empty stone ring around her. You still have no one sitting there, he said. Not yet, Harry said. Ledgerclaw cleared his throat. Your letter spoke of an equal seat for goblins, he said. What does equal mean in terms that can be enforced rather than sung about? Hermione reached into her pocket and drew out a folded sheet of parchment. She handed it to him. "This is a draft," she said. "It is not finished. But it is a start." Ledgerclaw opened it and read. His eyes moved fast. After a moment he looked up. "You are proposing that no law affecting goblin-made artifacts or goblin land can be passed without the assent of the goblin seat," he said. "Yes," Hermione said. Sharptolon gaze sharpened. "Not just an advisory voice," he said. "A real blockage point." Harry nodded. "If the circle is going to mean anything, it has to restrain me as well," he said. "If the goblin representative stands up and says this would strip my people of rights, the circle listens." Ironbur tilted his head. "Listens how?" he asked. Hermione tapped the silver band at the center of the floor with her boot. "Through this," she said. The warden spoke. "The circle is bound to the hall," it said. "If the seats are set properly, any attempt to pass a measure that breaks the core rules will drop power out of the system. Your bright halls go dark. Your lovely defenses sag. Your monsters wake." Sharptolon looked at the circle, then at Harry. "You would risk that?" he asked. Harry held his gaze. "If the choice is between keeping all the power in my hands or building something that can survive me," he said, "yes." Silence followed. Ron could feel his own heart pound a little harder. He knew that had not been an easy answer for Harry. Ledgerclaw looked back at the parchment. "You also propose that goblin-made artifacts cannot be claimed by witches or wizards by default when their human owner dies," he said. Hermione said, "Ownership returns to the maker or to an agreed line of inheritance. That is how it should always have been." Sharptolon teeth showed for a second in something that was not quite a smile and not quite a snarl. "Do you have any idea how many grudges that would untangle?" he asked. Harry said, "Enough that it is worth the shouting in the Wisengamot." Ironbur had moved from one pillar to the next, hands hovering, eyes narrowed in concentration. He spoke without looking up. "The structure is clever," he said slowly. Hermione eyes lit. "Thank you," she said. He lifted a hand. "I did not say it is safe," he added. Her mouth twitched. "I would never claim any of this is safe," she said. He nodded once, approving. "There are stress lines that run under this hall," Ironbur said. "Old scars. You have started to mend one near the shore. I can feel where the pressure eased. The others still carry weight." Harry said, "We plan to ask your help with those." Sharptolon eyed the silver circle. "What does the hall want from us?" he asked. The warden answered before Harry or Hermione could. "Competence," it said. "Caution. A desire to build something that lasts longer than your current minister or your current king." Sharptolon gave the empty air a flat look. "You do not ask for much," he said. The warden replied, "I have had a very long time to watch things fall apart. My standards are high." Ron almost smiled at that in spite of the tension. Sharptolon stepped to the edge of the circle. "You said the hall tests intent," he said. "Yes," the warden said. Sharptolon nodded once. "Then test mine," he said. He walked into the circle. Ironbur and Ledgerclaw moved as if to follow, but he lifted one hand in a sharp gesture. "Not yet," Sharptolon said. He stood at the center, where Harry had stood, where the cracks had once gathered. Harry watched carefully, ready to grab him if the hall pulled too hard. For a moment nothing happened. Then the silver under Sharptolon boots glowed faintly. The hum in the air rose. Ron felt the fine hairs on his arms lift. The little band in his sleeve warmed. Sharptolon eyes closed. His jaw tightened. His hands curled into fists. No images formed in the air. No visible echoes like the ones they had seen in the lower chamber. Whatever the hall showed Sharptolon, it kept private. After a few long breaths, the glow faded. Sharptolon opened his eyes. He looked a little older. "Well," he said. "That was unpleasant." Harry took a step forward. "Are you all right?" he asked. Sharptolon nodded slowly. "I saw what I expected to see," he said. Ledgerclaw asked, "Which is?" Sharptolon mouth twisted. "Our failures," he said. "Every time we tried to cut a deal with kings and ended up with our forges burned. Every treaty that looked good on parchment and was broken when it cost your people something real." He exhaled once, sharp. "And one more thing," he added. Hermione asked, "What?" Sharptolon looked at her. "I saw what would happen if we sat out again," he said quietly. "If we refused the seat." Harry's throat tightened. "What did you see?" he asked. Sharptolon's gaze drifted to the empty ring of stone seats. I saw goblins dying in the dark, he said. Under dams that burst. In vaults that no longer answer to us. In tunnels filled with water and runes we did not help design. Ironbur closed his eyes for a second, as if listening to a familiar pain. Sharptolon went on, and above, on the surface, I saw your people telling stories about tragic loss and unavoidable damage while they patched the cracks just enough to keep their pretty halls standing. Silence followed his words. Hermione swallowed hard. We do not want that, she said. Sharptolon shrugged slightly. Intention is not the point, he said. Structure is. Ron heard Morgana's voice in his mind echoing that same word and did not like the chill that went through him. Sharptolon stepped out of the circle. His shoulders were rigid now, as if he held himself together by force. He looked at Harry. My people have a saying, he said. If a mine is going to collapse, better to be sitting inside with a pick than standing outside waiting for the dust. Ironbur gave a short, sharp laugh. True, he said. Sharptolon continued. If we are part of this from the start, we have a chance to brace the beams before they crack. Ledgerclaw asked, are you saying we accept? Sharptolon looked at the circle again. We will take the seat, he said. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Sharptolon lifted a clawed finger. On conditions, he added. Harry almost smiled. Of course, he said. Ledgerclaw straightened his parchment. First, Sharptolon said, we have full access to the parts of the array that anchor goblin-related clauses. If the circle is going to shut down when those are broken, we want to see every line that triggers that response. Hermione nodded at once. Agreed, she said. Second, Sharptolon said, no one uses Avalon or Camelot to seize goblin vaults. Kingsley, who had kept silent up till now, stepped closer. No one is planning that, he said. Sharptolon cut him off, voice sharp. You are planning everything, he said. That is the problem. Plans have a way of growing teeth when people get scared. I want a binding rule carved into that floor that says no seat, not even the king, can use this place to override goblin control of goblin treasure. Harry said at once, done. Hermione scribbled a note on a small slate she kept tucked in her sleeve. Third, Sharptolon said, we choose who sits the goblin seat. No wizard veto. No quiet pressure. No one argued. Hermione asked, anything else? Sharptolon looked around the hall. One more thing, he said. He looked at Ironbur. Tell them, he said. Ironbur sighed. You have something in your walls, he said. Harry frowned. We know, he said. The warden. Old faults. Echoes. Ironbur shook his head. Not that, he said. Something older. Something that is not part of the warden pattern. It tastes like old sea and cut glass. Hermione's eyes widened. Harry's stomach dropped. Ron felt the band at his wrist pulse once, like a quiet warning. The warden spoke, tone more guarded than before. There are multiple imprints in these halls, it said. Not all of them are active. Ironbur gave the air near the nearest pillar a flat look. One of them is starting to wake, he said. Morgana, Ron thought with sudden cold certainty. Hermione opened her mouth, then closed it again. Harry said carefully, is it a threat? The warden answered, it is not simple. Sharptolon let out a quiet breath. Nothing ever is, he said. He looked at Harry. You have enemies besides monsters, he said. Old ones. New ones. Some that think they are doing the right thing. Harry's jaw tightened. I know, he said. Sharptolon studied him for a moment. Good, he said. I would be more worried if you did not. He turned to Ledgerclaw. Start drafting, he said. Use their parchment and ours. I want the first version of this agreement carved in stone and in spell structure before we leave. Ledgerclaw nodded and moved toward the side of the hall where Hermione had already set up a small table with ink and several blank sheets. Hermione joined him, already pulling out supplementary diagrams and lists. Ironbur went back to the pillars, expression intent. Sharptolon walked toward the far wall where a narrow balcony door stood. Harry followed him without thinking. Ron hesitated, then drifted after them, staying a few paces back. Outside, the balcony looked over the courtyard and the trees. The air smelled of leaves and the faint mineral tang of the river that ran somewhere beyond the trees. Sharptolon rested his hands on the stone railing and looked out, eyes narrowed. You know what bothers me most? He asked quietly. Harry stood beside him. There are several options, Harry said. You will have to be more specific. Sharptolon's smile was thin but real. You are not wrong, he said. He looked at Harry from the corner of his eye. It bothers me that this place feels familiar, he said. Harry frowned. Familiar how? He asked. Sharptolon tapped a claw against the stone. We have stories, he said, about an age when goblin smiths worked with human mages to build something grand. A city that was meant to belong to everyone. It ended with fire and blood. Harry's throat felt tight. We have versions of that story too, he said. Sharptolon nodded. Yours blame people like me, he said. Ours blame people like you. Harry said softly, the truth is probably that enough people were wrong in enough ways to break the whole thing. Sharptolon's gaze sharpened. That is the first sensible answer I have heard from a king in a long time, he said. Harry gave a tired huff of laughter. I am trying, he said. Sharptolon looked back at the hall ceiling visible through the open door. The old patterns in there, he said. They are not gone. Someone has been talking to them. Harry did not like the feeling those words gave him. What do you mean, he asked. Sharptolon shrugged slightly. I mean, there are threads of magic that do not match your signature or Granger or this warden mind, he said. Threads that feel like someone with a very long memory has been running fingers through the web. Ron's heart thumped harder. The band sank cold against his skin. Harry stared at Sharptolon. Can you tell what they want? Harry asked. Sharptolon shook his head slowly. Not yet, he said. That is partly why we agreed to the seat. Harry frowned. To help us watch, he said. Sharptolon said, to make sure that if some ancient sorcerer decides to use this place to start their own game, there is at least one group at the table that has no interest in crowns. Ron found his voice. You should have more interest in not standing near ancient sorcerers at all, he said. Sharptolon huffed. You say that as if I have a choice, he said. He pushed away from the railing. Enjoy your balcony, King, he added. I am going to go argue with your clever witch over wording. He went back inside. Harry watched him go, then leaned on the stone for a moment, rubbing at his eyes. You heard that, he said quietly without looking back. Ron swallowed. Yeah, he said. Harry dropped his hand and turned to face him. Have you felt anything odd? Harry asked. Ron's fingers twitched against his sleeve. He thought of the way the ring had pulsed when Sharptolon stepped into the circle. The way Morgana's voice had sounded in his head as clear as sharpening steel. He thought of Harry's tired eyes and the weight of the city that sat on his shoulders. He lied. Nothing specific, he said. Just the usual sense that the place is alive and possibly judging us. Harry studied his face for a long moment. Ron tried to keep his expression relaxed. Finally Harry nodded slowly. All right, he said. The word carried more weight than it should have. Ron hated himself a little for feeling relieved. He forced his shoulders to loosen. You could do with a nap, Ron said. Harry snorted. You sound like my godfather, he said. He turned to look out over the trees again. I am fine, he added. Ron said, liar. Harry smiled faintly. He did not argue. They stood there a little longer in silence, then went back inside to the noise of quills and raised voices and Ironbur muttering firmly at the walls. The work took hours. Hermione and Ledgerclaw went through 3 drafts of the main binding clauses. Each time they adjusted a word, Hermione checked it against the runic model projected in faint lines above the silver circle. Each time she did, Ironbur grunted approval or told her exactly how much extra strain that turn of phrase would place on the arrays under the hall. Sharptolon moved between them and the warden, speaking quietly to the empty air, testing the limits of what the hall would enforce. Kingsley stepped in only when a clause touched on ministry structures. He had little interest in the deep magic. His concern was what happened when this system collided with old laws and scared people. Harry floated between all of them. Sometimes he spoke. Sometimes he simply stood at the edge of the circle and listened, trying to learn the shape of the thing they were building before it settled into stone. Ron helped where he could. He translated some of Hermione's language into words the knights would understand. He pointed out practical gaps that only someone who had been on the ground would see. What happens when a knight refuses an order on moral grounds? He asked at one point. Hermione blinked. Ron said, you are all so busy making rules about who can send us where, you have not written down what happens when someone in the field says no. Sharptolon looked interested at once. Good, he said. The most dangerous people in any army are the ones who never say no. In the end, they carved that into the system as well. The knights would swear to protect, not to obey blindly. The circle would hold back power if someone tried to use Avalon to force them into something that broke the core charter. By the time the goblins were ready to leave, the hall felt different again. Harry could sense new threads running from the silver circle into the stone. They were not finished. The goblin clauses glowed as incomplete shapes in the air, half-carved, waiting for the final binding that would only come once the goblin's seat was physically set. Sharptalon stood at the center of the hall one last time. "This is as far as I will go today," he said. "My people will not thank me if I spend all my strength in one place." Hermione nodded. "We will copy the current layout," she said. "You can compare it with your own experts before you send your representative." Sharptalon gave her a long look. "You are going to run yourself into the ground," he said quietly. She blinked, surprised. She opened her mouth to deny it. He said, "Do not. I have seen that look in the faces of goblin smiths who refused to leave their forges even once their hands started to shake." She touched the quill behind her ear. "I will rest," she said. Ron snorted softly behind her. "I will make sure she does," he said. Sharptalon's eyes flicked to him and then to Harry. "See," he said. "That is what I mean about beams." Harry frowned. "What beams?" he asked. Sharptalon gave a small sharp smile. "The ones that keep the roof up when the walls start to crack," he said. Ron felt that like a stone thrown into his chest. He did not know whether to be proud or afraid. Ironbur and Ledgerclaw joined Sharptalon at the base of the steps. The warden spoke. "You will return," it said. Sharptalon nodded. "We will," he said. Ironbur ran his hand one last time along the nearest pillar. "Keep breathing," he told the stone under his breath. He followed his chief. They crossed back over the bridge in a tight group. Harry, Hermione, and Ron walked with them. On the Tor, Kingsley and the Aurors waited in the chill wind. Sharptalon looked at the hilltop, the mist, the bleak winter light. "You wizards pick the strangest front doors," he said. Kingsley almost smiled. "It is what we had," he said. Sharptalon inclined his head in a brief formal gesture. "You will have our reply within the week," he said. He turned toward the shimmering outline of the vault path, Ironbur and Ledgerclaw at his sides. They vanished into the tunnel of light. The arch faded. The hilltop was just a hilltop again, with 4 humans and 2 Aurors standing on carved stone in a cold wind. Hermione wrapped her arms around herself. "I am tired," she said bluntly. Ron said, "Good. That means you might actually sleep." Kingsley exhaled slowly. "You have just given goblins a weapon that can shut down your new city," he said. Harry said, "I have given them a hand on the brake." Kingsley met his eyes. "Same thing," he said. Harry nodded. Kingsley thought for a moment, then said, "Good." Ron blinked. "That is it?" he asked. "No long lecture about ministry authority." Kingsley huffed. "I have spent most of my life watching what happens when one office holds all the power," he said. "I am not eager to build that again in stone." He looked down at the circle. "I will have to sell this to the Wisengamot," he added. "That will be fun." Ron winced. "You want me there?" he asked. Kingsley shook his head. "Not yet," he said. "If they see you beside Harry again, half of them will decide this is all your idea and start muttering about Weasley ambition." Ron pulled a face. "Merlin, help us," he said. Kingsley gave him a weary smile. "Exactly," he said. They left the Tor together, the circle quiet under the cloudy sky. That night, Grimmauld Place was almost peaceful. Creature had outdone himself and produced stew that tasted like something Mrs. Weasley might have made if she had been in a mood to disguise vegetables. The kitchen was warm. The lamps burned steady and low. After dinner, Hermione took a stack of notes upstairs to sort. Kingsley fled back to the ministry. Harry went to write a letter to McGonagall about goblin visitors and council halls, and why the Great Hall at Hogwarts would soon become a stage for a speech no one had prepared her for. Ron lingered at the table, staring into his empty bowl. The ring lay in his pocket, a small solid weight. He could feel its presence the way he could feel a wand he had left on a chair across the room. Not in any clear magical sense, just a constant awareness. He pushed his chair back and stood. The corridor outside the kitchen was quiet. The old portraits on the walls muttered less these days since some had been moved and others discouraged by steady application of Hermione's spells. In his room, he shut the door and leaned back against it for a moment. The space was small but familiar. A narrow bed against the wall. A battered wardrobe. A chair piled with cloaks that he never quite got round to hanging up properly. He crossed to the bed and sat. For a while he just sat there, elbows on his knees, hands hanging loose. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out the ring. In the light from the small lamp, it looked even more ordinary. Just a thin band of dull metal with faint marks that might have been runes or might have been the scratches of age. He turned it between thumb and forefinger. He thought of Morgana's face on the battlement. Calm, sharp, tired in a way that went beyond years. He thought of Sharptolon saying there was something old in the walls. Something not quite part of the warden. He thought of Harry, who was probably hunched over a desk right now trying to explain in polite words why he was sharing power that wizards had always hoarded. He thought of Hermione, who would keep pushing herself until she fell asleep at her table if someone did not drag her to bed. He thought of himself, standing on balconies and in front of monsters, hearing crowds shout his name and still feeling like the ground under him did not quite belong to him. He closed his fingers around the ring. He could hand it to them. He could tell them everything. Morgana, the battlement, the words she had said about beams and kings and people like them. They would help. They would research. They would drag the ring to a safe room and dissect it and argue with the warden about how to neutralize whatever Morgana had planted. They would also look at him differently, not just as the one who had fought a giant, but as the one who had listened long enough to a legendary traitor to take what she offered. The thought made his stomach knot. He laughed once, low and without much humor. Coward, he told himself. He slipped the ring onto his finger. It settled against his skin with a soft, firm pressure. For a second nothing happened. Then the world tilted sideways. Not physically. The room stayed where it was. The bed under him did not move. The lamplight did not flicker. But something in his perception shifted. He could feel the house. Not in the way he felt Avalon with its deep stone and wide arrays. Grimmauld was smaller, cluttered, full of odd corners and stubborn bits of old magic. But with the ring on his finger, he could sense the wards on the front door, the faint tangle around the black family tapestry, the thin line that connected the flue to the ministry. He drew in a sharp breath. His heart kicked hard. He lifted his hand to look at the band. It seemed to sit there in complete innocence. You see, a voice said quietly in his mind. It was not loud, not a shout, not even as clear as the warden. It was more like someone speaking in the same room, their words weaving into his thoughts without pushing them aside. He knew that voice now. Morgana, he set his jaw. You did something to me, he said in his head. The answer came with a faint thread of amusement. You did it to yourself, she said. You chose to put the ring on. I just provided the tools. His hand shook. He wanted to tear it off at once. He did not. What is this? He demanded. She replied, a lens. A way to feel the lines of power around you that you have always walked through without seeing. He swallowed. And Avalon, he asked. He could almost feel her smile. Now that you have opened the door, she said, you will feel that place even more strongly. He closed his eyes for a moment. At once, the sense of Grimmauld blurred and something much bigger loomed underneath it, like a wide river under a small bridge. Avalon. He could feel it as a distant weight, even though he was nowhere near the door. The pattern of its wards pressed against the edge of his awareness, complex and deep. It was like noticing the sound of blood in his ears and realizing it had always been there. He opened his eyes again with a gasp. The room snapped back into focus. He still sat on the bed. His heart still hammered. His hands still shook. He forced his fingers to move. Slowly he pulled the ring off. The sense of Grimmauld faded. Avalon retreated to its usual background hum. He sat there, breathing hard, the ring between his fingers. He had not fallen under anyone's control. His thoughts were still his own. That almost made it worse. Temptation was easier to fight when it came with obvious chains. In his head, Morgana sighed. I told you, she said. No vows. No compulsion. Just knowledge. He did not answer. He put the ring back in his pocket. There was a knock on his door. Ron, Hermione called. You awake? He nearly jumped out of his skin. Yeah, he said, voice higher than he would have liked. Come in. Hermione opened the door and stepped inside, closing it behind her. She looked as tired as he felt. Her hair had escaped its tie. There was ink on her cheek. You look wrecked, she said. He let out a breath. Thanks, he said. You always know what to say. She smiled a little. You know what I mean, she said. How is your arm? He glanced at the fading bruise. Fine, he said. Better than the giant. She came over and sat beside him on the bed. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then she said, today was big. He snorted. Understatement, he said. She shifted so she could look at him properly. You were quiet in the hall, she said. Quieter than usual. He shrugged, avoiding her eyes. Just tired, he said. She frowned. Ron, she said softly. He met her gaze. For a second, he almost told her everything. The battlement. Morgana. The ring. The way the world had shifted when he put it on. The words caught behind his teeth. She watched his face with that patient, sharp look that usually made him confess all sorts of things he had meant to keep to himself. He forced a grin. I was thinking about how many things can go wrong when you invite goblins into your secret magic island, he said. She gave him a look that said she knew he was dodging but would let it pass for now. We do not have any secret magic islands, she said. That is the entire point. He laughed softly. Fair, he said. She reached out and took his hand. Her fingers were warm and ink-stained. Whatever is going on in your head, she said quietly, you do not have to carry it on your own. He squeezed her hand back. I know, he said. She leaned and kissed him, soft and brief. His chest loosened a little. When she pulled back, she rested her forehead against his for a second. Sleep, she said. That is your order for tonight. He huffed a small laugh. Yes, Commander Granger, he said. She rolled her eyes and stood. Git, she said fondly. She walked to the door, then paused with her hand on the knob. By the way, she added, Ironbur was right. There is something odd in the wards. I am going to make time to talk to the warden about it. Ron Hart skipped a beat. He kept his voice casual. You think it is dangerous, he asked. She looked thoughtful. I think it is old, she said. Old does not always mean bad, but it usually means complicated. She opened the door. Good night, she said. Night, he replied. The door clicked shut. Silence settled again. Ron lay back on the bed without undressing and stared at the ceiling. His pocket felt heavy. Far away, under hills and mist, Avalon waited, humming with new bindings and old ghosts and something else that had started to stir. He closed his eyes and tried to sleep. Took a long time for his mind to quiet. When he finally drifted off, he dreamed of a hall with too many doors and a ring of empty seats. And in one of those seats a shadow sat with its face turned away, waiting for him to decide which path he would stand on when the world asked him to choose. Ron ducked under the swing of a practice blade and felt the wind of it graze his ear. His ribs pulled tight as he twisted. He stepped in, knocked the flat of his own sword against Seamus' wrist, and sent the other boy weapon clattering across the stone. Seamus swore, breathless, and stumbled back. Sweat darkened the front of his tunic. Call it, Neville said from the edge of the ring. Ron straightened and let his own blade point drop. His chest rose and fell hard. The air in Avalon's training yard was cool, but the effort made it feel thick. Seamus bent to pick up his sword. You always go for my wrist, he said. Because you always leave it open, Ron replied. Try again. Seamus gave him a tired look. You have had us running drills since dawn, he said. If I leave more than my wrist open, feel free to stab me and put me out of my misery. Neville, who had been leaning on the rail watching, huffed out a short laugh. He pushed off the wood and walked closer, rolling his shoulders. We needed this, Neville said. The Afank fight showed all the gaps. You did fine against the giant, Ron, but half the newer knights forgot which formation we were meant to use when the water surged. Dean, leaning on his own practice sword nearby, added, at least I only fell on my face once. That is improvement. He looked wrecked too. All of them did. Ron dragged the back of his wrist across his forehead. His arm ached. The bruise across his side from the giant blow had faded to a sickly yellow, but if he breathed too deep, he could still feel it. One more round, he said. Then we go again with shields. Seamus groaned. Neville said, half round and then we take 10 minutes, or Hermione will come down here and drag you by the ear. Ron snorted, then winced as the movement tugged his ribs. She is busy arguing with goblins today, he said. She will not notice if we squeeze in one more set. The warden voice spread through the courtyard, dry and calm. Incorrect, it said. Hermione is in the main hall at this moment, and she has noticed that you have not eaten anything since dawn. Several knights jumped. They still were not used to the hall speaking into the air. Ron tipped his head back toward the archway where shadows hinted at the hall interior. You spying on me, he called. Monitoring, the warden replied. Your vital signs are elevated. That is sort of the point, Ron said. Training. You are the commander of the field units, the warden said. Purposeful strain is acceptable. Collapse is not. Neville's mouth twitched. You heard the giant stone mind, he said. Break is now. Ron opened his mouth to argue. His stomach chose that moment to make a loud, hollow noise. Seamus grinned in spite of his exhaustion. Listen to the boss, he said. Both of them. Ron rolled his eyes and finally nodded. Fine, he said. 10 minutes. Water, bread, then back. The yard loosened at once. Knights lowered blades, stretched sore arms, sat on the low wall or dropped to the ground with groans. Dean staggered over to the water barrel and dunked his whole head in, then came up spluttering. Ron moved more slowly. The twinge in his side reminded him not to twist too fast. He sat on the stone bench near the archway and let his shoulders sag. His palm tingled where the ring rested against his skin under the cuff of his sleeve. He made a point not to rub at it. Neville sat beside him and handed him a cloth from the pile by the door. You all right? Neville asked quietly. Ron wiped sweat from his face and neck. Fine, he said. Neville's voice stayed mild. I have known you since first year, he said. Fine does not sound like that. Ron shrugged, staring out at the yard. Knights moving, blades flashing dull in the morning light, laughing between gasps, pushing themselves because he told them to, because Harry had put that role in his hands. Just thinking, Ron said. That is dangerous, Seamus called from the water barrel. The others laughed. Ron managed a half smile. Neville waited a moment, then said, The goblin's letter came back last night. Ron glanced at him, and he asked, They are sending a provisional envoy for the seat, Neville said. Not Sharptalon, someone else. Hermione was in the hall until 2 this morning updating the runes. Of course she was, Ron muttered. You worry about that, Neville asked. Or about what the rest of the world is going to say when they realize goblins can pull the brake on Avalon's power. Both, Ron said. Neville picked at a nick in the bench with his thumb. Dean called you our Lancelot yesterday, he said. Ron blinked. What, he said. Neville's eyes crinkled. You did not hear, he said. He was trying to make a joke. Said it in the dorms. Ron frowned. What did he mean by that, he asked. Neville shrugged. Harry as Arthur, you as Lancelot, Hermione as the clever person who keeps the whole place from falling down, he said. Old story, new names. Ron snorted. Brilliant, he said. So I am the knight who ruins everything by falling in love and breaking the kingdom. That is cheerful. Neville's expression sobered. I do not think he meant it that way, he said. I think he meant you are the one who will stand between Harry and the dragons, even when it means getting burned. Ron picked at a loose thread on his sleeve. His chest tightened. Yeah, he said. Right. Neville bumped his shoulder against Ron's. Just, if anyone starts shouting about tragic love stories, remind them we have enough real problems without making up new ones, he said. Ron gave a rough laugh. I will add that to the list, he said. The warden spoke again, tone quieter. Ronald, it said. Hermione requests your presence in the hall when you are done trying to fall over in front of your soldiers. Ron's ears warmed. Tell her I will be up in a minute, he said. There was no reply. The presence retreated, but he felt it in the stone as always. Neville stood, stretching. Go, he said. If she is calling you, it means we are about to be dragged into something complicated. Ron pushed himself to his feet. When are we not? He asked. He left the yard, the sound of wooden blades and tired laughter following him up the steps. Hermione stood inside the main hall circle, hair tied up, ink on her throat and a smudge across her nose. Sheets of parchment floated in a slow orbit around her, turning when she flicked her fingers. Lines of silver light hung above the floor, echoing the runes below. Kingsley stood near one of the pillars, arms folded, watching with a thoughtful frown. The warden presence was thicker here, like pressure behind the eyes. The moment Ron stepped through the doors, the hairs on his arms lifted. It was not just the hall doing that now. The ring warmed against his skin, awake and listening. He ignored it. Hermione looked up as he approached. "You look like you lost a fight with a very determined pillow," she said. He glanced at his own rumpled tunic and sweaty hair. "Training," he said. "Someone has to make sure your shiny new knights can actually swing swords in straight lines." She smiled briefly, then sobered. "I need your sense of the field for this," she said. "Not the runes. The people." He came closer to the circle edge. Kingsley nodded in greeting. "How bad is it?" Kingsley asked Hermione. She grimaced. "The goblin clauses are stable enough where they touch the council seats," she said. "That is fine. The real problem is here." She snapped her fingers. One of the silver threads above the circle brightened. It ran from the center of the floor out toward one side wall, then vanished into the stone. "Damaray," she said. "The one we set under the Afank Lake." Ron's stomach tightened. "What about it?" he asked. "Stress," the warden said. Hermione added, "The moment we linked the new goblin veto wards into the main structure, pressure shifted along several old lines. Some of the weight moved off the city, which is good, but it pushed more load toward the Afank Dam." Kingsley muttered, "Of course it did. We never get a change without a cost." Ron rubbed the back of his neck. "What kind of stress?" he asked. Hermione sighed. "The slow kind that leads to cracks if we do not adjust," she said. "The lake is calmer since we bound the Afank, but the energy there is not gone. It is just contained. If the dam arrays start to fail, it will hit the valley below." "Muggle Valley," Kingsley said. "Mostly," Hermione said. "There is also a small wizarding village near the edge." Ron's jaw tightened. "So we fix it," he said. "I am going to the dam this afternoon," Hermione said. "The warden can open a corridor directly from here. I will take a small team, mostly rune-trained. I want you there with a group of knights." Ron's mind started to sort the roster at once. "Neville," he said. "Dean. Maybe Ginny. We keep the group tight. Someone has to stay here to watch the others." Kingsley frowned. "I would prefer if Harry went with you," he said. Hermione shook her head. "He cannot," she said. "McGonagall old. The Hogwarts board is meeting today to scream at him about Avalon and goblins and what it means for ancient school charters. He has to be there in person. They will take any excuse to say he is ignoring the old bastions." Kingsley's lips pressed into a thin line. He said, "They do enjoy shouting about bastions." Ron said, "So we handle the dam. Harry handles the shouting." Hermione looked at him. "Can you handle it?" she asked. The ring warmed again. Ron thought of Lancelot, of tales he had half listened to in History of Magic and in Muggle books Hermione had pushed at him when they started all this. The knight who loved too much, who failed and still saved things, all at the same time. He straightened his shoulders. "Yeah," he said. "We can handle it." By the time Ron stepped out of Avalon's corridor and into the Afank Valley, clouds were pressing low over the hills. The air smelled of wet stone and sharp water. He blinked in the sudden gray light. The change from hall glow to open sky always made his head feel strange. Neville appeared beside him, breathing out hard. Dean followed. Then Ginny, who had insisted on coming once she heard about the possibility of floodwater and collapsing structures. 2 more knights from the older Auror ranks rounded out the group, both cannon faces Ron trusted. Hermione stood a little ahead of them, cloak snapping in the wind, a roll of parchment tucked under her arm. Her hair frizzed around her head in the damp air. The warden presence was there in the stones, quieter than in the hall but still steady. Below them, a narrow lake gleamed, dark and flat. The artificial dam shimmered not as stone but as a band of runes along the shore, lines of dull light sinking into the ground. Ron could feel stress even before Hermione pointed it out. Maybe it was the ring. Maybe it was his own nerves. Either way, his skin prickled. Hermione glanced back. "All right," she said. "Quick roster." She turned, looking at each of them. "Ron," she said. "Command. You control the knights and the line between here and the village if anything goes wrong." He nodded. "Neville," Hermione said. You are his second. If he goes down, you take over. Neville grimaced but nodded. Ginny, Hermione went on. You are our runner back to Avalon if the corridor falters. You are also our main shield caster if the physical structure shifts. Ginny flexed her fingers, eager and tense. Dean, Hermione said. You handle illusions if we need to divert attention from muggles. Try to keep them from staring at the sky if it lights up. Dean gave a quick salute. Robards, Hermione said to one of the older Auror knights. Stabilize the ground if you feel any slide. He nodded, jaw set. And me, Hermione finished. I go into the damn hub and talk to the runes. Ron's throat tightened. How dangerous, he asked. She hesitated. If we do nothing, the arrays will probably hold for weeks, she said. Maybe months. But when they fail, they will do it all at once. So we do something, Neville said. Hermione nodded. Exactly. They moved. The path down to the lakeside was narrow, cut into the side of the hill. Ron kept his balance, feeling the thin scrabble of stones under his boots. The ring hummed softly against his skin, as if it recognized the pattern underfoot. At the base, the air was colder. The lake lay smooth and dark, the symbol of the bound of Fank faint at its center, visible only because Harry had insisted on a marker. Hermione knelt at the band of runes that sank into the earth. She pressed her fingertips to the lines, eyes narrowing. The warden spoke, its voice thinner here. Subsidiary hub is 3 levels down, it said. There is an entrance behind the next ridge. Hermione climbed back to her feet. Come on, she said. The entrance was a doorway cut into rock, half hidden by bracken. The runes around it glowed a dull blue. As they approached, Ron felt the ring grow warmer again. Lines of force seemed to rise from the ground, visible only in the way his skin prickled and the hairs on his arms lifted. Hermione placed her palm flat against the stone beside the doorway. Hermione Granger, she said. Council Architect, Avalon. Opening maintenance access. The runes flared for a moment, then sank back. The door slid aside, revealing a narrow stair that led down into the hill. Cool air wafted up, smelling of stone and faint metal. Ron disliked the thought of her going underground again. Too many memories of the Department of Mysteries of Hogwarts corridors of war. He hid it. Neville, Ginny, Dean, Robards, he said. Outer ring. Positions around the entrance. If anything comes out of that lake, you stop it before it reaches this door. Ginny snorted. If that thing comes out again, she said, we are going to need more than us. Then shout very loud, Ron said. Hermione looked at him. You are coming with me, she said. He blinked. I thought you wanted me on the outside line, he said. I want you where I can talk to you if something feels off, she said. You are the one who sees the ground. I see the runes. We need both. The ring pulsed once as if agreeing. Ron swallowed. Right, he said. They stepped through the entrance together. The stair spiraled down. Smooth stone underfoot, worn by time. Runes etched into the walls glowed faintly, steady and cold. The deeper they went, the more aware Ron became of the structure around them. Not just in the obvious way. There was something else now, a sense of lines running through the floor and walls, bright and tense. Morgana's voice slid into his thoughts without warning. Look at it, she said. He gripped the rail a little harder. Not now, he thought back or thought at all, he was not sure how this worked. Hermione shot him a quick glance. You all right, she asked. Fine, he said. They reached the hub chamber. It was a round room carved into the hill, with a pool of still water at its center. Runes ringed the pool, sinking into the stone. Lines of light ran from those symbols out through the walls, the same as the ones Ron had felt on the way down. Hermione stepped forward carefully. The warden presence was stronger here. This is your work, Hermione said quietly, half to herself and half to the air. Let us not break it. The warden replied. This section was designed in haste after the Fank event. Your calculations were correct, but the margins were small. Hermione grimaced. Do not remind me, she said. Ron stood just inside the doorway. His eyes traced the lines. With the ring on, he could see them differently. Not as light exactly, but as currents of pressure. Some were thin and steady. Others bulged, swollen with strain. One line, running along the far wall, felt like a rope pulled too tight. Hermione moved toward the pool. She knelt, setting her parchment down, and started to work, her fingers moving in small gestures over the runes. She muttered numbers under her breath. Ron shifted his weight, muscles tense. The air in the chamber seemed to thicken. Morgana's voice was softer now. "You see the fault line," she said. Yes, he thought, before he could stop himself. Hermione reached for a particular cluster of runes. The moment her hand passed over them, the tight line in the wall twanged in Ron's senses. "Wait," he said sharply. She froze, fingers a hair above the stone. "What?" she asked. He moved forward, careful of the other symbols. "There," he said. He pointed, not touching. "That one is carrying too much. If you cut here without easing it somewhere else, it will snap." Hermione frowned. She looked from his hand to the runes. To her this was all marks on stone and the hum in her bones. She always felt them, but she had to read them. Ron was not reading. He was feeling something new. "How do you know?" she asked. He hesitated. "Because," he said slowly, "it feels like that rope you used to tie Crookshank's basket when we tried to smuggle him in third year. The one that nearly snapped and took my fingers off." Hermione blinked, then let out a short breath. "Right," she said. "That is actually a decent comparison." She studied the runes again, then nodded slowly. "You are right," she said. "I accounted for this stress in the model, but the goblin additions shifted more load than I thought. We need a release path." The warden spoke. "I can divert some pressure into the upper basin," it said. Hermione shook her head. "Not enough," she said. "That would hold for a bit but not fix the problem. We need to recarve this line and create a new sink." She looked at Ron. "Stay there," she said. "Tell me if you feel the tension change." He swallowed. "Right," he said again. She began to trace a new pattern, her movements precise. Runic light flared under her fingers, then sank. The lines in the wall shifted. Ron felt the tight one loosen a little. Another line in the floor swelled. "That one," he said. "Left side." Hermione adjusted. Sweat beaded at her temple. Outside, a dull tremor shook the hill. Dust drifted from the ceiling. Neville's voice came faint through the stone, muffled but urgent. "Everything all right in there?" he shouted. "We are working on it," Hermione yelled back. The warden said, "The water level is stable for now." Ron clenched his jaw. The tight line loosened further. The strain spread more evenly. Hermione's hands moved faster now, drawing in new loops, binding them to the old. "Just one more junction," she said. The ring burned hot against Ron's skin. He could feel something else now, a deeper vibration under the carefully carved patterns. "Old," Morgana murmured. "They're under all your clever human fixes. The bones of the hill." The floor shuddered. Hermione stumbled, hands sweeping across a rune she had not meant to touch. The pool of water at the center flared bright, then dark. The strain in the walls snapped like a bowstring. Ron felt it hit before he saw it. A surge ran through the chamber, raw and wild. Runic lines flared blinding white. Outside, someone shouted. The warden voice cut through the roar. "Containment breach beginning," it said. Hermione, who had been thrown back on one hand, scrambled upright. "I can patch it," she said through gritted teeth. "I just need a second." The ring slammed another impression into Ron's mind. The fault line was not just in the wall. It was under the hill, running toward the village. If they left it, the dam would hold for a while. Then a section would give and send a wave of water and magic down into people's homes. If Hermione stayed where she was and kept patching, she might succeed, but the flood of raw force in the chamber was growing. It pressed in on them, hot and cold at once, like standing in front of fiendfire without a shield. In his mind, the warden spoke fast, urgent. "Protocol option 1, it said. "Seal the hub and evacuate. Allow the dam to fail in a controlled pattern later. Protocol option 2. Sacrifice this section. Flood the chamber with binding light, burning out the runes and halting the flow. Survival chance for personnel inside, 30%. Ron stared at Hermione. Her hands shook as she tried to grab control of the flaring symbols. Light licked at her fingertips. Her hair stuck to her cheeks. He could feel Neville and Ginny above, holding the line, ready to yank the door open and haul them out if he gave the word. He could feel the village in the distance, small and fragile. He could feel the ring, burning on his finger, opening a third picture. Not Protocol 1. Not Protocol 2. Another path. A vent straight up through a narrow weak point in the rock, if he could find it and cut the right line at the right second. Morgana whispered, "There." He saw it. He did not know if it was his own brain or the ring or something in the old stones. He only knew there was a knot of strain in the ceiling, a place where the pressure wanted to go anyway. If he opened it on purpose, he could send the surge up, away from the village. It would crack the hilltop, maybe throw rocks, maybe scare some sheep. The dam would hold. Or he could be wrong and he would tear the whole thing open. "Ron," Hermione said. "I need help me." She sounded frightened. Hermione almost never sounded frightened in magical work. His heart pounded. His breath came short. The warden spoke again, more urgent. "Commander Weasley," it said. "You must choose." He did. Ron lunged forward. He grabbed Hermione's shoulders and hauled her back from the pool. She let out a choking sound as her grip on the runes broke. The light flared wild for a heartbeat. At the same time, Ron thrust his ring hand up toward the ceiling. He did not speak words he knew. He spoke what the ring fed him, a rough pattern more feeling than language. A command that grabbed hold of the strain above them and yanked. For a second nothing happened. Then the world exploded. Stone roared. A crack tore across the ceiling, light blasting through it like a column. Dust and shards of rock rained down. The pressure in the walls shifted, racing upward instead of outward. Outside, Neville and Ginny saw the hilltop split. A geyser of water and pale magic shot into the air, straight up. Neville flung his arms over his face as spray hit them. Ginny swore loudly and threw a shield above the entrance. The lake heaved, then settled, waves slapping hard against the shore. Down in the chamber, Ron and Hermione hit the floor. Ron's ears rang. His side screamed. Something sharp had grazed his arm. Warm wet trickled down his skin. For a moment all he could hear was the rumble of stone and his own pulse. Then silence fell. The light dimmed. The runes around the pool faded to a steady low glow. The strain in the walls eased, like a breath finally let out. Hermione rolled onto her back beside him, coughing. Dust streaked her face. "What did you do?" she rasped. Ron stared at the cracked ceiling. He swallowed past a dry throat. "I opened a vent," he said hoarsely. The warden spoke, voice unusually quiet. "Containment stabilized," it said. "Dam pressure within safe limits." Outside, Neville yelled through the door. "Oi, are you alive?" he called. Hermione coughed again. "We are here," she shouted back. Her voice shook. Ron pushed himself up on one elbow. His head spun. The ring felt cold now, as if all the heat had burned out of it. Hermione turned her head and looked at him. There was something in her expression he had never seen aimed at him before. A mix of fear, anger, and sheer raw relief. "You idiot," she whispered. He tried to smile. "Love you too," he said. She let out a sound that was half sob, half laugh. Then she grabbed the front of his tunic and kissed him hard, brief and clumsy, dust in both their mouths. When she pulled back, her hand shook. "Do not ever do something like that without warning me," she said. He managed, "I will put it in the schedule next time," then winced as his ribs protested. She pushed herself to her knees, then stood wobbling. "Come on," she said. "We have to get out of here before the ceiling decides to follow that vent." They made their way back up the stair, leaning on each other more than either would say aloud. Neville and Ginny met them at the door, grabbing their arms and hauling them out into the cold air. Ginny stared at the crack on the hilltop. "What did you do?" she demanded. Ron looked up at the jagged gap where raw magic still flickered faintly. He swallowed. "Solved the problem," he said, sort of. Harry arrived at Avalon just as the light was starting to fade. The corridor from the Hogwarts ward stone spat him out into the main hall with enough force that he stumbled. He caught himself on a pillar and sucked in a breath. His ears still rang with the sound of Hogwarts board members shouting. Old men and women in stiff robes, slamming hands on tables, complaining that he was tearing up traditions and making deals with goblins and calling on legends that should have stayed in storybooks. McGonagall had stood beside him through all of it, rigid and loyal and sharp. "If your biggest problem is that the boy who saved your school is trying to save the country as well," she had said at one point, Then perhaps you have forgotten what a real problem looks like. She had marched him out afterwards, given his arm a brief, fierce squeeze, and told him to go tend to his kingdom. Now, as his boots hit Avalon's floor, the warden voice slid into his mind. Status report, he said aloud, not bothering with greetings. The warden answered at once. Afank Dam arrays stabilized, it said. One containment vent opened to release excess pressure. There was minor structural damage to the hill above. No Muggle or wizarding casualties reported. 2 sheep are missing and presumed confused. Harry let out a long breath he had not realized he was holding. Who authorized the vent, he asked. The warden hesitated. Commander Weasley initiated the action, it said. Harry's heart thudded. And Hermione, he asked sharply. Alive, the warden said. Exhausted. She is currently in the infirmary chamber with Madame Pomfrey. Harry was already moving. He strode through the hall, boots ringing on the stone. The corridor to the small infirmary glowed a little brighter as he approached, the hall recognizing his urgency. Inside, Hermione sat on a bed, hair scraped back again, now washed clean of dust. A tight bandage wrapped her left forearm. Her eyes were tired but clear. Pomfrey hovered with a jar of salve and a cup of something that smelled foul. On the next bed along, Ron leaned back against stacked pillows. His right arm was wrapped in clean white cloth from wrist to elbow. There was a bruise darkening along his jaw. His eyes were closed, but his chest rose and fell steady. Ginny sat in a chair at the foot of his bed, one leg bouncing with leftover adrenaline. Neville perched on the end of Hermione's mattress. Harry stopped at the doorway. Presence check, he said quietly. For people in the room, the warden answered in his mind. +1 very annoyed healer. Pomfrey glanced over and snorted. You can add tired to that list, she said. There you are. Harry came in, shoulders loosening a fraction as he saw them all breathing. What happened, he asked. Hermione looked at Ron, then back at Harry. We misjudged the stress in the dam arrays, she said. The goblin clauses shifted more pressure than my notes predicted. We went to adjust. Something slipped. Pomfrey sniffed. Something, she said. The hill tried to eat them alive, that is what. Ginny said. Ron dragged Hermione away from a surge and then blasted a hole in the hill. Harry stared. You what? He demanded. Ron's eyes opened. He turned his head slowly toward Harry. Hi, he said. Harry took in the bandage, the pale look, the faint tremble in Ron's fingers as he shifted. What did you do? Harry repeated, a little quieter this time. Ron swallowed. There was going to be a break, he said. Not just at the dam. In the rock under the village. The vent was there already, it just was not open. I saw it. Harry frowned. Saw how? He asked. Ron hesitated. The room felt too small all of a sudden. Hermione glanced between them, jaw tight. She knew. Harry could see that. Ron felt the ring on his finger like a weight. Pomfrey had not taken it off when she bound his arm. He had refused to let her, mumbling something about family magic. She had grumbled and worked around it. He could feel Morgana, listening. If you tell them now, she said in his head, you lose the only piece on the board that is only yours. He wanted to tell her to shut up. He also wanted to tell Harry everything. Lancelot Flaw, he thought angrily. Loving people more than the rules. He cleared his throat. I have been feeling the lines more since the Afank, he said. Maybe knocking that giant around rattled something loose. It sounded weak even to his own ears. Hermione stared at him. Harry's gaze was sharp. That is it, Harry said. Ron's hand twitched. What, you want a dramatic speech about how I risked my life and almost dropped a hill on us, he snapped. We can try that if you like. Pomfrey sked. Do not shout, she said. You will pull your stitches. Harry stepped closer to the bed. His anger was not loud. It was the steady kind that made his green eyes narrow. You made a call that could have killed you both, he said. Ron shot back, the other calls were worse. Leave the stress and let the dam blow later, or flood the chamber and hope we crawl out before it burns. There was a door the warden wanted to seal and you refused, Harry said. It sounded too familiar. Ron flinched. A flash of a different chamber, different circles, different fire. Dumbledore telling him to leave Harry in the cave. I will not leave you, Ron said now, voice harsh. Hermione watched them, jaw clenched. I was the one who miscalculated, she said quietly. Harry snapped his head toward her. You are not the one who opened the vent, he said. No, she said. But if I had spotted the fault sooner, we would not have needed a ridiculous improvisation. Ridiculous that worked, Ginny muttered. Neville said, the village is dry and the dam is still there. Sheep aside, I would call that a win. Pomfrey shot him a look. You will call it what I tell you when I have checked for concussion, she said. Harry exhaled hard. He dragged a hand through his hair. His ribs ached too. The day of arguments and worry had taken its own toll. I am not saying I would have picked a different life over yours, he said finally, looking at Ron. I am saying you keep making calls like that without telling me what you are using to decide. And one day it will not work. Ron's throat felt thick. You were at Hogwarts, he said, facing down half the people who want this to fail before it starts. Do you think I do not know that? Harry opened his mouth, then closed it again. Pomfrey made a sharp shooing gesture. Ouch, she said. All of you except Hermione. I need to redo that bandage. You can argue about death and destiny somewhere that does not have beds in it. Ginny stood at once, hands up. Gladly, she said. Neville hopped off the mattress. Come on, he murmured. He caught Harry's sleeve and tugged. Harry hesitated, glaring for one more second at Ron, then let himself be steered out. Ginny followed, shooting her brother a look that said both proud and furious. The door closed. The room was quieter. Pomfrey moved to Hermione's side and began to unwind the bandage. Ron stared at the ceiling. He could still feel the crack in the hill in his bones. You have made your choice once, Morgana said in his head, almost gentle. Love over strict obedience. That is the flaw and the strength. Ron ground his teeth. If you think I am going to help you use that against him, he thought back, you picked the wrong night. We will see, she said. Hermione's voice cut through the fog. Ron, she said. He turned his head. She was watching him with that same mix of fear and fierce affection as in the hub. You saved me, she said simply. He swallowed. I was not going to leave you, he said. I know, she said. That is the problem. He frowned. What, he asked. She took a slow breath as Pomfrey worked. Harry cannot build this if his closest people keep making decisions he does not understand, she said. It is not just about power. It is about trust. He looked away. So I should have let you stand there and get roasted, he said roughly. No, she said. She slid off the bed once Pomfrey finished, ignoring the healer protest, and came to sit carefully on the edge of his. She took his uninjured hand. What I am saying is that you cannot keep that new sense to yourself, she said softly. I saw the way you looked at the walls down there. That is not just instinct. Something changed. He closed his fingers around hers. His heart thumped hard. He could lie again. He was so tired of lying. He opened his mouth. A sound cut across the room. A low chime from the hall, deep as a bell. The warden voice filled the infirmary. Priority alert, it said. Pomfrey stiffened. What now, she muttered. The warden continued, tone clipped. Unscheduled contact at Avalon's outer perimeter. One magical signature. Matching historical profile of Morgana Le Fay. Hermione froze. Ron's hand went cold in hers. Harry, the warden added. In the corridor outside, Harry stopped dead as the same words hit his mind. Morgana at the perimeter, the warden said again. The old world and the new drew in a shared breath. Harry turned and ran. Harry ran. Avalon blurred around him as the corridor shifted, stone and light folding in ways that still made his stomach twist. The warden pushed the path open with unusual force, drawing him toward the outer edge of the island. Morgana at the perimeter, the warden said in his mind again. Magical signature confirmed. No other entities detected. What perimeter? Harry said aloud as he ran. Shore or bridge? Outer shore, the warden answered. The line where my control meets the oldest layer. She is standing on the far side. Can she get in? Harry asked. Pause. Not yet, the warden said. The word yet landed like a stone. The corridor opened onto the long slope down toward the water. Cold air hit him. Mist rolled low across the ground, thicker than usual, as if someone had called it. Harry's boots slipped a little on the damp grass before he found his footing. He did a quick check out of habit. Hall behind him. Warden in the stone. No one else yet. At the shore, the water lay dark and still. The bridge that led to the Tor shimmered as a faint line in the mist. She stood just beyond that line. Morgana looked much as she had on the battlement, though this time she wore no armor. A dark dress fell straight to her boots. Her hair was pinned back away from her face. No crown. No obvious weapon. The pressure in the air around her was stronger up close. It was not showy. It was a steady weight, like standing under a ceiling of stone. She watched him approach with calm eyes. Harry stopped at the exact place where the warden told him the boundary lay. His skin prickled. The island wards hummed under his feet, tense and ready. They were alone on the shore, but he knew that would not last. Morgana inclined her head the smallest fraction. "You have grown into the place," she said. "It fits you better than the last time I looked." Harry's chest still heaved from the run. He kept his voice level. "You came to look uninvited," he said. "That is usually called trespass." She smiled, faint and sharp. "Last time was a test," she said. "This time is a visit." The warden voice came from the stones and the air. "You are not welcome," it said. Morgana did not flinch at the disembodied sound. "You say that as if I have tried to cross your threshold," she said. "I am standing on the far side of your line. I could have come in the way I usually do. Instead I knocked." Harry said, "The last time you visited, you tried to pull my friend into your games." Morgana's gaze went past him to the hall behind, then back. "He came to me," she said. "There is a difference." Harry's jaw tightened. "Where is Ron?" he asked the warden under his breath. "Infirmary," the warden said. "He is mobile. He is attempting to leave." "Do not let him," Harry said at once. The warden hesitated. "He outranks you in field command," it said. "On paper." "I said do not let him," Harry snapped. The warden replied, "I can slow him. I cannot physically restrain him without injuring him." Morgana tilted her head slightly. "If you want this conversation without witnesses, you are already too late," she said. Hermione's voice reached him on the wind, faint but urgent. "Harry." He glanced back. Hermione was hurrying down the slope, cloak flapping, Ginny at her side. Neville followed a few paces behind, scanning the water out of reflex, wand loose in his hand. Kingsley came more slowly, but his presence was steady and solid, a weight of his own. Behind them, 2 aurors from the Avalon Guard kept their distance, watching the shore, hands on wands. Harry counted them without thinking. Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Kingsley, 2 oars, warden in the stone, Morgana on the far side. No sign of Ron yet. Hermione reached his side, breath short. Her eyes went at once to Morgana. "So that is her," Ginny said under her breath. Neville swallowed. The air around him tightened the way it did before a battle. Kingsley stopped just behind Harry's left shoulder. "We are not ready for this," he said quietly. "We rarely are," Morgana said, as if she had heard. "That is rather the point of ordeal." Harry forced his hands to stay at his sides instead of reaching for his wand. "You asked to see me," he said. "You have my attention. Say what you came to say." Morgana's eyes flicked to the water, then back. "The Afank Dam," she said. "Neat work. Rushed but neat." Harry's chest tightened. "You felt that," he said. "It shook lines that run much deeper than your new arrays," she said. "Your friend reused the oldest ones to save the others." "Bold move." Hermione stiffened. "How do you know that?" she demanded. Morgana did not answer her at once. She kept her gaze on Harry. "You have begun to do what Arthur never managed," she said. "You are binding power with rules. You are inviting those you once oppressed to sit at your table. You are trying to build a kingdom that does not fall apart the first time a bright young idiot with a sword and a crush makes a mistake." Ginny made a strangled noise that might have been a laugh. Harry said, "You will forgive me if I do not use you as a reference when I explain that to everyone else." Morgana's mouth curved. "You think I came to praise you," she said. "You came to test me," he said. "You said that much the last time." She nodded once. "Exactly," she said. "I came to apply pressure where the wood creaks. That is my role." "We did not ask you for that," Hermione said sharply. "No," Morgana said. "That is why it might actually mean something." The warden voice cooled the air. "You tried to kill a king once," it said. "You tried to crack this island open." Morgana looked up toward the invisible vault of wards. I tried to stop a kingdom that was already breaking from crushing everyone under it when it fell, she said. We can argue about methods later. Right now you have a larger problem. Harry fought the urge to rub at his forehead. The scar had been quiet for a long time, but old habits lingered. What problem, he said. Morgana extended one hand, palm up. The lines you have bound around Avalon are clever, she said. Hermione Granger has done work that would stand in any age. Your goblin allies are not fools. The warden has grown more self-aware in the years since I last spoke to it. But you are still building on top of a fault you refuse to acknowledge. Hermione's eyes narrowed. We know there are old imprints in the hall, she said. Ironburr found them. We are mapping them. You are trying to tame them, Morgana said. You cannot. Not all of them. Some of what lives in that stone predates your council, your ministry, even my own quarrels with Arthur. You can rout around it. You can muffle it. You cannot make it vanish. Kingsley spoke for the first time. What do you want? He asked. Morgana dropped her hand. I want your king to admit that his fine new kingdom is still breakable, she said simply. I want him to understand that no amount of bright banners and careful charters will change the fact that he is one tired human being who can be pushed, tempted, or broken. Harry felt heat rise in his face. I know that, he said. I feel it every day. Do you? She asked. Or do you still believe that you can hold yourself to a perfect line if you try hard enough? Hermione shifted closer to him, shoulder brushing his. Ron would say something very rude here, Ginny muttered. Harry felt a stab of worry sharper than before. Where is he? He asked the warden again. Moving toward the shore, the warden answered. Madame Pomfrey attempted to stop him. He yelled at her. I decided that was an internal human matter. Of course he did, Hermione said under her breath. Morgana's gaze flicked past Harry's shoulder. He is almost here, she said. Harry turned. Ron was coming down the slope, his steps uneven. One sleeve was rolled up over a fresh bandage. His face was pale under the spray of freckles. His eyes went first to Harry, then to Morgana. The ring under his cuff burned like a brand. Neville swore softly under his breath when he saw him. You should be in bed, Ginny snapped. I am bored of beds, Ron said. He stopped beside Harry and Hermione, a little out of breath. The climb and his injuries had cost him, but he tried to hide it. Harry stared at him. You are not supposed to be here, Harry said. Yeah, Ron answered. We have not followed what we are supposed to do since we were 12. Morgana watched them with interest. I told you he would come, she said. Hermione drew herself up. Do not talk as if you know him, she said. You met him once. Morgana tilted her head. You say that as if one hard choice is not enough to sketch the outline of a person, she said. Ron's hand twitched near his sleeve. The warden spoke, voice low. Morgana, it said. You have made contact through an unauthorized channel. The line must be cut. Harry looked from the shore to Ron. What unauthorized channel? He demanded. Silence. Ron's chest felt tight. The ring was hot now, not burning but very present. Morgana smiled, small and sharp. If you want your ordeal, boy, this is the moment, she said. Not in the hall with pretty illusions. Here, where you have to choose between what keeps your island clean and what keeps your people whole. Harry's jaw clenched. He looked at Ron. What did you do? He asked quietly. All eyes turned. Hermione's grip on her wand tightened. Ginny's shoulders went rigid. Neville's face was worried. Ron felt the weight of their attention like stones on his back. He could lie. He could say Morgana was trying to unsettle them, that there was no channel, that the dam had been instinct and luck. He thought of the ring on his finger, of the way the hill had split when he pulled. He thought of Hermione in the hub, eyes wide as the ceiling cracked. He thought of Harry in the infirmary doorway, hurt in his voice. He was so tired of lying. Ron, Hermione said softly. He took a breath that made his ribs hurt. I met her, he said, before the goblins came. On the battlement. Harry's eyes narrowed. When, he asked. The night you were all busy being declared king in front of half the country. Ron said. She showed up on the edge of that wall and we talked. Hermione let out a sharp breath. Ginny made a strangled sound. Kingsley did not move, but the air around him changed. Rigid. Watchful. Harry said nothing. Ron pressed on, words tumbling now that he had started. She said the hall was older than we thought, he said. She said the beams were cracked. She offered me a way to see the lines better. She gave me this. He pulled his sleeve back. The ring on his finger looked small in the gray light. Ordinary metal. Faint marks along it, too blurred to read. Hermione's eyes widened. You have been wearing that since then, she said. Ron swallowed. Not all the time, he said. I kept it in my pocket for a bit. Then the Afank Dam started to creak and I put it on and suddenly I could feel where the pressure would go. You used it in the hub, Hermione said. Yes, he said. That is why you could see the fault, she said. Why you knew where to open the vent. Yes, he repeated. Ginny shook her head slowly. You absolute idiot, she said, voice shaky. You took a gift from a woman every story calls a traitor. Ron let out a rough laugh with no humor in it. You sound like my mother, he said. Harry still had not looked away from the ring. Why did you not tell me, he asked. The question hurt more than any shout would have. Ron forced himself not to drop his gaze. Because I knew what you would say, he answered. You would have dragged it to a safe room and carved it apart. Which might have been smart. It also would have meant that when the dam was about to blow, you were in a board meeting and Hermione was about to get cooked alive with no extra options. Hermione flinched at the memory. The warden voice cut through the rising tension. The item presents a security risk, it said. It connects my core to an external actor who has attempted to overthrow my function in the past. It must be isolated. Ron snapped his head up toward the invisible mind. You mean cut, he said. Say what you mean. The warden replied, standard protocol would involve severing the new sense and destroying the anchor. Severing the sense, Hermione said slowly. How? The warden answered, by rewriting the pattern within his mind that allows him to perceive my deeper lines. Harry's stomach turned. You are talking about tearing out part of how he thinks, Harry said. You are calling it a pattern, but that is his brain. The warden went quiet for a moment. It is a risk assessment, it said. Your friend now acts as a bridge. Through him, Morgana can see parts of my structure I have kept hidden even from you. I can attempt to dampen the connection, but as long as the ring exists, so does the channel. Morgana smiled faintly. There is another option, she said. You could learn to live with a bridge instead of breaking it. That would be new. Hermione snapped, you stay out of this. Morgana's eyes cooled. You brought him here, she said. You made him commander. You built this place on human ties. You cannot now pretend that the only safe path is to cut every messy link that does not fit your models. Kingsley cleared his throat. We are not cutting anyone, he said firmly. The warden replied, then you need a countermeasure that is not based on my usual protocols. Ron Hart hammered. Sweat slicked his palms. He knew what Morgana wanted. She wanted him as a piece that did not belong to Avalon. She wanted a knight who could stand in gaps and see fault lines, answerable to something older than Harry Crown. He also knew what Harry wanted. Clean lines. Solid trust. No hidden channels in the minds of his closest friends. He could not give both of them everything they wanted. Hermione slipped her hand into his uninjured one. Her grip was tight. You should take it off, she said quietly. Now, Ron looked at her, then at Harry. Harry's expression was closed. Well, Harry said. You heard her. Ron felt something sharp twist behind his ribs. He closed his fingers around the ring. He could tear it off and throw it into the water. He could beg the warden to burn out whatever it had changed. Even if that left him blind to the lines forever. There would be a cost. The dam vent had proved that. Without this sense, they would have been stuck with the warden's safe options. The village would be standing tonight only because he had broken the rule book. For all her poison, Morgana had not lied about that. You have one more path, she said in his head. It requires more courage than the others. He did not answer her. He looked at Harry. I will take it off, he said. But not like that. Harry's eyes narrowed. Meaning, he asked. Meaning, Ron said. I am not letting you or the warden cut pieces out of my head so you can feel better about your perfect structure. I will not be Morgana piece either. If I keep this sense, it is on our terms, not hers. Morgana gave a low sound that might have been approval. Interesting, she said. Hermione stared at him. Our terms, she repeated. Ron nodded, throat dry. Bind it, he said. Bind what? Ginny asked. Bind the ring to the circle, Ron said. Tie my new sense into the council, not just the hall core. You and the warden both can see every time Morgana tries to poke through. You set wards inside me that alert you when that line pulls. You use me as a meter for strain instead of pretending you can do all of this with pretty diagrams. Neville let out a breath. You want them to wire you into the system, he said. Voluntarily. Yes, Ron said. You realize that makes you part of the Foundation, Kingsley said. If this place falls, you go with it. Ron gave a tired grin. Not the first time I have stood in front of a collapsing thing and hoped it did not drop on my head, he said. Harry stared at him. Anger and fear and something like unwanted respect warring on his face. You are asking me to make you a living piece of the ward, Harry said. You understand what that means. Ron met his eyes. It means when things start to crack, you have someone who can feel it before the rest of you notice the walls are bowing, he said. It means I cannot hide anymore. Not from you. Not from her. He jerked his chin toward the mist where Morgana stood. And not from the warden, he added. The warden considered this. This would give me an ongoing human sensor with access to layers I currently monitor only through indirect pressure, it said. It would also give Morgana a direct line to someone anchored at my core. Only if we let her keep it, Hermione said, voice sharp. We can write rules into the circle that force every message through filters. We can make sure Ron hears her, but she never speaks without the hall knowing. You say that as if I am a parasite, Morgana said. You are an old infection, Hermione snapped. We have survived worse. Morgana's eyes flashed. You survived at the cost of a king and half a country, she said. Twice, if we count your little war with your snake-faced friend. Harry felt a hot spike of anger. You talk about cost, he said. What about the people who died when you tried to pull the table out from under Arthur? What about the villages in the stories that burned while you and Merlin and his king played games with storms? Morgana looked at him, expression for once completely bare. Do you think I forget any of that, she asked. That is why I am here. The wind lifted her hair. The mist thickened around her. I have watched this pattern play out more times than you can imagine, she said. A bright young fool with a sword and an idea thinks he can be the one to fix it. He builds something grand. He gives people hope. He believes he can balance law and mercy, structure and heart. Then someone he trusts lies. Someone he loves cracks. An enemy finds a fault he never saw. The whole thing falls. The next age stands on the bones of the last and tells neat stories about why it was all inevitable. Her gaze flicked to Ron. You stand in the same place my Lancelot did, she said. Ron winced. And you stand where, he asked. On the cliff, tossing rocks down to see how they land. She ignored the jab. My flaw was pride, she said quietly. I believed only I could see the cracks. I believed that because I saw farther, I had the right to pull down what others built. Your flaw is loyalty. You will break the rules for the people you love. That is why I chose you. Hermione muttered, that is not helping. Morgana continued, you can repeat the story. Harry can tighten his grip, cut you off, and treat every breach as a personal betrayal. You can hide what you see and tell yourself it is for his own good. Or you can do something new. She looked back at Harry. The ordeal is simple, she said. Do you trust your knight enough to let him stand where you cannot, even knowing that gift came through my hand? Silence. The water lapped softly at the shore. The warden spoke, carefully neutral. Risk projection, it said. If we destroy the ring and sever the sense, immediate security rises. Long-term failure chance increases due to blind spots in my perception of older arrays. If we bind the ring into the circle under Hermione control, short-term risk increases. Long-term resilience also increases, provided the human factor remains stable. Hermione rubbed her forehead. You make it sound so tidy, she said. It is not. No, the warden agreed. That is why I asked a human king to make the choice. All eyes went back to Harry. He had never wanted a crown. He had wanted a life, friends, a chance to breathe without someone pointing him at a new threat. Now he stood with a myth on one side, his best mate on the other, and a hall full of old scars under his boots. He thought of the dam, of the village that might have drowned, of the hill split open and the way Ron had looked in the infirmary, tired and stubborn and still making jokes. He thought of every time Ron had stood between him and a curse, and every time he had failed Ron in return. He thought of Dumbledore in that cave, telling him to leave. He thought of how much of that mess had come from one man making too many decisions on his own. Harry took a breath. "Ron," he said. Ron stood straighter. "Yeah," he said. "You should have told me," Harry said. "I know," Ron answered. "I am furious with you," Harry said. "I know that too," Ron said. Harry gave a sharp nod. "Good," he said. "We can work with that." He looked at Hermione. "Can you bind it without killing him?" he asked. Hermione's eyes were bright. "Yes," she said. "It will be hard, and it will hurt, and we will need Sharptalon and Ironbur to look over what we do so we do not accidentally tie his heart into the sewer array instead." "But yes." Ron made a face. "Thanks for that image," he said. Harry turned back to Morgana. "You do not get him," Harry said. "You do not get a secret knight in my hall who only you can see. If you speak to him, the hall hears it. If you twist what he sees, the circle will pull power away from you. If you try to yank him where he does not want to go, I will use every scrap of authority I have in this place to shut you out, even if it cracks the stone." Morgana's expression did not change, but something in the air shifted. "You are willing to risk your new kingdom on that line," she said. Harry's mouth twisted. "It is not new if I start by cutting the people who built it with me," he said. "Then it is just another throne with a different shade of paint." Morgana's eyes rested on him for a long moment. Then she smiled, small and tired. "Better answer than Arthur managed," she said. The warden spoke. "Morgana," it said, "you are granted conditional observer status at the outer perimeter. You may not step onto the island. You may not route power through any array without approval from 2 human signatures bound to the circle. You may not use Ronald Weasley sense to trigger changes in my structure without passing through new filters we will install." Morgana raised an eyebrow. "You think you can write rules that hold me," she said. Hermione lifted her chin. "We wrote rules that will let goblins shut this whole place down if we turn tyrant," she said. "I am fairly sure we can handle one ancient witch at the edge of the lawn." Ginny gave a short, shaky laugh. Morgana looked from Hermione to Ron to Harry. "You are all very young," she said. Neville answered softly, "So were you once." For the first time, something like pain flickered across her face. She stepped back, out of the faint shimmer that marked the unseen line. The mist thickened around her ankles. "Very well," she said. "Build your circle. Bind your knight. We will see whether this age can carry the weight the last one dropped." She looked at Ron one last time. "Be careful where you stand," she said. "Beams break from both sides." Then she was gone. The mist swallowed her. The pressure in the air eased, though it did not vanish. The warden said, "Perimeter signature faded. Residual pattern remains in deep layers." Hermione let out a long breath and swayed. Ron caught her with his good arm. "Easy," he said. "You are bleeding," she said. "Only a bit," he replied, though his arm throbbed. Harry's shoulders slumped as some of the tension bled out of him. Kingsley looked up at the gray sky. "I am going to need a drink before I even think about how to explain this to anyone," he said. Ginny muttered, "You and me both." Neville said, "We should get back inside before the Aurors start asking why we are all having loud family arguments on the lakeshore." The Aurors in question were still at the top of the slope, pretending not to have heard anything. Harry nodded. "Right," he said. "Inside. Then we figure out how to tie Ron into a circle without blowing up his head." Ron winced. "Can we pick a phrase that sounds less like a spell you find in a cursed manual?" he asked. Hermione managed a tiny smile. "We will work on the wording," she said. They turned back toward the hall. The mist behind them moved in slow patterns as if something on the far side was watching, waiting, choosing its own moment. Avalon hummed under their feet, aware and awake and carrying a new weight. The king walked back toward his ordeal. The knight walked beside him, one hand pressed to his side, feeling every crack in the stone and hoping he could help keep the roof up this time. The circle in the main hall looked different. New lines of silver ran from the center out toward the walls, where fresh stone seats now waited. The pillars glowed with a quieter light. The air hummed in a way that made Harry's teeth buzz. Sharptalon stood at the edge of the circle, hands behind his back, eyes sharp. Ironbur moved from pillar to pillar, using a short chisel to tap the stone, listening to the sound. Ledgerclaw waited by a table piled with parchment, already frowning over a new draft. Kingsley stood near the entrance, in plain dark robes rather than formal ones. The look on his face said he would rather be anywhere than here and that he would not leave for anything. McGonagall had taken a seat on one of the new chairs along the curve, spine straight, eyes colder than the hall stone. She looked as if she were sitting in the staff room at Hogwarts, watching a new idea unfold and deciding whether she would tolerate it. Near the far side, 2 chairs waited empty. One had the Hogwarts crest carved into the back. The other was plain. That one was for a Muggle voice they had not found yet. Ron felt every eye when he stepped through the doorway. His arm still ached, though Madame Pomfrey had declared the wound clean. His ribs pulled when he breathed too deep. The band of metal on his finger rested against his skin, cold and heavy. Hermione was already in the circle. She had tied her hair back and rolled her sleeves. Chalk marks smeared her fingers. The faint ring of runes around her shifted as she moved, almost as if they were holding their breath. The warden presence sat in the stone like a held note. Harry waited beside Hermione, cloak clasp open at the neck, wand at his side. His face was tired but set. Ron walked to the circle edge and stopped. The line of silver in the floor gleamed under his boots. Hermione looked up, her eyes searching his face. "You slept," she said. It was not quite a question. Ron said. "Pomfrey gave me something that tasted like troll feet and knocked me out." "Good," Hermione said. "We need you awake to do something stupid." He snorted. "Comforting," he said. Kingsley stepped forward a little. "Before we start," he said, "I am going to ask this once more. Are you sure?" Ron looked at him, then at Harry, then at the circle. "No," he said. "That is sort of the point." McGonagall lips pressed together. "You are about to let my former student tie himself into a ward structure that thinks in numbers," she said. "I trust him. I am less sure about the rest of you." Sharptolon answered before anyone else could. "Your student has already done it, in fact," he said. "We are simply making sure the stone knows it." Neville, Ginny, and Dean stood near the back of the hall with the rest of the knights. Their armor was plain leathers, not the bright show sets for public display. Wands sat loose in their hands. Ginny called out, "If you lot are about to give my brother a new way to break himself, can you at least make sure he can still duck?" "We will do our best," Hermione said. The warden spoke, voice clear. "Commencing procedure," it said. Hermione turned to Ron. "Last chance to back out," she said. And for once there was no teasing in it. Ron shook his head. "We already chose," he said. "This is just following through." He stepped over the silver line and into the circle. The warmth of the stone rose at once, up through his boots and into his legs. The air inside the ring had a taste now, dry and sharp, like old lightning. He could feel the hall watching him. He stood in the center, with Hermione and Harry a few steps away, their boots on the same ring of metal. The runes under the thin layer of silver were quiet, waiting. Sharptolon moved closer, still outside the circle. "Ironbur," the warden said. Ironbur walked to one of the pillars and placed his hand flat against it. "Ready," he said. Hermione drew in a slow breath. "All right," she said. "Step 1. We map the link." She looked at Ron's hand. "The ring," she said. His fingers trembled. He shoved his nervousness down and held his hand out. The band of metal sat on his skin, plain and dull. Hermione did not touch it. Instead, she sketched a short sign in the air above his hand and murmured a simple revealing charm. Light rose from the ring, a faint thread that stretched away into the air above the circle. It was not just one line. It was a bundle of them, some bright, some dim, all twisting together. Everyone could see it. Ron could feel it. The warden said, "Channel confirmed." Harry's jaw tightened. "That goes into the deep layers," the warden added. "The ones that carry the oldest pattern." "Morgana," Hermione said. "And other things," the warden replied. "She rides on what was already there." Sharptolon gave a short sound, not quite a laugh. "Of course she does," he said. Hermione flicked her wand again. New threads spun out from the bundle, reaching toward the floor. "Second step," she said. "We cut the line where it anchors into the hall and reattach it under our rules." "You cut me and I am leaving," Ron muttered. Hermione shot him a look. "Not you," she said. "The channel. We are moving the point where it enters." Think of it as rewiring your mind so it runs through a safer wall. That does not sound better, he said under his breath. Harry took a steadying breath. Warden, he said. No automatic defense reflex inside the circle. No shock wards. If something goes wrong, we fall back to human calls. Understood, the warden said. Defense routines on hold within the central ring. I will still shout at you if everything starts to crack. McGonagall cleared her throat. If everything starts to crack, she said sharply, someone is going to shout at you as well, Potter. Yes, Professor, Harry said. Hermione planted her feet. Here we go, she said. She raised her wand. The light around the ring brightened. The bundle of threads above Ron's hand shivered. Ron gritted his teeth. The sense in his head shifted, as if someone was turning a dial. The hall that had been a clear, steady pressure became a blur. For a moment he could feel both Avalon and the Tor and the dam and the giant's arm in his ribs all at once. He sucked in a breath and swayed. Harry reached out and grabbed his shoulder, steadying him. You all right? Harry asked. Ron's vision steadied. The threads above his hand separated. Some darkening, others shining. Yeah, he forced out. Just feels like a bad broom takeoff. Hermione murmured under her breath, tracing patterns in the air. The threads that led down into the floor loosened, as if she had untied some knot. Ironburr closed his eyes, listening to the stone. Hold there, he called. If you pull more, the third layer will slip. Hermione answers came tight through her teeth. I see it, she said. Sharptalon eyed the glowing lines. Ledgerclaw, he said quietly. Ledgerclaw stepped closer to the table. Ready, he said. When the pattern changes, Sharptalon said, you record that the goblin seat has equal access to this part of the array. If any wizard tries to cut it again without that seat consent, I want a record. Ledgerclaw gave a sharp nod and bent to his parchment. Harry rolled his eyes despite the tension. Trust you to turn this into a contract, he muttered. Sharptalon teeth flashed. Of course, he said. That is how we survive kings. The warden spoke, voice flatter now. Extraction point exposed, it said. Hermione did not look up. Harry, she said. Ready your part. He nodded. You tell me when, he said. She took one more breath, then snapped her wand down. Now, she said. The bundle of light above Ron's hand split. Half the threads snapped upward, retreating into the air. Ron's head rang. For a second he felt something cold and old tug at his chest, as if something outside the hall was reaching for him and missing. He heard Morgana's voice at the edge of his thoughts. Easy, she said. The other half of the threads dropped toward the floor. Hermione caught them with a gesture and drove them into new grooves in the silver circle. Light spread out along the ring, racing around the curve. The hall shook. Neville staggered where he stood, catching himself on a pillar. Ginny swore. Dean threw a quick steady charm at the nearest column. The warden spoke, louder. Pressure spike, it said. Old array reacting. Above them, along the high walls, shadows shifted. For a moment Ron saw figures where none had been, pale shapes of people sitting in long vanished seats, their faces blurred. The sensation was not like the deliberate visions from the hall's deeper rooms. This felt wild, like a wound pushed open. Harry tensed. Hermione, he said. We have company. I see them, she said. Her voice shook, but her hand did not. One of the ghost shapes leaned forward, its face sharp for a heartbeat. A man in chain and cloth, a crown on his head, eyes bright with anger or fear or both. Another stood beside him, cloaked and lean, holding a staff. Arthur and Merlin, Ron thought with sudden certainty. Morgana's voice slid through his mind. They are not alive, she said. You do not owe them anything. The warden said, historical imprint bleed through. They are not sentient, but their pattern puts strain on the present array. The Ghost King raised his hand, as though in warning or command. The light around him flared. Hair on Harry's arms lifted. Ron, Harry said. I know, Ron said harshly. He lifted his ring hand. He could feel where the old pattern was trying to bite into the new one, like a hook in cloth. He could also feel the fresh grooves in the circle, the ones Hermione had carved for his sense. He had to choose which one to lean toward. Morgana whispered, if you tie yourself to their story, you will repeat it. Hermione called his name, real and loud. Ron. He focused on her voice. Not the Ghost King. Not the old wizard. Not the woman at the edge of the ward. The girl who had dragged him out of libraries and battlefields and dams. The one who had ink on her chin and a bandage on her arm. He pushed his sense into the new grooves. The light jerked. The ghost shapes shuddered. For a moment, his head swam with two sets of images. A great hall filled with bright banners and shining armor and a feast turning to shouting. Then the same stone with rubble where the table had been and blood on the floor. Then those pictures tore. The old pattern snapped away from his link and sank back into the walls. The air in the hall steadied. The warden voice came quieter. Contact between historical imprint and live channel reduced to trace level, it said. Holding. Hermione sagged a little in place. Sweat on her forehead. She breathed out, then straightened. Next part, she said. Filter. Sharptolon muttered. As if that was not enough. Hermione lifted her wand again. This time her movements were smaller, precise, like someone stitching a cut. She wound fresh threads around the remaining lines between the ring and the stone. Ron felt every one of them. Each new loop was a rule, a limit. If Morgana sends something through, Hermione said, voice low and intent, it goes through these knots first. The circle sees it. The warden sees it. You feel it, but you do not have to act on it. You are tying a bell to my thoughts, Ron said. Yes, she answered. That is exactly what I am doing. The ring warmed with each pass. Morgana spoke again. Faint. You are letting them chain you, she said. Ron gritted his teeth. I am letting them know when you knock, he answered in his head. That is all. He could almost feel her annoyance. Stubborn boy, she said. Better than stupid, he shot back. The warden made a sound that could almost have been amusement. Filter complete, it said. Channel monitored. External pressure can be measured and damped. Harry let out a slow breath. Is that it? He asked. Hermione hesitated. Almost, she said. We still have to tie the other end. Ron frowned. Other end, he asked. Hermione lowered her wand a little so she could look at him properly. You asked to be the meter in the beams, she said. That means your sense cannot just float loose. We have to anchor it to something in you that will not vanish the first time you take a hard hit. Ron's throat felt dry. What do you mean? He asked. Harry answered. She means your loyalty, he said quietly. Hermione nodded. The hall needs to know what you will always choose, she said. That is how it decides what to listen to from you. You choose people over rules. That is your flaw. It is also the only reason any of this works. Sharptolon gave a low chuckle. The hall is about to tie its safety to his love, he said. That is either deeply wise or the stupidest thing I have ever seen. McGonagall's voice was sharp. Mind your words, she said. The last time anyone built this place on nothing but obedience, we got a war. I will take loyalty over that any day. Hermione stepped closer to Ron. This will hurt, she said. He tried to grin. That is how I know it is real, he said. She did not smile back. Her eyes were wet. She lifted her wand and touched the tip very lightly to his chest, just above his heart. Say it, she said softly. Say what? He asked, throat tight. What you are loyal to, she said. Say it out loud so the hall can hear. Silence spread across the stone. Ron swallowed. Faces flashed through his head. His mum at the table at the burrow. Fred laughing. George making a joke even at the worst times. Ginny with her wand out and fire in her eyes. Hermione with ink on her chin. Harry in every place they had nearly died. He could say Britain or Avalon or the Council. Those would sound good in a speech. They would not be true. My family, he said. My friends. The people who stood with me when the world went to hell. I do not care what name you slap on the place. I am loyal to them. The hall hummed. Hermione's voice shook, but she did not look away from him. Name them, she whispered. Ron stared at her. What? He asked. Name them, she repeated. The ones you mean. The warden spoke, curious. Why? It asked. Because names matter, Hermione said. If we are tying the hall to him, it needs to know this is not some vague idea. It is people. It is faces. Ron looked at Harry. Harry, he said. His voice cracked. He looked at Hermione. You, he said. He looked past her to Ginny. Ginny. Ginny wiped at her eyes with the back of her hand. His voice grew steadier as he spoke. Neville. Luna. Mom. Dad. George. Bill, Fleur, and the ones who did not make it out. Fred, Tonks, Remus, all of them. His chest hurt, but not just because of his ribs. And the ones we have not met yet, he added. The kids who should not have to fight giants to feel safe. The Muggle girl in the valley under the dam. The goblin who just wants to keep his forge running. That lot. The hall thrummed under his feet. Louder now. The silver band in the floor glowed. The warden voice was very quiet. Anchor found, it said. Hermione drew a breath that shook. She spoke a short phrase, a binding charm so old its words barely made sense anymore. Light ran from the tip of her wand into his chest, then down his arm into the ring, then out into the circle. Ron gasped. It felt as if someone had poured very bright cold water through his bones. For a moment he could not see. When his vision cleared, the hall was different again. He could feel the circle as if it were a muscle. He could sense the stress points in the walls, the steady thrum of power under the dam, the faint pull where Morgana watched at the edge. He could also feel something else, warm and human, tied right through the center of it all. Hermione hand on his sleeve. Harry grip on his shoulder. Ginny steady presence near the back. Neville quiet watchfulness. The sense did not drown him. It settled like a weight he knew how to carry. He exhaled slowly. Still here, he said. Hermione lowered her wand with a shaky laugh. Good, she said. Harry squeezed his shoulder. How bad? Harry asked. Ron managed a thin grin. Feels like standing on a broom in a storm while Mum shouts from the ground, he said. Could be worse. The warden spoke. Procedure complete, it said. Ronald Weasley is now bound as a live sensor to the central hall. External contact from Morgana Le Fay routed through new filters. I can no longer act on her pressure without alerting him and the circle. Morgana voice brushed the edge of his mind. Thin and wry. You have made yourself part of the wall, she said. Not what I expected. He answered. Then you did not listen very well. Harry lifted his head. Is she saying anything? He asked. She thinks we are ridiculous, Ron said. Which means we are probably doing something right. Sharpdalon barked a short laugh. Welcome to the beams, he said. Ironbur opened his eyes and nodded once. The stone likes this, he said. It knows who to listen to when it hurts now. Hermione let out a long breath and stepped back. All right, she said. That is the hard part. Kingsley raised an eyebrow. You have said that before, he said. She gave him a tired smile. I know, she said. This time I might actually mean it. McGonagall cleared her throat. As fascinating as this has been, she said, you still have a council to seat. Harry nodded. Right, he said. He stepped to the center of the circle and turned to face the arc of chairs. For the first time since the hall had woken, all the seats were occupied or ready. McGonagall in the Hogwarts chair. Kingsley near the ministry chair, though he refused to sit in it, saying he preferred to stand. A plain chair marked for Muggle representation, empty but waiting. A new seat carved with goblin sigils, waiting as well. Sharpdalon walked forward, hands at his sides. The goblin seat, he said. Hermione held out a rolled parchment. Final draft, she said. Ledgerclaw took it and read 3 short lines aloud, then nodded to his chief. Sharpdalon stepped past the silver line, boot heels ringing, and took his place in the goblin chair. The silver band in the floor lit under his feet. The hall muttered in the stone, a low sound, as if considering him. The warden spoke. Goblin seat acknowledged, it said. Veto and break clauses active. Sharpdalon sat very still for a moment, eyes closed. Then he opened them and looked straight at Harry. We are here, he said. Do not make me regret this. Harry nodded. I will probably annoy you, he said. That is the best I can promise. Sharpdalon teeth flashed. Promising to annoy a goblin to his face, he said. Brave or foolish? We will see which. McGonagall snorted softly. Ministers, she said, almost fond. They never know the difference till it hits them. Harry cleared his throat. He looked around the hall. Hermione by his side. Ron inside the circle, a hand on his chest as if he was still getting used to the new weight. Ginny, Dean, Neville near the back with the other knights. The goblins in their seat. Kingsley in the shadow of a pillar. McGonagall watching, sharp as a hawk. The warden listening from every stone. He did not make a speech. The thought of a grand declaration made his skin crawl. He spoke simply. "We are not restoring Camelot," he said. "Not the way the stories tell it. That version fell for reasons that had very little to do with fate and a lot to do with people pretending they were better than they were." Ginny muttered, "That will go down well on banners." Harry ignored her. "We are building something new," he said. "We are doing it on purpose. With breaks. With people who can say no to me. With goblins who can shut it down if we start using it to take instead of protect. With a hall that listens when the stone hears a crack." He glanced at Ron. "With knights who will drag me away from bad choices even when I tell them to stay out of it," he added. Ron gave a small, crooked grin. "And with friends who will tell you when you are being a stubborn idiot," Hermione said. He smiled, just a little. "That too," he said. He looked back to Sharptalon. "You have your seat," Harry said. "We have ours. When trouble comes, and it will, we meet here. We do not run to side rooms and make deals in the dark. We argue where the hall can hear us. We write our compromises into the stone so everyone knows the cost." Sharptalon tilted his head. "You say that as if people will like it," he said. Harry shrugged. "They will not," he said. "But they will know where to find us when they are angry." Kingsley gave a quiet huff. "Welcome to leadership," he said. The warden spoke, tone steadier than before. "Council circle active," it said. "King and seats acknowledged. Monitoring for strain. Ready." Avalon seemed to breathe. The light on the pillars settled into a calmer glow. The hum in the floor eased. The ghost echoes in the high corners faded back into stone. Ron closed his eyes for a second. He could feel the change. The place that had once felt like a maze of dangerous lines now felt like a house that had finally had its nearest cracks filled. Not perfect. Never perfect. But stronger. He opened his eyes again. Harry stepped down from the center. "Meeting over," he said. "For today." Sharptalon snorted. "That is not how council works," he said. "Then teach me," Harry replied. Sharptalon gave him a long look that might have been respect. "Later," he said. "For now, I am going to go check that your stone does not decide to drop on our heads." Ironbur made an approving grunt and followed him to the nearest pillar. McGonagall rose from her chair and walked over. She looked Harry up and down. "You are in over your head, Potter," she said. He smiled tiredly. "Yes, Professor," he said. "Good," she answered. "That means you are not doing this alone." She patted his arm once, brisk, then swept toward the corridor that led to the Hogwarts stone. She had a school to run. She would return. They both knew it. Kingsley clapped Harry lightly on the shoulder. "I will go see how many Wizengamot members have fainted at the news," he said. "Try not to break the island while I am gone." "No promises," Harry said. Kingsley nodded to Ron and Hermione. "You too," he said. "Do not let him forget that he is a person, not a symbol." Ron rolled his eyes. "We never did," he said. The hall slowly emptied. People drifting toward their duties. Ron stayed in the circle as the others moved, feeling out the new bonds. The ring was warm again. Morgana's presence at the edge of his mind had retreated. No longer a hand on his shoulder, more like a shadow outside a lit window. Hermione came to stand in front of him. "How bad?" she asked. He looked up at the high ceiling, then at her. "I can feel when the hall is grumpy," he said. "I think that was true before, but now it has a face. And that face looks like mine," she said. He smiled. "Sometimes," he said. She shook her head, but her eyes were soft. "You scared me," she said quietly. "You scared me first," he answered. She frowned. "When?" she asked. "When you walked into that damn hub and did not look back," he said. "I knew you knew the numbers, but that is not the same as knowing you will walk back out." She stepped closer. Her hand slid up to his cheek, fingers gentle despite the tremor in them. "We made it," she said. "For now," he replied. She leaned in and kissed him, slow and firm. There was no heat of panic in it this time, no taste of dust, only the steady press of her mouth and the thud of his heart under her palm. When she drew back, her forehead rested against his for a moment. "If the hall screams," she murmured, "you wake me up." "First thing," he said. Ginny coughed loudly from the doorway. "If you two are done using the circle for snogging," she called, "Harry wants us up top." Hermione flushed. "We were not," she began. Ginny grinned. "You were," she said. "I am not complaining. just saying move it. There is a sky, you know. You can kiss under that as well. Ron groaned. You are the worst, he said. Ginny winked. That is what brothers are for, she said. They left the hall together, through the corridor that led up to the balcony. Outside, the air was cool and clear. The mist lay low over the water, calmer than it had been for days. The crack on the far hill where the vent had blasted open still showed as a dark line, but earth had already begun to settle around it. Harry stood at the balcony rail, hands braced, looking out toward the Tor. He turned as they stepped out. You all right? Ron asked. Harry thought about lying and did not bother. No, he said. Also yes. It depends which bit you ask. Ginny walked over and slipped an arm around his waist. He leaned into her as if he had been doing it for years instead of feeling odd about it not long ago. The board shouted, he said. The Wisengamot will shout. The goblins will argue every comma. The hall has an opinion about everything. Morgana is watching. My best friend is now part of the building. My other best friend is going to draw lines on the ceiling until she falls over. Hermione huffed. I am not, she said. You will, Ginny told her. We will haul you down again. Harry looked out at the water. I thought when Voldemort was gone that meant I could stop making impossible choices, he said. Turns out the world does not care what I thought. Ron stepped up beside him. Difference is, you are not making them alone now, he said. Harry glanced at him. Ever notice how that does not always make them easier, he asked. Ron smiled, small and real. No, he said. But it does make them less stupid. They stood there for a while, shoulder to shoulder. The warden spoke quietly, its voice less like a command and more like a comment between companions. For what it is worth, it said, the numbers look better now. Harry snorted. You mean the chance we do not all die, he said. Yes, the warden answered. Ron asked, how much? The warden replied, I do not deal in fixed fates. But the hall feels less like a war zone and more like a home. Hermione's eyes softened. That is all we ever wanted, she said. Far out at the mist edge, something shifted. Ron felt it as a flick on the new line in his head. Morgana, he thought. A voice answered, faint. Enjoy your peace, she said. It never lasts. He leaned his elbows on the stone and looked at the water. We know, he replied. That is why we built something that might. She did not answer. Whatever game she was playing, it could wait. She could no longer move the hall without ringing every bell they had tied to the circle. She could no longer pretend she was the only one who saw cracks. Avalon sat solid under their feet, humming with life. It was not perfect. It was not finished. It was theirs. Somewhere below, goblin hammers had begun to ring as Ironbur tested the new lines with living metal. In the halls, knights moved through drills, laughing and grumbling. In the valley under the dam, a Muggle girl walked home from school, unaware that a rush of water had nearly torn her village away. Harry watched the line of the horizon. So, he said, not Camelot. No, Hermione agreed. Better, Ron said. Ginny elbowed him. Try not to jinx it, she said. He shrugged. We will mess up, he said. We always do. But this time, when we crack something, the hall will shout. The goblins will throw a book at our heads, and McGonagall will write letters that set parchment on fire. Harry smiled into the wind. And you will feel it first, he said. Ron tapped his chest lightly. That is the deal, he said. They stood there as the light shifted over the water and the island breathed around them. The roof still had weight. The beams still carried it. Now, at least, they knew where they stood when it did.